The port city of Lys is located near the Blue Sea, over which gulls carefree fly. A flock of seabirds flew over the stout ships with crystal-white sails. A young man who had set foot on the land after a long journey loudly expressed his joy. The newcomers were greeted by locals who were eager to sell as much as possible. A girl with hair ears offered to buy a potion. The stern man, without a drop of friendliness, insisted that you could buy fish from him, and many, many other suggestions. The young man's eyes shone when he looked at this bustling and lively city. A blonde friend of his, Walker, approached the guy named Raymond and asked his friend about his impressions. The young man did not hide his admiration for Fox, but his friend was pleased. Two of their friends arrived with them, a girl who looked at the city with joy, and a fat man named Theron, who admitted that he would have loved to jump for joy. All four of them were delighted with the city they had arrived in, because it was here that their real adventures began. It was an era of adventure when adventurers from all over the world created their own stories and became their heroes. It all started when one day portals started appearing all over the world. They were full of horrible monsters that had never been seen before in the Maple world. Despite the fact that many adventurers died outside the gate, the treasures that could be found on the other side of the portal attracted those who dared to take the risk. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Walker, planning their next trip, said they needed bait. His friends were surprised by this statement, but the guy explained that they could not develop a strategy until they knew what was behind the gate. Countless adventurers had died due to sudden variables, so the young man suggested finding a slave to bait them. The girl approved of the idea of finding someone to distract them while they were running away. The company was located in a room where dirty young men were imprisoned. A man graciously welcomed the company to the Gapor trade union that ran the slave market. Everyone there was destined to become bait. The man laughed and assured me that if I tried Walker, I would not regret the money spent, and even recommended certain men. He offered two young men who had recently arrived and were in good shape. The guy agreed without any questions. Finally, the man wished them good adventures, and the company and the slaves went to the red portal. At the entrance to the portal, notches are made on the trunk to understand how many groups are currently there. There were none where the group arrived, so Walker pulled out a knife and made a notch, and said they would be the first. He turned to his friends and asked with a smile if everyone was ready, and his company happily stepped forward. After crossing the portal, Raymond almost fell and had a rather strange experience. He looked around and was delighted. There were huge mushrooms everywhere, and everything seemed magical. No one had ever seen such a mysterious place before, and the atmosphere inside was different from what we expected. Walker assured them that they should move on and not worry because the portals were opening far from the monster generation, so they were safe for now. However, they needed another portal to get out, so they made it a priority to find a way out. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind the girl, and before the company could react, it immediately bit her. The slaves began to panic, not understanding why the monsters had appeared. Raymond stammered out the girl's name, Charlotte. There was no time to grieve for the girl, because a pack of monsters had gathered in front of the company. Walker had to act quickly, so he used his fire arrows and fired at the monsters. The young man realized that something was wrong and ordered him to tie the bait to a tree and run away. The slaves were afraid and asked to be taken away with them, but Theron ordered them to be silent, threatening them with a knife. Raymond felt guilty for tying the boys up and nervously apologized to them. Despite the fact that the bait asked them not to leave, the company got their feet out of there as quickly as possible. The remaining bait with the monsters was doomed to die, and the monsters quickly dealt with them. Walker held Charlotte's wounded body and said that the strategies did not make sense now. They needed to find a portal to get out faster. Raymond was panicking, breathing fast, and sweating from the horror he had just experienced. Despite the fact that the whole company was young men, he was the youngest and most sensitive of his friends. Taylor began shaking the boy, trying to bring him to his senses, and forced him to listen to Walker's words. He tried to calm the guy down by saying that it was okay that it didn't work out this time, and that they would try again now. But the main thing was to focus on the present. When the man was smiling and offering to get out of here alive to encourage the young man, a monster appeared behind him and tore him apart with its paw. Raymond fell to the ground shivering and looking at his friend's bloody hand in horror, unable to resist panic. The evil Walker wanted to take revenge for his friend and swung a fiery arrow at the monster. But before he could shoot, the monster's long tongue grabbed him by the neck and simply squeezed him, cutting off his air and breaking his vertebrae. So, in front of Raymond's eyes, 2 of his friends died at once, and now he was left alone in an unknown place with a bunch of monsters. But the worst was to come, as a monster attacked his body, which was paralyzed with fear. It bit the guy, and he was in terrible pain in the area of his legs. Suddenly, Raymond noticed a young man standing in a tree and recognized him as bait. He was very happy that he had survived and asked him to help him as soon as possible. The guy said that everyone from his team was killed, and suddenly remembering his shameless act began to apologize for it, saying that he did not want to do it. And then he tried to manipulate the logic by assuring the bait that it would be difficult to get out alone. Raymond first begged and then, in desperation, shouted at the young man to stop just looking and save him. He smiled, jumped down from the tree, and said he thought it was too late to help. The former slave simply watched ruthlessly as the young man was devoured by a monster. Before the monster's jaws slammed shut, separating the hand of the guy who was asking for help, Raymond said the last words, assuring him that the bait would be next. The creature was smiling with satisfaction at its dinner and was about to lunge at the young man. The monster accelerated and opened its fierce mouth, but the young man did not even move. He was sure he would not be next. He shot the magic ball into the creature's open mouth, and then the millet creature was blown to pieces. The young man calmly straightened his hair, because he was sure that he would not die, because it was not here. The events unfolded in the middle of one of the portals with deserted red mountains and a bunch of flying monsters. A man stood on a cliff with his team and reported that danger was approaching. A bunch of winged creatures were flying toward them. Some of them looked like gargoyles, some like small dragons, but the main one was the huge king of dragons, Horntail. The white-haired girl said that in the end the centaur's nest was destroyed, so they had no one to rely on. The Knights of Cygnus were resistance crusaders, hunters, adventurers, and even 6 heroes who were called Rays of Hope, all of whom died. The girl said this while looking at the commander's back, and the young man himself was in danger. The guy's name was Elpalm. He was the last adventurer and the only one left as a hope. Some of the remaining people were ready for the fight and their last adventure. Around the fight with the dragon, a fire broke out and endless forests burned. Many people died in this battle. Even El was on his knees exhausted, with the head of a dragon lying next to him. Palm thought it was the end. He looked up where the body of the dragon was flying, regenerating one of the heads that had been separated. It was the end of their world in particular, and the young man's adventures in general. The dragon spat fire, and El tried his best to crawl away from the battlefield. The guy was angry that it could end like this, and began to recall how his friends had died in this battle. Philip J. Ellis, all of whom sacrificed themselves in front of Palm. The guy screamed loudly in despair. He did not want it to end like this. So, gathering his last strength, he stood up and began to use a magical light strike, trying to hit Cuckold. The power the boy was gathering began to scatter everything around him, but he did not give up and tried to finish the dragon. But it was too much for his body, which was exhausted from the battle, and he started coughing up blood. The Cuckold did not wait long and simply incinerated the young man with his fiery breath. In the last moments of his life, El regretted that everything ended like that and wished he had been stronger. He wanted to be given another chance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes because a bucket of water was poured on him. He was sitting in a stone prison, shackled, and some man was shouting at him as if his tricks would not work here. The unknown man said something about slaves for bait, but the young man thought only that he had survived by some miracle. The guy heard how the newcomers were introduced and said that they were suitable for long dungeons. In general, there were a lot of people who examined the slaves behind bars. Palm assumed that it was a slave market, but he thought they had disappeared long ago. The man with the earring in his nose said something about how for an ordinary slave he clung to life too much. But the boy didn't listen to the conversation because he recognized the man as the man who had ordered him around 6 years ago when he was a slave. He concluded that he had gone back in time to the day and the point where he started. His fist was already flying at his face because he was looking at one point in his thoughts, and this angered the merchant. El thought a lot and assumed it was a dream, but it was too real. He couldn't believe it was happening, but he had no other explanation. By this time, a group of adventurers led by a blonde guy named Walker had already approached him and bought him as bait. Palm abandoned all his thoughts because there was no point in them because he was given a second chance. After his temporary masters were destroyed, he picked up Walker's rod of fire arrow. It was the perfect option for his level, but it was not enough because an adventurer must have more than just weapons. Otherwise, he should not go into portals. El saw the boot and decided to look into it because people often hid jewelry there. He actually looked into his shoes and pulled out a turquoise telekinesis ring. The guy was surrounded by monsters that came to smell blood, so he gripped his spear tighter. He fought them off bravely until one of the creatures took his weapon away with its long tongue. After El saw the creature destroy his spear, he decided to use the fire arrows he had picked up earlier. He was doing quite well, so he decided to try using the ring. The fight became much more effective. Palm quickly defeated most of the monsters, but still realized that he was not strong enough. Suddenly, another monster came up behind him. The boy wanted to defend himself with fire arrows, but his staff did not work. The guy assumed that it was just a reload, but he still had to defend himself, so he used some of his strength. The monster flew away, and when he recovered and wanted to attack again, the staff was already recharged. El was quite clever, so he combined the power of the arrow and the ring and destroyed all the monsters that tried to surround him with one blow. He stood there, looking at the battlefield, where the remains of the monsters were burning up, and suddenly heard a voice. Someone behind him told the palm tree that he was not a common bait slave. Looking back, the boy realized that it was Charlotte who was the first to be crippled by the monsters. He was surprised that she was alive at all. But given her condition, she could not say that she was lucky. The girl asked who he was because the young man used a spear and magic. She asked her questions with the last of her strength, but she was interested in why Al had Walker's rod. She also noticed a circle on the boy's wrist and had even more questions. The girl did not understand how he had awakened it as an ordinary slave. Looking him straight in the eye, she allowed herself the horrible thought that her friends had died so brutally because the young man had planned it all. Elle waited for Charlotte to finish and asked her if she had said everything she wanted to say. When there were no more questions and assumptions from the girl, the guy calmly told her that she was mistaken. But it made little difference, because in any case, he would have taken their lives. Palm pointed a staff with a fiery arrow at the frightened girl and said that he despised people like her who use people as bait. In a bustling city where there was always a lot of noise, people were quite loud today, as everyone expressed their surprise and whispered. Everyone was shocked to see a decoy slave return from the portal, and a good one at that. El was completely in his own thoughts and did not pay attention to the surprised people because he was in a hurry to prevent future developments. The first thing he was going to do was to get rid of the annoying slave label. The fact that the slave had returned alive was reported to the man who was sitting behind the papers. A gray-haired man with a bushy ponytail reported that the young man claimed to have returned without a scratch. The fact of the boy's integrity did not interest the smoking man, but the fact that he returned alone and all the avenuists were dead was another matter. The bearded man with the pigtail was interested in it, especially the fact that Palm didn't run away, but returned. Those who have been enslaved because of debt become bait again, even if they manage to survive. However, by not wanting to escape, Elle shows her understanding of the iron grip of the traders. The approach of the Gapur trade union was simple. The only way to get rid of it is to die. The bearded man thought he was being bothered by trifles, but the man with the ponytail said that there was something else. He was stunned by the news that it was said that the slave had awakened the first circle. The one-eyed man with the pigtail was surprised and assumed that the slave would feel dislike for them. The man kept up the incredible messages and said that the young man wanted to renegotiate their agreement. When the gray-haired man said that the young man probably wanted to register as an adventurer, the bearded man was speechless. He could not believe that they were talking about a slave, but Mr. Rakan told him to look into it personally. This finished the man off. He did not understand why the owner of the entire Gapur community would be interested in an ordinary slave. He looked at the stack of books on the table and thought that the answer might lie there. There was a knock on the door of the one-eyed man, and he invited a decoy who wanted to become an adventurer. The status of slave was not meant to exist in the name of Empress Cygnus, and it was only a superficial decree because people have always been meso-slaves. When they borrowed money and were unable to pay it back, they became slaves and worked for it. It was this simple concept that created slaves in the Maple world. The day Elle's father, his only close person, fell ill, he also became a slave. The young man bought black moss from the Gapur. They set the price for this medicinal ingredient at 1 million mesos, which was many times the market value. At the trial, the poor young man was accused of failing to pay back the money he had borrowed from the Gapur trade union on time. The judge slammed his gavel and ordered the boy to work off the amount of money by labor. So the guy spent 6 years under their control, and it was time to pay the bills. So now he was sitting in his office with a fragrant cup of tea. When the young man introduced himself, he mentioned this man whose name was Ibis. He was the left-hand man of one of the leaders of the Gapur. While drinking tea, Abbas calmly stated that he had been informed about the guy's plans to change their contract. The man put the cup on the table without hesitation and said that they would transfer Al to the F-class adventurers. The young man was very grateful, but he wondered to himself why Abbas had agreed so quickly and whether it was his own choice at all. After thanking them, the guy said that he needed an E-class and thought that he would not dance to their tune. The man and the boy started a heated dialogue because the boy didn't even have a rating in the Association of Adventurers. When L said that he had survived as a slave for 3 years, the man assured him that it was an experience of baiting, not hunting. Then Palm reminded him that the first adventurers were famous for surviving, so the advantage of an adventurer was to return alive. The survivor's information is more important than his skills, and Abbas recognized this. Not everyone is capable of surviving for 3 years as a decoy, but the young man was in low-level portals all this time. Considering the young man naive, he asked if he was really sure he could survive in the high-level gate. They did not offer such risky contracts to just anyone. As he smoked another strong cigar, Abbas thought that the young man was taking on too much and that they died so quickly. However, when he looked at Al, he no longer thought so, because the guy had some kind of eerie feeling. Palm began to say that there is a place where 12 markers have already been placed and only 5 people can enter. One Eye confirmed this with a mocking remark that about 12 groups had already died there. Handing over the contract, the man asked the young man to prove that he was capable of many things, and then he would fulfill his request. After a while, El Palm was standing with a group of 4 people who asked him if he was the new guy who had agreed to go with them. A blond young man with green eyes kindly extended his hand and introduced himself as Shev, who was also called Tank in the team. Abbas told them that the boy had been a slave for bait before, but they didn't care at all. Palm said he was pleased to meet him and was immediately asked if he knew fire. For elementalist mages, there were no rules. They could only use an innate attribute. Tank told his friend that any objects of other elements were useless to them. After they finished talking, they began to discuss the case. Their task was not to deal with the monsters, but to retrieve the items of the groups that had died here before. They were to return the items to the community and receive 3,000 misos each. The white-haired young man whined that it was not fair. If they came back with nothing, they would be penniless, and the items of the first-round people cost at least 7,000. His friends teased him for his whining, but then told him to calm down and went off to earn money. The gate behind which they found themselves was bright but gloomy. Shev, as the commander, decided to discuss the base first because they were going to have to fight monsters. Someone suggested a tree as a good shelter, where, in case of emergency, one could hide and easily move to another tree. The blond man put his hand on Palm's shoulder and said that he could rest because it was his job to build the shelter. They quickly finished the construction, so they decided to split into 2 groups and explore the area around them. Shev assigned Blonde Tom, Dark Max, and Roa, who was always smiling, to the first group. He sent his friends to the east, and he and Elle went to the west. If something happened, they were to give a signal and retreat toward their point. Walking around the neighborhood, they did not notice any traces of monsters. Accordingly, there were no items. The tank began to think that they had taken the position too early. They would probably have to go deeper into the portal the next day. Maintaining a relaxed atmosphere, Shev asked Palm what his first task as an adventurer was. The young man briefly replied that it was exciting, and the commander laughed, understanding his feelings. The guy admitted that he still gets nervous when he enters the portal, even though he has done it more than once. He called himself a coward who managed to be brave because he had good people around him. Even though he was embarrassed to admit it, he considered them cool people. Shev expressed his deep regret at the story that happened to the boy. He could not even imagine how difficult it is to be a slave to bait. Then the young man suddenly turned and invited Al to join them if he didn't mind. But the guy didn't say anything, so Tank tried to smooth over the inconvenience and asked him not to worry about his words. But Palm was not concerned with words. He looked at the mud at his feet. When everyone returned to the base, they lit a fire and discussed the fact that they hadn't found anything. Chewing on a piece of meat, Shev said that it was enough to talk about work while eating. It could wait until tomorrow. Elle was silent the whole evening and just drank water without saying a word. At night, everyone came to see the young man. Tank held a torch and asked the boy if he was sleeping. With an evil grin, Tom said that the boy was definitely fast asleep and could not answer him. In any case, they They put sleeping weed in his food in such doses that he would be lucky to survive. The group set their sights on his staff of fire arrows, which was worth at least 10,000 mesos. With a gleeful smile, Tom swung the knife at the sack in which Elle was sleeping. Using the knife, he realized that something was wrong. Under the blanket, there was only a wooden log wrapped in pillows. Everyone was incredibly surprised when they saw that the young man had disappeared, and then the commander shouted loudly to find him. Suddenly, everything behind them burst into flames. Their base was on fire. Chev quickly changed his order and ordered to take things and food out of the fire. It was obvious that it was the work of El Palma, and in a moment the fire was no longer their biggest problem. When Sev turned to Max, who nervously called him, he saw a giant jelly monster. It took them a few seconds to realize that they had been baited. They had no choice but to run. El watched them hiding in the tree and thought about their stupidity. If they were going to deceive him, they shouldn't have been kind. At the gate where more than 12 teams died, where even veterans would have had a hard time, such a gentle greeting made the young man realize that they were up to no good. Palm was familiar with the boss monster in this level. The guy guessed it by seeing the corrosion marks. He sold the same one as in his previous life. Chev realized that their combat compatibility with the monster was simply terrible. Tom asked the captain about the creature. This creature was called a golden drake. It was impossible to meet him in Maple World, as he was a rare boss that appeared only in the Red Gate. The monster consisted entirely of acid, so melee fighters try to avoid it completely. But the worst part is that he had arrow attacks. Acid arrow is a skill that helps him shoot acid from his body. This information terrified the tank crew, because they could not fight from near or far. Everyone was confused and asked the captain what to do. The first thing Chev said was that they should run away while the monster was reloading the arrow. Then he planned to regroup and look for an opportunity to destroy the core in the creature's head. Max, hearing about the recharge, decided to take advantage of the time and attack the creature. Tank tried to stop him from doing such a senseless thing and said that they had to solve the problem together. Before he could approach the monster, he was cut in half by an acid arrow. The commander was scared because it would take more than 10 seconds to finish recharging. Without waiting for a single pause, the drake shot again and burned the adventurers' bodies to the bone. El stood on the sidelines and watched the end of the company that wanted to rob him. In his mind, he told Chev that he was right about the time, but he didn't know that golden drake becomes stronger by absorbing objects, so the recharge time was reduced. The young man assessed the creature. The abnormal size and speed of the attack explained why all previous teams had died. The monster was outclassed. It was so strong that it could threaten the people in the Yellow Gate, which is 2 levels higher than the Red Gate. He was unlikely to be defeated by a first-round adventurer. Palm was sure that there was not a single item left, and his task was failed. The young man remembered Ibis's defiant face when he asked for proof of his F level, so he was not going to just leave. Palm suddenly attacked the monster, but the creature resisted the magic. He knew how to protect his core, even though the boy had a good aim. He calculated that he would need at least 4 or 5 more shots to defeat the creature. But this did not scare El, because he was ready to prove his strength to Ibis. The monster didn't hesitate long and shot acid at the boy, which dissolved the wood, so the young man had to jump down. Palm combined the power of his sword with a telekinesis ring. He had to hit the same spot every time without missing. An ordinary magician is not capable of this. But Al was no ordinary magician. One of his titles in his past life was the greatest telekineticist. The young man shot fire arrows, and while they were reloading, he moved like a bungee cord, dodging acid attacks. The trees around him were suffering from acid attacks, and the guy was deftly dodging and counting the number of blows he had left to deliver. When Al had only 2 strokes left, the drake managed to dodge. It was quite nimble for its size. But it still did not help him much, because using his ring, the young man quickly struck another reinforced blow. Finally, the core of the monster was opened, and the last blow was to be struck. The boy was in a hurry to destroy the cannonball, but the drake, which had more than 1 pair of eyes, was catching up with him with its acidic hand. The young man noticed this with his side vision and teleported to his sword at the speed of light. The sword, with a rope connected by telekinesis, allowed him to move quickly, and at a safe distance he shot the monster. The arrow, reinforced with a ring, bypassed the arm of the drake, which it was trying to defend itself with, and hit the target. After the drake's kernel was destroyed, it boiled over and exploded, spreading acidic liquid all over the neighborhood. Palm launched his sword with a rope into the nearest tree and quickly climbed to the top to take the safest position. The acid river spilled around, burning all the trees in its path, but El was safe. After everything calmed down, The boy calmly went down and went to where the monster was. There, the young man used his telekinesis ring to summon the core of the destroyed creature. It was small and red, and once in the boy's hands, it dissipated with an energy wave. After the mission, Palm returned to Ibis's office, where the man was smoking a strong cigar with his arms crossed as usual. The bearded man admitted that the young man was still worth something, but the fact that he returned alone and without any findings spoiled the picture a bit. The guy explained that the people he went with were newcomers and tried to steal what he came for. Elle didn't tell the whole truth, but rather arranged the events so that when they split up, the team died when they faced the boss. Abyss assumed that the adventurers were killed by a monster, and the fact that it was a golden drake explained the disappearance of the magical items. The man did not like the fact that all the things he had borrowed from the community were destroyed, and this could not be ignored. He looked at the boy and thought that the fact that he survived was also a problem. The portals had several general rules. The number of participants was limited, and when a specified number of people entered the portal, they would be inactive until those who entered died. The entry restriction also depends on the gate difficulty and the level of the circle. The color of the gate indicates its difficulty from red to purple. If the circle is higher than the gate class, it simply won't let you in. And the most difficult thing is that there is only one chance for a cleanup. If you survive and get out of there, they will close permanently. So there will be no other chance until those inside are dead. Abyssus realized that those gates were now closed, and in truth, the golden drake would have caused trouble for the first-level adventurers. The man began to list all the facts about the trip, and summarized it by saying that since the items were missing, the task was failed. The guy smiled and said he hadn't finished speaking yet. This made the bearded man nervous. Unbuttoning the sleeve of his wrist, the young man showed 2 rings around his hand, saying that he had eaten a monster. Abyss cried out in shock when he saw the second circle and realized that the young man had swallowed the stone of mana that had fallen from the drake. Elle considered this sufficient evidence and demanded that he be granted E-level as promised. Suddenly, the man surprised the boy by saying that he would give him a D class. In a fit of temper, the man almost climbed over the table and started asking the boy to work for him, promising to treat him as if he had a C grade. Palm calmly signed the contract, and Abyss thought that it was too much to give such a title to someone who had not yet reached the 3rd round. The avuncular class largely depended on the circle, obviously because it demonstrated power, but the young man was no ordinary one. He developed his circle simply by absorbing a mana stone. He also had an incredible instinct for survival, even more like a talent. The bearded man was smiling happily. Now he had a man who had just awakened the first circle, and in a moment had gained the second. He had never seen anything like this before. The man's smile was stretched to the very ears, and he really needed such a young man. He noticed that the boy's attitude toward him improved faster than expected, and it seemed that he was really impatient. Very soon, the first ever raid of 100 people to the Red Gate was to take place. As soon as he signed the contract, Elle stuck out his hand and politely asked to lend him money. Although Ibis was smiling, he thought to himself that such impudence was already the limit. Rumor has it that the gate marked the beginning of the adventurers' era, but it was only a trap of a dark sorcerer. Many died inside, destroying the future of the Maple World. The monsters that had bided their time began to break out, and people lost. 3 years later, the horrors of the past are repeating themselves. Elle left the Gapur community building a free man. He thought that his strength was still not enough, but it was enough to start. Right now, they have found a red gate with a limit of 100 people, where only those who have reached the 2nd round can enter. Usually, only high-class adventurers are used for such work, but this gate is very important to the community, so they allowed Pullum to go. Now that he had money, he considered it foolish to spend it only on equipment because he could not afford the things he needed. Still, he could have bought something useful now, and he went to a specialty store to get the right product. At the entrance, he was met by a young trader who welcomed him to the slave market of Lita and offered to show him around. Among a bunch of other buyers, he asked what kind of companion he was looking for, because it could be either a decoy or a warrior with whom he could fight side by side. The guy shook his head and said he was looking for someone who could take him. This request from the customer slightly puzzled the salesperson, so he decided to escort him to the punishment cell. They kept those slaves who were guilty behind bars in the dungeon. Elle chose a very scary guy who made even the trader's hair stand on end, so he asked the young man if he was sure he wanted this particular slave. There was a young man behind bars, chained by the neck and hands, but he was the one Palm was looking for. Before he returned, There was an incident in which one person died, and this accelerated the destruction of the world. The hero of the tree, Aran, did not leave this world of her own free will. She was deprived of her life, and her first and only student was the one who laid the foundation for the future hero killer, Debo. Debo asked if Al had come for him, and since they didn't know each other, he advised him to just leave. The merchant stammered and began to apologize to the dear customer, and referred to the fact that the slave was a little out of it. Palm thought that his behavior must have been very different because of his slavery, but still it was beyond rude to treat adventurers in his position like that. The salesman calmed down a bit and remembered that his main target was sales, and said that this guy was one of a kind. El knew it was not only because of his character, but also his amazing skills. Apart from him, Debo was one of the few people who deserved respect after the fall of the world. They were often compared because they were from the same region, awakened around the same time, and were equal in power. El asked the boy how much he was worth. The boy brazenly assumed that the young gentleman was from a rich family. He asked if the guy would pay as much as he said, and looking at Palm's reaction, he said the price was 1,000,000 mesos. The guy reacted calmly because he knew that their greatest similarity was the need for money, because Debo had a sister who suffered from a blood disease. Believing that he had named a cosmic price, the impudent man said that El could leave if he did not have such funds. But the young man with a completely indifferent face took out a wad of paper money with 1,000,000 mesos in it. Both the slave and the trader were shocked by the money. Debo prayed in his mind that it was not fake. Palm asked to hear what he had to say. The guy offered a contract for a year, and they would split the spoils 70-30, with Al having the advantage of the spoils. The dumbfounded trader saw for the first time that a slave was being made a member of a group. The young man had prepared in advance, so he had the contract papers with him and handed them to the applicant. Debo quickly snatched the paper out of his hands, trying not to waste any more time, and asked if there were any tricks. But he didn't wait for an answer, and immediately bit his finger and bled to death and signed. El smiled. He wondered if the boy was not hesitating because his sister's life was at stake. Palm said they were going to the gate. Debo was ready to follow the young man wherever he said. El warned that the boy would have to justify his price, and he promised that he would be his most loyal horse. The company went to the portal, the path to which ran through green forest thickets. Debo was grateful but a little embarrassed by the weapon his boss gave him, because he usually used a two-handed sword. Palm said that working with him from that day on, the guy would have to use the shaft, and if he didn't want to, he could terminate the contract. They quickly found themselves at the testing portal, where there was one mark and a limit of 8 people. Debo began to look around for others because, given his master's wealth, he thought he had many worthy companions. The guy asked about healers because battles are battles, and wounds need to be treated, and it was clear from El's face that something was wrong. When the young man realized that his boss was really planning to go there alone, he couldn't believe it. Palm reassured him, telling him not to worry because they had enough people. Debo was really relieved by his words. El said that they had come and pointed to the young man who had just been relieved of his anxiety. There was a short pause. The boys looked at each other and Debo did not understand what was happening. Before the boy could recover, Palm quickly shoved him into the portal. Once on the other side of the gate, the young man began to yell that his master was out of his mind if he went alone when the limit was for 8. Debo was also concerned that he was forced to use a weapon he was not used to in such a dangerous place. A rustling behind him made the boy stop screaming at the top of his lungs. A cloud of dust flew at them, and evil stumps began to appear. The young man gripped his weapon tighter and realized that it was a mistake to shout so loudly. Stumps were known for their strength, and spears and swords did not harm them. There were a lot of them. Suddenly, El told the boy to step back and stood in front of him. He started using fire arrows and easily hit the nearest stump. But the arrow did not stop there, and lengthening and wriggling like a flexible snake, it pierced all the monsters like beads. Without a change in his face, Palm calmly stated that he was disappointed by Debo's behavior immediately after entering the portal. He looked back and asked him not to repeat such mistakes. The young man looked at him with surprise and tried to understand who he was. In the big building, a woman reported to her boss that the traders had taken the bait. They were working on a plan but had already decided who they would send. A blond, stout, long-haired man looked out the window, sipping a glass of wine and giving the woman permission to continue working. She bowed respectfully without looking up and quickly dissolved into dark smoke. The man raised his glass and said that everything would happen according to someone's plan, and freedom would come to the maple world. Meanwhile, in the portal, Debo was still impressed by his boss's strength and quickly collected all 27 mana stones that fell from the stumps. El did not even look back to check and just said, all the way there, the boy thought about the power of the palm tree. He assumed it was telekinesis, but he had never heard of anyone using a fire arrow like that before. Suddenly, Debo beamed at the thought of making a fortune with such a talented boss. Even with a share of 30%, he would have enough for medical care and to live on. Elt pulled the young man out of his happy dreams because he saw a flock of stumps ahead. Hiding behind a rock, they counted about 9 monsters. Palm said it was a great number, and the guy didn't really understand what his boss meant. It all started when a stone fell near the wooden creatures, attracting their attention. Then suddenly, Debo attacked them from above. El sent him alone to deal with all the stumps. The boy didn't like the idea, especially since it was the first time he had ever held such a weapon. He fought off the creatures as best he could and thought that his boss was just crazy. Palm, who was watching from the side, noticed from the boy's movements that his weapon was only a sword. But he knew that the young man would soon realize that the halberd was a weapon destined for him by fate. He had no doubt about his talent because the boy was the only one whom Alan's heroine chose as a student. While cutting through another tree, Debo suddenly felt that the halberd was more comfortable than a sword and had a longer range. By removing unnecessary tension, the weapon became lighter. The young man even decided to experiment and make smoother movements. Suddenly, the stumps began to fly apart easily under the force of the halberd. Watching the boy, El saw that he was learning quickly, even though he hadn't completed his first circle and was already fighting so well. Suddenly, everything around me started shaking, and something that looked like a giant claw started coming out of the rock. The young man barely managed to jump away from the place where the unknown object was already standing. When the creature came out completely, it became clear that it was not a claw, but the root of a giant tree stump. The monster tried to run over the young man again, but Palm managed to save him. After the rescue, he immediately left the boy and began to prepare an arrow attack. The size of the stump did not scare him because it was even easier to hit. Debo smiled and thought that he was about to watch his boss defeat the monster with magic. But the creature was able to repel this blow. The stump was faster than Al thought it would be. Then he decided to speed up his arrow with telekinesis. But he blocked this attack with his root. Obviously, magic didn't work here either, so the young men resorted to the most proven method and simply started running away. Palm assumed that the problem was not that the magic did not work on him. Otherwise, he would not have blocked it. The problem was in the branches. The stump, because of its stoutness, was breaking off a pile of stones with its branches, which flew in all directions. Al had to use telekinesis to save them from the ever-falling boulders. Having escaped from another stone, Debo thanked his boss for saving him, coughing from the dust. But before he could recover, Plum had already instructed him to deal with the stumps that were ready to attack. He himself quickly set off to fight the giant, without even having time to listen to Debo's complaints. The young man quickly set to work and shot another fire arrow at the stump. The guy did not believe in his boss and thought that now was the best time to run away. When the monster repelled the attack, the young man only reinforced his reasoning, and suddenly an arrow hit the monster. Debo's mouth dropped open at the sight, forgetting that he had his own task. The thing is that the branches were moving faster than El expected, so he couldn't dodge and strike at the same time using telekinesis. However, because the young man had awakened the second circle, he could use 2 spells at a time. Debo fought with his stumps, and at the same time watched his boss's incredible fight. Palm hid one arrow after another, so no matter how fast the branch was, it was impossible to repel a series of attacks. The stump began to lose significantly, and then his boss began to reveal himself to be an even bigger monster than he had thought at first. Suddenly, Debo realized that he had been so distracted that he hadn't even noticed the cluster of stumps that had already gotten close to Al's back. But the guy pierced all the small stumps with a telekinesis arrow without even turning around. He also did not miss the opportunity to tease the boy, saying that he could not even handle toddlers. The stump decided to take advantage of this momentary distraction and tried to strangle the palm tree with its roots. But the young man managed to jump away and conclude that he should not be distracted. However, he was still distracted, and when the branch was a millimeter away from his face, Debo pulled him away and deftly cut off the brazen branch. The exhausted young man did not miss the opportunity and laughingly apologized for the joke with the kids because he had just saved his boss's life. Palm stood firmly on his feet, smiled, and said that now the boy was useful. Now the young men were ready to attack the stout giant together. Elle attacked the stump branches using her new double strike capability. Debo swung his halberd while being covered by telekinesis arrows. The cunning stump, having many branches in its arsenal, began to attack from two sides at once. Debo and Al split up the sides. The boss took up the right attack and the boy the left. The magic and brute force worked perfectly together, and the splinters from the stump stakes flew in all directions. Suddenly, one of the branches hit Debo, and the young man was already flying into the mouth of a giant tree stump. But his friend picked him up with telekinesis, directing a stone on which the boy was able to land. But the stump began to knock stones out from under the young man's feet, and Palm had to use telekinesis again. This work began to cause trouble and exhaust the young man because magic took a lot of energy. Debo jumped from stone to stone trying to escape from the monster's endless branches. Elle tried to chop off as many branches as possible at once, and the furious assistant hit the creature in the eye with his halberd. The young man himself could not resist and jumped down, leaving his weapon hanging in the wood. His boss, who had telekinesis, helped him and instantly returned the halberd to his master. The guy, who was already burning with rage, lost his second eye. As soon as he landed, the stump wanted to devour him and opened its mouth. Elle did not miss the opportunity and hit the middle with his fiery arrows. The young man shot straight at the core, and at the same moment the monster burst into bright flames. Palm walked up behind the exhausted boy and thanked him for his good work, and the young man reciprocated. Meanwhile, in the city, it was already dark in the evening, and she was sitting with her food in front of an empty chair, thinking it was time to eat and go to bed. The girl had brown hair and a slight blush on her cheeks. She thanked the food before starting to eat. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and she hurried to open it. Debo's brother stood on the threshold, all scratched up but smiling. The guy said he was home and the girl rushed to hug him with tears in her eyes. After his adventures, El Palm returned to his house in the forest where his father lived. There was still a cute photo of him and his father on the dresser. But unfortunately, his father had already given his soul to God, so there was just a body on the bed that began to shrivel up. El set fire to the building with his staff, along with the body of his late father, and moved on. Abbas was sitting in his office smoking a cigar and thinking about how to organize the raid on 100 people that was about to take place. He had no room for error because Rakan himself was responsible for this. Dozens of trade unions are closely monitoring this event because elite or even epic weapons can be found in such gates. The man shook the ashes into the ashtray, thinking that it would be very difficult. The Natashas will be there. 3 sisters from the Goldrich Trade Union. They have enormous power, which makes it doubtful that they have only 2 circles. But not only Goldrich, but also the other 10 unions pose a danger to them, because they are overtaking Galpor in the ranking. The bearded man looked at Al's resume. He was a pain in the ass, but also a great hope. Suddenly, someone entered the office without knocking, which angered Ibis, but he was stunned to see Rakan in front of him. The man came in and sat down in Abbas's place and asked the one-eyed man if the list of participants for the raid was ready. When he received an unsatisfactory answer, he said that it was not like Abbas. Rakan began to ask about Palm, and the bearded man expressed his fears. The young man was undoubtedly talented and greasy, but this strength was a threat. For the boss, such experiences sounded like unnecessary skepticism, so he suggested that he just check the guy out. He shocked the man by suggesting his own version of the boy's test, but with a smile, he ordered to gather people because this time he had to have witnesses. Palm and Debo stood in line to enter the portal with a limit of 40 people. The young man was glad that he was not going alone with the boss, but with a normal number of people. They were known as the 5th team and looked down on because the young men were only former slaves in their eyes. The society did not seem to be friendly to the boys and saw them as an obstacle. Elle noticed that most of them had already done the 1st or 2nd lap, which showed their high level. They weren't like Seva's team and didn't need a decoy. 3 people from the Merchants' Union approached the group, including Abbas. He was very happy that Palm had come here. The man spoke briefly. Those who came here will be tested, and the results of the test can be rewarded. Everyone began to ask what exactly they would receive, but the bearded man did not answer. He kindly invited us to try our luck at the gate, which can accommodate up to 40 people. No one even thought to look at the number of people in the portal they were standing near because everyone was surprised. Only El Palm was not surprised. He began to guess what Abbas was up to. After passing through the portal, a group of people found themselves in the forest. Apparently, some of them had been to places like this before, because they expressed their dissatisfaction. The participants agreed to work together only during the boss hunt, so everyone split into their groups and agreed to meet after the signal. Debo was upset because they were again down to just 2, while other teams consisted of many more people. A man with a hat and glasses named Dolan ordered his men to kill everyone on the Luhansk because time was running out. Something stirred in the bushes ahead, and a one-eyed dormouse came out, but everyone was surprised that it was alone. Dolan considered it a waste of time and was going to quickly destroy the creature with his magic. The man even thought for a moment that it was boring, and deciding that the job was done, he gave the command to collect the mana stones and move on. But when the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the monster was alive and seemed to be unharmed. This puzzled the owner of the hat. He could not believe that the creature was so strong that his magic did not work on it. Suddenly, the situation worsened many times over as the same monsters began to descend from all the trees around the company. After some time, they managed to defeat the creatures with brute force, but all the team members were very tired. The monsters turned out to be stronger than they thought, so everyone began to ask the main one what to do. Dolan rejected the possibility of winning by the number of monsters destroyed, because in this case, they would quickly be exhausted. The best option for him was to leave the alliance and fight the boss alone. Elpalm knew that this was the conclusion most participants would come to when faced with monsters. Debo agreed with the assumptions because he himself felt the power of the creatures and at the same time complained that his boss was not just standing by and not helping. To which the ale replied that there were only 3 of them, so the young man had to cope on his own. The guys decided to hurry. Debo thought they would destroy the boss, and Palm said they would get rid of all the mobs. The young man didn't understand this turn because he thought his boss wanted to destroy the main monster, but that's exactly what El was counting on, and instead they would win by numbers. He explained that mob hunting skills will also be evaluated, and everyone wants to kill the boss, so this complicates the task. Although the opponents usually acted according to the rules, who knows how they might behave? Although Debo didn't like the fact that his boss spoke as if he knew everything, he understood the point. Even before entering the portal, he said that there was a sense of danger at the gate. Dolan's team was calmly walking in search of the boss when the girl drew his attention to something interesting. Suddenly, in the middle of the road, they found an exit. Although they were not looking for it at the time, they decided to leave a mark. Suddenly, one of the participants, whose name was Avant, started laughing very loudly. Dolan came up and asked me not to do that because he could attract monsters with his laughter. But when the young man returned, it became clear that strange things were happening to him. A poisonous purple fog radiating from Avant began to spread around. The young man had completely turned into a mushroom, poisoning the environment. Dolan realized that he had to run away. Every second, the mushroom opened its pores and spewed out more and more poison. It was not enough to cover his nose with his hand, and Dolan also began to laugh wildly, so much so that his hat fell off. Debo and El walked around the river. The young man was thinking about the fact that his boss hadn't entered the fight yet. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the bright blue sky. It was a signal. Although Debo knew that he should send fire if someone found the boss, it was still unexpected. After a quick glance around the room, El realized that one team was missing. When the young man arrived, a man with a red headband decided to start. The girl with the purple tail said that Dolan's team was not there yet, but the man said that there was no time to wait. Suddenly, he said they had found the boss and Dolan's team with him. He said that the whole team was destroyed by the monster. The boss turned out to be an insanely dangerous poisonous mushroom. The girl was frightened by the fact that the boss in this portal was such a dangerous and poisonous monster. Her team was not ready for such a battle. Assuming it was true, she preferred to give up the hunt and head for the exit. Debo quietly asked Al about the danger of this monster. Palm thought that this was the worst option for their level, and the young man jumped around asking him again because he did not respond. El was thinking of a strategy. The spores won't let him get close, so he needs ranged attacks, but half measures won't work because the boss is strong and fast. A man with a red bandage said that the monster was standing right at the exit and would not let them just run away. Debo said with a passion that it was nothing and that one invisible arrow from his boss would be enough, and Palm quickly cut his tongue out. The young man was hurt by this. El began to say that without a detailed plan, they would simply all die here. The words that his arrows would not even hit the mushroom surprised Debo. The young man argued that even ordinary monsters were strong here, and the boss would be even more so. The man with the red Iboru armband called the boy Captain Obvious and said that he did not expect anything more from a slave. His teammate said that this was no time for insults because the situation was serious. Then L raised his hand and said the amount was 50,000 mesos. Everyone, including Ibiru, did not understand what the guy meant. Then Palm explained that 50,000 each, and since there were 30 of them, the total amount to be paid would be 1.5 million. Without a shadow of fear and with complete calmness, he said that he and Debo would be the bait for everyone to pay 1.5 million. But he didn't warn the young man about his plans, so he thought his boss had gone completely crazy. For some reason, Iboru was angry and shouted at the young man not to be embarrassed and said that his boss was not stupid enough to agree to this. He said that when the boy was killed, all the others would follow, because slaves only get in the way at the high-level gate. Angrily pointing at Debo, the man behind him said that he did not even look like an awakened one, so the two of them were not capable of anything. This made the young man angry. Such talk irritated him greatly, even though he had no desire to be bait. Palm calmly asked Iboru about his plan, and when the man started babbling, he simply said that they would not have been gathered if he had one. He said with a smug smile that they had one second-round adventurer and one first-round adventurer. Debo looked at his hand in shock, where a circle was visible. He did not understand how it happened for a while, and thought to himself that he must have been a genius. Palm annoyed Iboru by suggesting out loud that his team had only 1 or 2 adventurers with a second circle. Suddenly, a girl intervened in their dialogue, which was filled with passive aggression. She was very afraid, so she was ready to pay, but she didn't have that much money on her. The guy easily said that it was no problem, and they could pay when they got out later, and if they died here, it would even be more profitable for them. But Palm put forward his own condition that each of the participants must agree to this. He put everyone in a difficult position and forced them to decide whether they agree or not. There was no other plan, so everyone agreed. While the monster was finishing off one of Dolan's team, L suddenly attacked him with a fire arrow. The boys wrapped bandages around their noses and mouths to create at least some kind of mask from the poisonous spores. Palm told Debo to run away as soon as the mushroom spotted them. It didn't take long for the boys to run away from the monster, which was surprisingly fast. The girl ordered the others to open the gate as quickly as possible while the bait was still alive. Everything was done quickly and smoothly, so the portal was opened without any problems, and the girl was already urging the others to get out of here. Debo got a little bit ahead, but there were already a bunch of little monsters. Recalling Iboru's insulting words, he took a swing and struck everyone with renewed vigor in one fell swoop. This second delay was enough for the monster boss to get closer to the young man. But El covered him by shooting a fiery arrow straight into the mushroom's open mouth. Palm swung the arrow again, but this time the creature dodged even the telekinesis-enhanced arrow. Debo began to worry more and more, because it was obvious that the monster was catching up with them. They ran to the cliff, and Palm ordered the young man to jump and jumped himself. Before falling down, Debo smiled because he knew that L was now shooting a fire arrow directly at the mushroom. When the boys got out of the water, Debo complained about the mushroom that nearly killed him. He was breathing heavily and complaining about the nonsense that was happening around him. Palm calmly squeezed out his clothes and said that they should prepare better for the hunt. The young man didn't understand anything anymore because now his boss was talking as if they were going to destroy the thing. But L confirmed that he had understood everything correctly. He dismissed his partner's claims because that was what they had come here for. Debo shouted that it was before they learned about the power of the mushroom and hinted at a tactical retreat. Besides, once you pass through the gate, it's closed forever. He believed that since they had managed to stop being bait, they should run away and did not understand how Palm was going to defeat the boss if he himself said that his arrows did not work. El said that the situation had changed and that since their competitors had withdrawn, everything was fine and they would receive a bonus. Looking down at him, he asked what had happened and whether the young man wanted to break the contract. The young man was a little confused and began to nervously refuse, scratching the back of his head, but he felt that he should pay more. First of all, he wanted to know how to defeat someone who is not impressed by ranged or melee attacks. He was not in a hurry to risk his life for nothing. Looking seriously at his completely calm boss, he asked if she was even capable of defeating him. On the other side of the portal, Ibis met the participants and was surprised that they returned too quickly for this level. The man immediately began to ask the girl named Joubert how everything went because he noticed that several people were missing, including PLM. She reported a failure. Dolan's team was destroyed, and L and his friend were still there, and they only escaped because the guys were bait. The bearded man got nervous after the girl said that they would not be able to cope with that boss on their own. He was furious that they ran away without doing anything, but Joubert insisted that they could not do anything about the poisonous mushroom. The man turned around and said they were retreating. The whole plan to get witnesses to Palm's force failed. The girl stopped him because the portal was still open, which meant that the boys were still alive. Without turning around, the man said that their death was only a matter of time because the boss was infected with a poisonous mushroom. He did not forbid everyone else to wait, but he left, citing a pile of work. Ibis was angry at the situation because he thought the guy was just a fool who was just unlucky, and he was just waiting for something from him in vain. It was obvious that the second-round adventurers were not able to defeat the mushroom, but he did not need such lowlifes. He wanted to see only those who would overcome difficulties and make the impossible possible. Meanwhile, El Palm was starting a mushroom hunt on the other side of the portal. This boss is much faster and more resilient than the others, and it has a poisonous element, so you can only attack it from a distance with the strongest techniques. Palm's current fire arrow wasn't strong enough, but if you speed up its rotation with telekinesis, its piercing power will increase. He was inspired to do this by a bullet. It's a skill only he can use in the Wedge world, and he calls it revolver. It makes the impossible possible, and after passing 100 trees, this attack hit the mushroom. He tried to pierce the head where the cannonball was with one shot and missed slightly. This annoyed Al a bit. It was not easy to change the direction of the revolver, especially since he was shooting from a very long distance. However, the biggest problem was reloading, so we had to deal with the monster before it got to the top. The mushroom was approaching quickly, so Palm gave the command, and Debo pulled the rope over which the mushroom tripped and fell into the marsh. The creature roared loudly at the mountain, but was suddenly attacked by a halberd. He wounded the mushroom, and it released poisonous spores, and Debo just defiantly lured him with his finger. Now, having lured it into the swampy area, they were able to deprive the monster of its main weapon, because the basis of hunting was to deprive the opponent of his strongest abilities. Debo teased the mushroom by saying that it was upset because its spores were killed. The next moment, he swung his halberd, which was extended by a rope, and hit the creature directly. The guys lured the mushroom into the swamp not only to close the pores, this place is the worst for fast monsters. In its attempts to move, the creature realized that it was a bit difficult, and a moment later, an arrow hit it. Debo peered into the column of steam to see if the monster had died, and to his great regret, he saw the silhouette of a living mushroom. El shouted to his partner to aim for the colonel in the head. The guy was well aware of this, but the next time he swung his halberd, the mushroom grabbed his weapon. The mushroom pulled on the rope, and the young man was suddenly saved by Palm with telekinesis by throwing him a log, which he was able to grab and let go of the rope. The log itself hit the mushroom, but of course it didn't hurt it, so Debo decided to kick it once more on the cap. The young man picked up his halberd and landed on a driftwood in the swamp. Suddenly, the boy began to run very fast around the monster, jumping from stone to stone. El began to raise the marsh waves with his telekinesis, blocking the view around him. The monster thought it saw the silhouette of a guy with a halberd, so the mushroom randomly stuck out its hand and destroyed the water wall. He eagerly reached out with his claws to catch the young man and was surprised when there was no one there. But behind him, a halberd was inexorably approaching, and in a moment, it separated the mushroom's cap from its stem. Debo was very tired after the fight, and breathing heavily, he gave his boss the thumbs up. El smiled happily as he looked down at the worthy work of his hired hand. Suddenly his eyes were filled with horror as he saw the mushroom behind the young man begin to swing at him, even without his head. Before Palm could warn the boy, the monster threw him into the swamp in one fell swoop. The mushroom without its head cap burst into loud bursts of laughter. If it had a gaze, it would have directed it at the young man on the rock. El could not understand what was happening because he was sure that Debo had taken the monster's head off. He fired at the monster at random, but of course it didn't have any effect. Something had gone wrong. In order to get a better look at the body of the mushroom, Palm lifted it with the help of telekinesis, directing his strength to the water. Obviously, it was a bad idea because the monster jumped off the pole and started climbing up the mountain to the young man. The guy had only one arrow left. There was no more time, and shooting at random was pointless. Suddenly, Debo came to downstairs and began to shout loudly that he had already been eaten by the mushroom. He threw his halberd with fierce force, cutting the mushroom's body in half. The young man was starting to get excited when the lower half of his fur coat slipped into the water, and suddenly he realized something was wrong. The fact is that the upper part continued to climb uphill as if nothing had happened. An anxious guy shouted downstairs to his boss that it was dangerous. L fired. It was his last chance, but he missed, and the fire passed the mushroom's body. Then, in the middle of the remains of the body, a real, creepy monster head appeared. The young man did not show any surprise on his face, but thanked that the monster had finally revealed its real head. Debo noticed that Al had a gun in his hand, so the previous shot was just a distraction, and he saved the real last arrow for later. Now that all the cards have been revealed, Palm was able to deal the final fatal blow to the annoying monster. The monster flew several meters down, fell to the ground, and exploded, creating a large purple cloud of poisonous gas. Debo stood a few meters away and said that this mushroom was a scumbag until the very end. Suddenly, he was saved by L by pulling the rope with his telekinesis. The guy was immensely grateful to him because he thought he was dead. The young man kept asking if it was all true, and the boss confirmed it and praised him. Palm said that they would just take the mana stone after the poison dissipated, but suddenly something flew past them. It was the remnant of a mushroom body that suddenly popped up from the bottom and scattered poisonous spores around it. In the center of his body, a core with a mana stone glowed brightly. Debo started laughing. It was hard to tell if it was the effect of the poison or nervous laughter. Meanwhile, in Abbas's office, Rakan was mocking him for simply leaving after all the participants except Al had left. He laughed merrily, saying that time goes by and nothing changes. The bearded man expressed his fears, saying that the case should be better left to the Knights of Cygnus. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and Abbas barked because he asked them not to disturb anyone. The person on the other side of the door did not wait for approval, and simply announced that he was coming in. The man started to get angry, but as soon as he saw the visitor, his anger gave way to surprise. On the doorstep stood El Palm, tattered from a hard battle, and firmly declared that he was back. Rakan broke into his terrifying smile, which showed his interest in what was happening. While Ibis was standing there, the shocked man decided to tease him a little with questions about whether he was dead, and he saw that he was so frozen. Rakan introduced himself and said he was glad to meet him, and expressed his admiration for the young man's survival skills. He also added that they need more of them in the Gapor trade union. El bowed politely and thanked him for his praise. The man thought to himself that he really liked this politeness of the guy and decided to ask only one question. With a sly smile, he asked if the young man would be able to demonstrate his survival skills in a portal for 100 people. The young man reacted quite calmly, not at all afraid, saying that it would not be easy. For some reason, Rakan did not like this answer very much, and the smile instantly disappeared from his face. Then Ibis erupted in anger like a volcano because the boy had spoken so boldly to the master. He reminded him that he had not made the young man an adventurer, so that he would turn his nose up at him, and that he had a debt. Rakan began to smile again, continuing Al's phrase that a portal for 100 people is not easy, but not impossible. The man said he didn't like to take shortcuts and asked Palm directly what he wanted. When El met with Debo after the meeting with the gentleman and told him about his demands, the guy splashed his beer around in surprise. Such a strong reaction was due to the fact that the young man asked for 5 million mesos per person, and for the two of them, it was 10 million. El looked at Debo with a cold, angry look because he was wet from the beer the boy had spat out. Slamming his glass on the table, the young man asked if his boss was overreacting, because he could have been refused because the money was not small. Wiping himself with a napkin, Palm said that he did not care and that they should decide and sort it out themselves. Debo believed that the guy was too calm because if it didn't work out, they would have problems with Ibis. Their conversation was interrupted by someone coming up behind them and reproaching them for cooling off. It was Iboru who said that it was difficult for them to keep up with the others. Joubert stood silently next to him. Debo immediately flared up and started shouting that this was not the way to talk to rescuers, and even suggested going outside and starting a fight. But suddenly a man and a girl bowed to him and apologized. He apologized for doubting their abilities because of his misjudgment. As an adventurer, he was ashamed of himself, so he apologized again. After apologizing profusely, they handed him a bag of money. They even added a little to the amount as a token of their apology. Without turning around, Ella calmly said that there was no need to be too grateful because they had agreed on everything. They were paid for the work they did, so he suggested forgetting about gratitude. And finally, without even looking them in the eye, he told them not to be misled. Debo got a little angry because he started rejoicing too soon, and now he has to recount everything. Palm turned around and asked the man with the red bandage if his name was Ibira. He called him a pirate and asked if the man could do the job he was being paid for. Meanwhile, Ibis was shouting that he couldn't give Al 10 million mesos, something that could only be done by third or fourth circle adventurers. He did not argue that the young man was the best candidate, but if he was allowed to do so, he would be overwhelmed. He believed that the boy was testing the waters and offered to discuss his fee again. Suddenly, Rakan shocked the bearded man by saying that the young man could have asked for twice as much. Without explaining anything, the man handed the one-eyed man a paper and told him to read it. While he was reading, Kakan said that they would only send the El Palma group on this raid. Abis thought to himself what a team of two could do. But what he saw on paper shocked him, and he could not believe that what he read was true. Rakan laughed, expressing hope that the information was true because he had paid for it. The papers talked about some dark genie. He was a threat to them. Rakan handed Ibis a pen, and with a stern look ordered him to sign and not to indulge in vain hopes, because the battle had already begun. A bunch of adventurers who came here for the sake of adventures outside the gate stretched out near the sturdy portal for 100 people. While they were waiting, they set up camp and sat around the fire talking to each other. Suddenly, El approached. Debo wondered how his terms had been agreed to at all. Palm had advised him not to get too excited and not to relax, but the boy already considered himself an experienced adventurer. Debo did not like the atmosphere in front of the gate. They were accepted as another addition. A man named Shulden, who was an E-class adventurer, stood up and kindly extended his hand to greet me. El Palm, as always, simply introduced himself without emotion as a C-class adventurer. The man was very surprised, because this gate was not supposed to let anyone higher than the owners of the two circles through. He did not understand how a C-class person could be sent on a mission and suddenly be interrupted by a girl. She asked Shulden to leave the young men alone because they had a previous agreement with them. The man turned around and rudely asked if they had an alliance, and El just walked past him. In fact, back in Abyss's office, Palm was given an assignment and did not understand why he had to do it. But the bearded man didn't want to hear any questions. He just wanted the boy to follow orders. In this raid of 100 people, their trade union joined forces with the Knights of Cygnus. The Knights of Cygnus were the most powerful organization that followed the teachings of Empress Cygnus. As a symbol of power, she expressed interest in raiding the gates. Since the gates were crowded with the best adventurers, the trade union agreed to the alliance so they had a better chance of success even if the knights were only cadets. The man was sure they had ulterior motives, but the conditions offered were very good, so they agreed to cooperate. Palm decided that he understood Abbas and said that it was okay if they worked together. But the man said it was not that simple. He thought the knights were a bit strange. A white-haired and blue-eyed girl named Kira introduced herself as the head of the Knights of Cygnus cadets and emphasized that the boys should not think they would be wandering around outside the gates unattended. The girl immediately turned Debo against herself when she said she didn't like being made to feel bad and advised the boys to just obey orders. She then asked sternly if they were the only ones Gaypor had sent and received an affirmative answer. The girl sighed heavily. Such a meager number of adventurers looked like the desperation of the union. Other mercenaries from the trade unions began to arrive. The Dig Chamber of Commerce sent a team of Crocus led by a masked man. The Mardia trade union was represented by Kubl's team, a man whose face was carved with experience. Debo was surprised at how quickly things changed with the influx of merchant unions. Suddenly, 3 girls with bright red hair approached. They are the 3 sisters Natalia of the Goldrick Trade Union. Kira crossed her arms over her chest, a little annoyed by the self-confidence of the red-headed girls. The surrounding noise was interrupted by a red-haired man asking everyone to pay attention to him. He introduced himself as Longko. He was their bodyguard, so to speak, supporting them on their way out of the gate. Certain rules of the community had already been told to the adventurers, and the man decided to repeat them once again. Legendary items do not belong to the person who found them. All rights belong to the community, so payment will be made on the basis of a contract, but adventurers can take the mana stones for themselves. Longko warned that if anyone is caught stealing, they will fight his team of B-class adventurers. Debo was frightened to notice that they all had a 5th circle, which meant they were many times stronger than him. That was the end of the chatter, and everyone took their positions in front of the portal. Kira ordered us to follow her. The girl was going to lead everyone to success. Debo didn't like it and questioned why they should work with her. El looked at the portal and rejoiced. He had to work hard to get there. He had never passed through this gate before, but failure was unacceptable because it was where it all began. Palm urged the young man on, and the boy still grumbled indignantly that he would not lift a finger if their companions were killed. Kubel walked ahead of everyone, making sure that everyone followed him. Debo looked around and marveled at the giant grass that surrounded them. The girl was strict with him and told him to keep up, reminding him that this was not a walk. The young man could no longer contain his anger and asked his boss if they would really allow him to be treated like that. When the boy turned around, he saw his commander falling to the ground. He didn't understand what Palm was doing, so he assumed that the boy was probably praying, and he actually listened. Suddenly, everyone heard a strange noise followed by a column of thick field dust. The adventurers were being run at by ribbon pigs. There were more than 1,000 of them. Kira quickly got her bearings and shouted for everyone to scatter because not all the teams had even entered yet. This puzzled everyone because it was a tacit rule not to attract attention at the entrance, and the girl's scream clearly violated. Some team invited the guys from El Nido to run away with them, but they kindly refused and headed in the other direction. The pigs quickly ran out of the piles onto the path and immediately headed for the Knights of Cygnus. Kira commanded her men to go to the forest, where there were many obstacles, and hunt monsters from there. Suddenly, one of the knights told the girl that they had a problem because the adventurers from Gapor had disappeared. The guys were completely safe and enjoyed the fresh evening breeze. Debo finally breathed freely without Kira's pressure and asked his boss how he had even realized that the pigs were coming. From experience, the young man knew that such plains are usually full of monsters that hunt in packs. Although ribbon pigs are 2 meters long and ferocious, they often hunt in packs of hundreds or even thousands. Although it is difficult, they can be overcome. The others had to understand this too, but the guy assumed that they would not want to spend their energy right away, because there was no telling what monsters they might encounter next, since such a portal is unlikely to contain only pigs. By the time they returned to the gate, the raid on the gate of the Sleepy Forest by 100 people had ended in defeat because all the adventurers had been killed. El said almost none of this out loud, so the young man asked him what he was thinking about. Without looking at his feet, Debo hooked the rope from the trap, and in a moment, the rake rose from the ground like a rake on which sharp logs had been stepped on. Palm managed to drag away the guy who was indignant that some idiot had even thought to put a trap here. Other teams at that time also began to fall into various traps. The team led by Crocus suffered an unexpected log in their direction, but the burly bald man skillfully chopped it in a second. For him, these pastes were like toys created by an amateur. His brothers had already finished with the other traps, and this deck was the last one. The bald man's name was Babel, and Crocus asked him to remain vigilant. Although the traps were primitive, they were still fatal. The man concluded that if enemies imitate human methods, they must be clever. Only hobgoblins have this level of intelligence. They are not easy to deal with, so they are equated to Red Gate bosses. Crocus said that it would be very difficult in this portal, and if everyone here is not an adventurer of his level, the only thing that awaits them is death. The man was going to take advantage of the situation and told the team to follow him. He turned around to remind them to make sure they didn't forget anything, and saw Babel's head fall. The heads of the team members fell one by one, and their bodies followed. Very quickly, the commander of the house team, Dig, was also beheaded. The man who did it mocked Crocus's self-confidence. A man sitting on the field was glad that someone had thought to use pigs to distract the people who were coming in. He didn't know who did it, but he was very grateful to him because now he could start his plan. Behind him stood the red-headed girls. He was a little annoyed by what he had to do, but because of the lack of time, he decided to get down to business. The man immobilized the girls with magic, so they were defenseless for 30 minutes. With great difficulty and dripping with sweat from fear, one of the girls asked why he was doing this. The man was surprised by this because thanks to his magic, they wouldn't even have to talk. He saw the girl as a danger, so he just decided to get rid of her right away. The red-haired girls were even more frightened when they saw their sister being taken away before their eyes. The man sat down near the body and scratched his chin, noticing that it was really hard to say why he was doing it. Suddenly, he had an idea how to explain it and lit his magic staff. He began to laugh uncontrollably and said that it was all for the sake of the black magician. The last thing the girls saw before their deaths was a fiery arrow rapidly approaching them. The man sighed heavily when he finished the job, but it was only the beginning. He was so tired that he decided to take a rest. He remembered how he had come to his blonde, burly boss and obediently listened to his orders. Finally, The time had come for which they had been waiting with bated breath and hiding, building up and spreading their power. Turning around, the man concluded his speech by saying that it was time to reap the benefits. He handed the sorcerer a feather of fire and said that it was a gift from a man whose name they did not mention, but only hinted that they knew who it was. It was hanging around his neck and was a motive that after such a gift you can't lose. Inspired by the gift, he went on to think about what he should do. At night, Elle and her assistant found the wooden fortress of the hobgoblins. They watched from the corner, but at the sight of a bunch of monsters who also had intelligence, Debo began to panic, trying to shout and whisper at the same time. He asked Palm if all these monsters were bosses, but the boy had already explained to him that there was only one boss. The numbers were not a problem, but the strength and endurance could have caused a lot of difficulties. In addition, they appropriated the weapons of the dead adventurers. He scared Debo even more by saying that some creatures are able to use skills through objects. The guy was whispering again, making sure he understood his boss correctly and that they were going to go off together to fight the army of adventurers. Elle finished him off by praising him for his wit. He stammered and remembered Kira and wanted to find her very badly. Palm thoughtfully reminded him that he had wanted to get rid of them, but that was before Debo had learned about the monster army. In the night forest, the hobgoblins were calmly walking to their fortress. Suddenly, Debo jumped out at them with his fiery halberd. In the moment, he was angry with Al because he did not intend to deal with everything on his own when he refused the patronage of the knights. A fight broke out between the boy and the goblin, a halberd against a bare fist. The monster did not manage to capture the nimble young man, but the boy could not properly hit the creature. Dodging a fist that was close enough, the young man swung his weapon and finally hit the goblin with the sharp end. Then he switched to the second monster that was there, but at the last moment the creature slipped out of the way. While the boy was wondering, a strong fist was already approaching him and knocked him back a couple of meters. Debo hit his back against a tree and grumbled out of anger at the too lively monster. The goblin didn't wait long and started attacking again, but the young man slipped out of the way. He managed to use his own speed, and this time he separated the creature's arm. But the next moment, they grabbed him by the head and began to twist him like a toy. But the young man managed to free himself and twist the arm of the hateful creature. He accelerated in anger and dealt a fatal blow to the last hobgoblin. While stretching his sore muscles after the battle, Debo complained to Al that he thought he could help him. Palm said he hadn't seen the need for that, but now he knew they could be defeated. Debo refuted his assumption because he was now even more worried. If it was full of such creatures, it was dangerous. Suddenly, they came across a team of knights, but they were all dead. Looking at the bloody field, the boy could not understand what had happened here until he suddenly saw someone. One knight who was still conscious was sitting near the tree, bleeding to death. Elle asked anxiously what had happened and if the hobgoblins were attacking them. But there were no hobgoblins anywhere near there, and the whole massacre was caused by a meeting with trolling. Abbas was sitting in his office as usual, smoking a cigarette, putting together everything he knew and not being able to make sense of it. Trolling was the name given to groups that use the features of the gate and an understanding of the situation inside to attack adventurers. Before that, the gate disappears with all the evidence of their crimes. But this battle would have to be without a winner. It's hard enough for them to rob a complex gate with a small number of people, and after that, they won't be able to avoid suspicion even if they manage to clear the gate. The man assumed that someone was planning to get rid of the elites of the trade unions. If this is true, they cannot avoid a big battle, because in case of information leakage, none of the unions will go for such a gamble. Debo was shocked and waited for his boss to confirm whether he had understood everything correctly, and Elle confirmed it. There was no sign of Lady Kira around, and this could mean only one thing. The surviving knight blamed himself for the fact that the enemy could hide among them. Palm did not understand why a member of the Knights of Cygnus would engage in trolling. Now the order to disperse at the portal when the pigs attacked seemed to be part of her plan. The wounded young man was crying as he recounted the events that happened to them in that forest. Before she finished, Kira told us that she was a follower of a dark magician. Elle seemed unperturbed, but Debo was clearly affected by the information he had heard. 800 years ago, a dark wizard, being a transcendent with his many followers, threatened the Maple World. 6 heroes appeared to stop him. The course of the Battle of Bolihad changed when the heroes and the Dark Wizard were sealed. Then the Allied forces launched a counterattack against the confused army of his followers and completely defeated them. Every inhabitant of the Maple World knew this story. Debo could not believe that Kira was a follower of a dark magician. Elle sadly concluded that it was a bad time to hunt monsters. They offered the wounded knight to join them, but warned him that they would have to fight the girl when they came across her. Although the young man was wounded and unable to fight, this was exactly what he expected. Meanwhile, Lady Kiri was running for her life, having been shot by 2 men on the road. They greeted each other pleasantly and said that they had been waiting for her. It was the mage who had destroyed the red-headed girls and another guy who had destroyed Crocus's team. The man expressed his assumptions that the girl had dealt with the pen and said that the herd of pigs had been good for them, so now they could finish it off. He also asked if she had received a gift, but Kira pulled out a sword and asked who they were. Meanwhile, Debo and the wounded man were walking through the forest. The boy gently suggested that the knight take his time if he was in great pain, but the warrior replied that everything was fine. The young man calmed the wounded man down by saying that his boss was good at finding people, so they would meet the girl soon. Smiling and looking directly into his eyes, the knight replied that it was good and prepared a knife. In the field, the girl bravely fought with unknown men who shot her. The magician watched and was pleased because Kira fought well, so he praised her, saying that such people should be knight commanders. He wondered how long the girl would last. Meanwhile, the knight began to use the magic of her sword. The white-haired young man decided that it was time to finish and attacked the young lady from above, but this did not take her by surprise. She quickly deflected his attack and was ready to strike the fatal blow herself. Realizing that his death was imminent, the young man screamed for her to stop, and Kira did not hesitate to strike the last blow. Breathing heavily and with fury in her eyes, she said that the unknown persons had to tell about their plans, or they would die. The magician did not like this situation and ordered the other boys not to stand there, but to finish the job. The 3 boys happily rushed at the girl, obeying the sorcerer's orders. But before they could harm her, her defender killed all 3 of them in one fell swoop. Kira did not expect to see him. Debo turned out to be her protector. When they were walking through the forest and the young man was supporting the wounded knight, he suddenly pulled out a knife. With a wild smile, he told me to say hello to Kira when they met. But he did not have time to harm the young man. A fiery arrow flew past him and prevented him from harming the boy by separating the knight's arm. Elle came out of the ambush and looked indifferently at the wounded man, who was screaming from the pain of losing his arm. Debo looked at his boss with incomprehension and asked why he was suddenly like this. Palm did not comment on anything, only said that it was not surprising, and the knight was a bad actor. Pointing his fiery staff at the pagan, he ironically apologized for not trusting people. On the field, the sorcerer was surprised because he had not expected the unexpected guests. One of the magician's servants, William, said that this boy was from the Gapur trade union. If he survived, it meant that Knight Pitten was a coward, incapable of suicide, although he was given a chance to atone for the loss of Lady Kira. The sorcerer looked at the boy and the girl and was a little bit afraid because of their power. Given this factor, he had to send his elite into battle. Kira loudly tried to warn Debo about the danger of these guys, but the young man was not afraid of them. He just gripped his halberd tighter and smiled. William gave the command to attack. Debo left the girl with only one and decided to deal with the others on his own. The first attacker had to retreat because he couldn't get close to the guy because of his weapon, but Debo quickly got him. It was pointless to dodge the blow. The young man even began to complain that the attack was too weak. Suddenly, Kira's fiery arrow flew next to him and almost hit him. Debo turned in her direction and insultingly shouted that she was a little coward, thinking that the arrow was meant for him. But he quickly realized that he was mistaken because he was insidiously attacked from behind. The young man felt pain in the area of his right shoulder blade and stated that he had been slightly hit. The attacker tried to attack again and this time said that he would put the guy out of his misery. The girl fought off her attacker, but out of the corner of her eye she looked at Debo and did not understand what he was doing. Quickly getting behind his attacker, the young man explained that he was just playing along. The next moment, with an elegant movement, he took the life of his daring attacker. In the place of one, another immediately appeared in an attempt to avenge his friend, but Debo easily dodged the spear. And the next moment he attacked him himself, throwing him back a couple of meters. The attacker was amazed by the young man's strength. A moment later, his partner flew past him, and the girl pushed him away with a simple kick. Kira's eyes shone with fury and confidence, and she ironically asked why these guys were called the elite. At this point, William lost his patience and decided to intervene and end the case, because he had already spent too much time with them. Debo was surprised to see that the sorcerer also wielded fire arrows. And the one that flew straight at him was also several times faster than his boss. There was no time to react, and the next moment a large explosion was heard in the tall grass field. The magician was laughing at the boy because he let his guard down when he saw the familiar magic, but nothing would have helped him anyway, because his arrows were on a different level. The field was smoking after the explosion, and the smug man thought that now he could start clearing the gate. But suddenly, when the smoke cleared, he saw that the guy was alive and Elle was with him. Shocked, William asked the young man who he was. Palm said he was another guest and pointed somewhere with his telekinesis finger. Suddenly, a ribbon pig ran out of the field and onto the path, straight for the magician and his assistant. Elle led the pig with telekinesis. The men only turned their heads in surprise, and the next moment, a pack of pigs walked over them. William started breathing heavily and was angry that the pigs had been dumped on them and fled. He barked loudly at Harold, and the boy immediately began apologizing to his master for having just finished with the pigs. There was no time to regroup, so the man ordered them to run after the fugitives. If by some miracle they got out of the gate, they would be in trouble. Remembering the palm tree, the wizard thought that it looked creepy. His subordinates found some traces. He gave the order not to let the guy with the cloak out of his sight. The sorcerer wanted to deal with him himself. The herald was worried about his master's intentions to deal with the young man on his own, who also seemed unusual. But William reminded him who he was worried about. There was no one stronger than a wizard in that gate. Debo was in a good mood and laughed at the reaction of the thieves to the pigs. Palm quickly slowed him down by saying that those guys would not die easily and reminded him to watch his step because the area was full of traps. The young man said that he remembered the traps and asked why his boss didn't just end them, since he could have timed it right and finished the job. Elle calmly said that the sorcerer was stronger than him. Debo stopped in his tracks, in disbelief. Palm walked calmly, blowing out the fire arrow that was aimed at his assistant. At that moment, Al's fire arrow was of little use and barely deflected the direction of the other arrow. Debo nervously tried to turn it into a joke and asked his boss not to joke like that, but he was actually very worried about what he had heard. Only when Palm said he wasn't joking did the guy realize that they had really just run away. Elle untied his sleeve and saw that his circle had expanded to its limit. Debo didn't really understand what that meant. The young man explained that the thicker the circle, the greater the difference in speed and power of the same spell. Since he was on the peak of the second circle, they should be on equal footing. However, William's magic defied logical explanation. If he entered the gate, he must be a magician of the same circle, but his skills were somehow stronger. Elle frightened the boy by saying that the sorcerer was now the strongest adventurer among them. In a panic, Debo suggested using the tactic of pigs on the goblins, but this is not an option, because the goblins will feel that they are enemies and use it against them. The guys were distracted from their thoughts by Kira, who finally spoke after a long time of silence. The girl emphasized that the follower of the Dark Wizard was hiding among the knights. This is extremely important information on which the fate of the Maple World depends. That's why we had to get out of there as soon as possible and refuse to clear the portal. But Elle said it was useless, surprising Debo and angering Kira. The girl got angry and called Palm a former slave and asked if he was still so eager for a reward. But the guy calmly replied that nothing would happen if she warned everyone from the outside. It was not the best way, and she was simply underestimating the enemy. His followers have been hiding for 100 years, building up their strength. When they are revealed, they will only go deeper into hiding and become pests that destroy the Maple World from within. Kira attacked the guy and started shouting that he was doing something wrong and demanded that he tell them what to do and to shut down if he doesn't have a plan, because they are being chased and they should run away before they are caught. The guy calmly took the girl by the hand with which he was holding his collar and said that they had to show who the real hunters were. A man with a scar on his eye and long hair commanded the sorcerer's assistants and ordered them to find company before they left, otherwise they would be finished. As if out of nowhere, Debo attacked him, greeting the man with a gentle smile. At the last moment, the man managed to dodge and the halberd passed a few centimeters above his head. The owner of the cheat sheet decided that he would finish what he had started, and since the boy had come to them himself, he would definitely deliver the fatal blow this time. But someone cut the rope, and the boy, whose name was Andros, was suddenly hit by a wooden log. Kira cut the rope that triggered the trap set by the hobgoblins. Debo said that he was missed and enthusiastically swung his weapon. However, the long-haired man managed to dodge and had already decided to kill the boy with a knife. But the young man suddenly dodged. The knife could only lightly scratch his cheek. Instead of using a weapon, the guy just started beating him with his bare hands. While the man was shocked at being beaten up, a girl with a crossbow was sitting in the ambush and taking aim. But she was also not destined to work in peace because Kira jumped on top of her. She barely managed to dodge the knight's sharp sword because she was not prepared for close combat. She defended herself against the last blow with a crossbow, but Kira finished her off with a fierce stare, demanding that she look at her and emphasizing that she was already angry about what was happening. With a heavy sigh, the sorcerer stated that it looked like everyone had already started their work. He asked the ale in front of him if they were waiting for them. He was really curious. Palm did not answer, but only looked at his opponent in silence. After a second's pause, the man suggested that they begin, and the magicians activated their fiery staffs. William, of course, used his fire arrow, but Ella reacted quite calmly. Keeping his balance, he simply began to run away from the blow, accelerating with telekinesis. On the run, he began to attack the sorcerer with his fiery arrows. The man was looking at the approaching fire like a madman and assessing it as wonderful. It is unclear whether Elle hit him, but the fire from the impact was strong, even developing wind and heat in the direction of the young man. Before the smoke and ash had cleared, something flew in the guy's direction. Palm, of course, dodged, but was surprised to see a simple stone flying in his direction. The sorcerer himself was already behind him and asked with a sneering smile if that was all the boy could do. Swinging his staff, he used a fire arrow at close range. A fire broke out in the forest from the fierce battle, and William's silhouette was visible in the flames. But on the other side was a living El Palm. The sorcerer could not believe it. It was impossible to neutralize his arrow. He laughed, calling the situation a surprise because he knew that the young man would not have been strong enough to repel the attack. The man was asking a rhetorical question about how this happened, and the boy was just looking him in the eye in silence. William noticed that the young man was not talkative, but that was okay, because they could not talk in the midst of battle. The magician decided not to wait for an answer but to find out for himself, and attacked the boy again. This time he saw what the young man was doing to stop the attack. He spun the arrow with telekinesis, and it pierced the sorcerer's attack like a drill. He had never seen anything like it. The man couldn't believe it, but the boy used telekinesis to enhance his own magic. Now it was clear to him that Elle was one of the so-called geniuses. The man smiled and said that he hated them the most. He wanted to have fun and invited the boy to show him what he could do. Another arrow flew at Palm, but he defended himself against it by assembling a wall of stones with telekinesis. Of course, it would not have withstood the strong magic of the sorcerer, so the young man simply defended himself to escape. William began to tease him as if he hadn't invented anything better than hide and seek, but the man with telekinesis sharply shot an arrow and did not even have time to realize what was happening and barely dodged it. The next moment, it quickly turned around and flew back toward the sorcerer, and so, twisting like a rope in different directions, the arrow chased the magician, who barely had time to dodge. When his veins became swollen, he became angry and decided it was time to end it and shot the young man. Then, the palm tree used its crown arrow in the form of a revolver, and there was a big explosion from the collision of magic. William laughed evilly, because he knew that now the guy had used both shots and was approaching from behind with a green ring that activated on his finger. After taking in a lungful of air, the man breathed green poisonous gas. Such magic was quite useful, but it left him defenseless while he was preparing it. The man began to discuss the boy's telekinesis and fire abilities out loud. He assumed that the guy thought he was going to attack him when he guessed the time of reloading the fire arrow. Now Palm was immobilized for 30 minutes. The sorcerer's arrow was also reloading, so he decided to finish the boy off with a dagger. This was William's favorite part, and he was dancing with anticipation. He licked the knife and wondered with a crazy look on his face what the boy's desperation would look like in his last moments. And while the man got carried away with his fantasies, El Palm attacked him with his fists. The magician did not expect that his face would collide with the boy's fist, and flew several meters away from the blow. When Ibaru and Joubert brought the money for the work to the bar, the man stayed to drink with Debo and asked about their success. He was interested in how they managed to overcome the poison of the mad mushroom. The man said that the boss had already left and even offered to pay for the guy's drink. But the young man just laughed, saying that there was no point in it because Ibaru would not succeed anyway. El called it a room. When Debo thought he had sucked all the poison out of the palm nuts, it was a skill that drew in and held air with telekinesis. Now the young man was demanding beer for his story. The man just sat there and then revealed that it was a scam, and the boy did not argue that his boss was a real fraud. Palm beat the crap out of William by amplifying his punches with telekinesis. After he had beaten the man badly, he threw him away by force and took up his staff of fire. Finally, he struck the sorcerer with a fatal blow. His arrow even passed through the tree to which the man flew. The magician's body was mangled, but he was conscious and incredibly full of rage. He decided to spend his last strength on using his poisonous breath. The boy calmly used his room skill. The young man realized that it was all an act, and the man was pretending to be crazy and actually up to something. Since the poison breath didn't work, he would definitely want the staff back. He decided that he would be done with it right then and there. But suddenly, his back was attacked. The magician could use his powers even without a staff. He was crawling out of the flames like a madman, threatening the boy that his remains would be scattered on the trees around him. The guy was knocked back by the impact and fell to the ground, creating a crater in his flight path. He blamed himself for letting his guard down. The young man did not expect that the sorcerer had saved the fire sphere, a fatal mistake he would not have made before the regression. While the fireball was flying at him, the guy thought with regret that he had lost his grip. While finishing off his opponent, Debo noticed an explosion behind him and realized that his boss was in trouble. At that time, Kira was already dealing with Andros because she defeated the girl quickly. She told the boy to finish playing because El Pom would not be able to do without them. The girl's orders made the boy angry again. Suddenly, an arrow flew at the man who was being beaten by the boy. It was the Hoppagoblins. Debo noted with irony that it was strange that they hadn't shown up sooner. Kira said they would deal with them quickly, but the young man already knew not to underestimate them. In addition, there was a rather creepy goblin that the others carried with them on a throne. Meanwhile, William, having struck Palm with fire, sincerely hoped that the boy was finally dead. Suddenly, the man felt sick and admitted that the boy had gone too far, and even regretted not asking him his name before killing him. Suddenly, a confident voice came from the wall of fire, and a young man introduced himself and said he was El Pom. The sorcerer was furious. His veins swelled on his forehead, and he did not believe that this was possible. A young man came out of the fire with advice for the man to memorize his name, because it was the last name he would hear. The magician laughed, calling the guy a living cockroach, and said that no amount of bluffing would help him. But El decided to abandon this idea because he realized that he would not be able to defeat the sorcerer with the second round, so he got the Mana Stone. Realizing the boy's plans, William laughed out loud and said that it was not enough to absorb the Mana Stone because he had to gain insight from the experience. But the young man was not surprised by this information and calmly stated that he knew about it. The man looked at the stones being absorbed and could not believe his eyes. A third circle began to appear on the guy's arm. Palm said that he had more than enough of such garbage as experience. The sorcerer with a furious face rushed at the boy, by which time his arrows had reloaded and he was no doubt trying to use them. El just frowned and the next moment caught a fire arrow with his bare hands. In his compulsive attempts to save the situation, the man tried to use a fireball. But Palm was so strong that he easily deflected his attack with telekinesis, so the fire flew at the host. It was the end of the story. All that was left of William were his smoldering clothes, and the young man realized with a heavy sigh that he had forgotten to ask his name. The guy's partners did not fare so well, as they were hiding behind a tree. Debo was barely conscious and was supported by Kira, who thought that everything had gone wrong. At first, everything was fine, and the young man was only counting the number of monsters he had destroyed while swinging his halberd. The girl barely fought back and marveled at how easily the guy did it. Debo just laughed. He had experience and saw through the hobgoblins, so he fought them a time or two. Suddenly, a fiery explosion of magical origin was heard near them. The goblin sitting on the throne held a staff and created orbital flames. Kira didn't understand how monsters had learned to do magic, and now they were hiding behind a tree, and she was thinking about the fact that she could not have imagined that they would have to face a monster using magical objects. Now they could only wait for El in the shelter if the guy survived at all. But they did not have long to hide peacefully. The goblins quickly found them, so the company had to flee. Suddenly, a monster jumped out in front of the girl, so she threw Debo to be able to fight back. When the young man landed in Kira's arms again, she continued to run away and complain that she was not allowed to rest, and that she was able to deal with at least one of them. Suddenly, fire appeared in front of the girl, and she had time to react and change the route of escape, but she realized that she could not cope with this goblin magician. The fire hit close to them, and the burly wielder of the staff laughed out loud. The still unconscious Debo was now on his feet with a fierce face, and Kira was only surprised at his quick recovery. The next moment, without a second's hesitation, he rushed into the crowd of goblins, striking them one by one with his weapon. The main goblin with magic used fire again and seemed to hit the boy directly. Kira watched the fantastic fight with her mouth agape and in disbelief. She doubted that the young man had only one lap because he jumped out of the flames, doing a flip and trying to strike the main goblin. His halberd managed to touch the face of the main monster, but the latter struck the boy with fire in response. Debo miraculously managed to save Kira, who barely pulled the young man out at the last moment. The enraged monster, with blood running down his cheek, began to gather a huge sphere of flame. Debo could barely stand on his feet, so the girl stood in front of him and said that she would go on by herself, although in reality her sword would not have protected them against the magic. No sooner had the fire approached the company than it was enveloped by magical blue lines and directed at the sender. The stupid hobgoblin did not even realize what was happening and was laughing in the last seconds of his life. Kira, who miraculously survived, wondered what it was because it all happened so fast. Of course, it was El Plume, who arrived with his clothes burnt, but said he hadn't missed everything yet. Lonko sat and waited for the adventurers for 3 days. Although he liked the fact that he was getting paid for doing nothing, he was bored with waiting and decided to change jobs. Suddenly, he noticed that people around the portal began to fuss. At first, the man did not understand what was happening, and then it became obvious that the portal was simply collapsing. A young man with a blindfold asked to call the bishop. Lonko asked for a report on the situation. He was told that the gate had collapsed, and there were only a few survivors. They were Kira L. and Debo. Palm suddenly woke up in some room and asked where he was. Lonko was sitting across from him. He was strict and demanded that the boy listen carefully and answer honestly. The best men went on the raid, and only 3 of them returned. When asked what happened there, El was surprised to hear that only they had returned. While he was being treated, he muttered to himself that he thought the others had died. The man demanded clear answers from him, or else threatened to take his life. He said there was a demon inside. He asked for paper and a pen to draw it. He didn't know his name, but he still wanted to draw him. The man was surprised and interested at the same time. An argument broke out in the tent near the place where the portal was. They complained about what had happened because 100 of the best had left. The gate was only of the red level, so the commanders refused to believe that monsters could have blown it open. Toriel, a representative of the Sky Trade Union, complained that his cousin had gone there. But Lonko showed him Al's drawing of Hobgoblin. The man believed the boy. Then the talk started because everyone knew that hobgoblins have intelligence and can use magic items, and fighting them is equivalent to fighting an army of wizards. A man named Franco with a magnificent mustache did not believe it because he was sure that these goblins were not scary for his Natasha. Lonko didn't really understand what Goldrich was referring to. Then Franco spoke out about trolling. Everything else was meaningless unless they were attacked in the middle of the gate. There was no way to know what was happening on the other side, so it was easy to take advantage of that. However, if only 3 people survived, they had to work together. Ibis was charged with treason, but he did not want to listen to this nonsense because he was sure that his team survived because some of the members had reached the 3rd level and were stronger than the others. Franco was offended by hints that his Avenurists were worse, but he stood by the fact that he was simply stating the facts. If Gapur had such strong people, he would not be at the bottom of the ranking. The men pretended to be joking, so Abbas replied that they were just new and their rating would continue to grow. Returning to a serious tone, Franco asked if the Union had any hard evidence, to which the bearded man replied that they had not taken a single item from there, and therefore had no motive. El politely bowed to Lonko, thanking him for his treatment, but they had to leave. The man kindly asked them to take care of themselves. After the company left, a young man with an eye patch asked the commander if they would really let them go so easily, but they had already decided. The group was quietly walking through the forest and saw a snail. Kira was surprised that it actually followed them. Even when they were in the portal, the girl did not understand what the boy was waiting for. After all, they had destroyed both the magician's followers and the Hobgoblin squad. They were going to get rid of things to maim each other and leave the gate. Al's plan was indeed to defeat the goblin boss and his followers, but he was surprised by what the sorcerer had. It was a phoenix feather that increased the power of fire spells by 30%, and unlike other items, its effect was summed up. Now Palm understood the reason why the adventurers had died, and realized that it was necessary to prevent such a powerful reinforcement from being taken away. The girl reminded him that if they came out with anything other than the previously declared items, they would be suspected of trolling. Kira asked him not to be so greedy and to stick to his own plan. At that moment, they had just found a way out. Suddenly, they all noticed a cute little snail with a flower on its shell. It was a snail, like a pet. Unlike monsters, it was not aggressive at all and had a habit of sniffing and collecting objects. His sink grew larger with the number of things. This species was noticed only after the gate was opened in the guy's past life. The young man took 2 phoenix feathers out of the snail's shell, and the animal looked sweetly at its owner. Kira was shocked that El could carry it, and even knew about such creatures. The guy thought it was better to take a chance than to run empty-handed. The girl said she had followed all the guy's instructions, so now she asked him about his future plans, but he told her not to rush. If enemies have infiltrated the ranks of the Knights of Cygnus, they need to be careful with information, otherwise the enemy will lie even deeper. The guy said that someone should have come back by now, so he suggested waiting a little longer. The man was clutching a piece of paper in his hands, furious at the failure of the operation. The girl reported to the boss that the goblin boss had defeated everyone, and only those close to Gaport survived, and all suspicions of trolling fell on them. However, her doubts were dispelled by the lack of evidence. Although the mission was a failure, the criminals themselves were not exposed, so the girl asked whether to prepare for the next operation. Their plan was to kill all the participants and the monster boss. They assumed that Palm had encountered William, but he didn't mention it in the reports. His motive for keeping silent was unknown. The magician's followers were scattered throughout the unions, so it was hard to find them. They were the only ones who knew about the Dark Wizard's return and could have betrayed them at any time. The girl panicked because they were in danger and suggested that her husband disown all the members who had infiltrated each community. There was also an invitation. The man laughed, but was interested and decided to accept it, although he wanted the difficulty to be adjusted so that they would become the first 100 applicants. In his past life, Elijah lived like a living hell. He suffered from poverty, considering a decent life a luxury, and just watched his sister spend her time in agony. Since he had been a slave for a long time, he could not even catch her last moments. He met his mentor when she destroyed the entire trading estate and found him in a dungeon. At the first meeting with Aaron, he rudely told her to get lost. But later, the boy became her student and joined the team, and even became quite proficient with weapons. He and his teammates were arguing over who could deal with the enemies faster while washing dishes. She was proud of her soldiers and would praise them on occasion. One day they went to the Cave of Adventurers under the Elon's mountains. This was the little girl's tearful request. It was dangerous out there, and she couldn't go alone, so she needed Lady Aaron's help to find her brother. But the woman refused because she was not engaged in personal affairs, and could not take the girl with her because the owner of only 3 circles would interfere with them. In addition, there was no guarantee that the guy was even alive, so Aaron sent him to look for other adventurers. Debo interrupted them, saying that they were her only hope because no adventurer had been in the cave since the Day of Judgment. The guy wanted to help the girl and undertook to take care of her safety. The woman set to work. In the dungeon, they saw a body, but fortunately it was not the girl's brother, but it did not look like he had died at the hands of a monster. It looked like the young man had died a week ago, and he even looked like him to the woman. However, the next moment, the boy who had been shaking only managed to pull the girl away because a monster called Zakam began to emerge from the ground. Aran began to command the soldiers and said that she and Debo were taking the left flank. The self-confident guy smilingly thought they would finish everything soon. Everyone took turns attacking the monster, which looked more like a robot with 4 arms. While everyone was fighting, a girl named Shannon quietly went into the dungeon, the entrance to which she suddenly saw. Debo was breathing heavily after the battle. It was not for nothing that there were rumors that this monster needed to be tinkered with. Suddenly, one of the group members noticed that the girl had disappeared and started asking if anyone had seen her. A young man at the entrance to the mine noticed the girl's hairpin and could not believe that she decided to go there alone. Aran told everyone to get ready because she could feel a very strange aura coming from downstairs. Everyone immediately asked if there was anything else down there, but the woman couldn't answer for sure. She just felt something strong and dangerous. Debo bowed his head and said that he would find the girl because he was supposed to be watching her. His comrades reassured him, because even their commander said that there was something dangerous there. Suddenly, Aaron said she would go with the boy because there was something in the mine that threatened the Maple World, and she had to stop the threat. It was like a real hell down there. Boulders of stone hanging like icicles were located above the lava flow. The girl was sitting next to the body under a tree whose branches were wrapped in chains. When the company arrived, they immediately saw Shannon and noticed that she was sitting next to the body. It became clear that her brother was dead. Mentally, Debo cursed, but asked the girl to stay put. Suddenly, Shannon started smiling and saying that she knew the boy would come because he was kind and wouldn't let her down, and she couldn't turn back. The girl told the young man that Zakum means the devil's tree. Many people think that statues are Zakum, but they are only a means to an end. The real Zakum is a giant tree. She added that they would have to face the real thing. Debo could not understand what this meant at all, but Aaron understood and thanked him for the warning because she did not know he had a body. She promised the boy to cut down the tree. The woman boldly walked to the tree and advised the girl to stay away from it because she could have been crushed by accident. Suddenly, she asked me sternly if there was anything else she needed to do with her brother as a victim. Shannon took a red balloon out of her brother's pocket and explained that she had been misunderstood. Looking at the sphere and still sobbing, she said that it all started as soon as they stepped in. Zakuf used mediums, and they were not limited to statues. At that moment, Debo felt himself being pierced by a sword. Aaron managed to react and turned around just as her own ward was coming at her with a spear. The guy was leaning over and breathing heavily from his wound, asking his friend Miria what she was doing. However, when he looked into her eyes, he realized that something was wrong. In addition, she furiously claimed that the guy had killed her friends. Shannon smiled and said that it was all in vain, because in the eyes of the hypnotized, Debo and Aaron were only objects of revenge. It was time for the final act. A large stone statue began to emerge from the ground along with the fire. The company met a similar fate on the mountain. Shannon was ready to make every effort to complete the performance. The girl began to transform herself, and her eyes changed, and her hair turned white. She was ready to do anything for the dark wizard. Debo trembled in pain and held his wound, thinking that Shannon had been possessed by Zakum. Aaron shouted at the boy to hurry up and end it, because the person who attacked him was no longer Miria. The young man understood everything perfectly well, but still could not develop a friend in the current threat. The woman began to destroy everything around her, including the statue and her former subordinate. Debo blamed himself for all this because he agreed with the girl. It all happened because of him, and now he had to take the life of his friend Miria. Only when he pierced her with a halberd did she regain consciousness, touch the boy, thank him, and ask him to take care of Aaron. Meanwhile, the woman was dealing with the true body of Zakum. It was a tree with hundreds of eyes. She kept hitting him with her weapon in an attempt to cut down this wooden evil. Suddenly, the statue that had emerged before the battle began to catch the woman with its stone paws. After finishing the case, Debo joined her and encouraged her to finally finish the monster. Together, they struck the statue 100 quick blows, but the creature did not give up. Shannon, now reincarnated, stood with a sword to defend the monster and said that she had given her life to the Great One. Aran quickly dealt with her halberd and just looked at the girl's body. Now there was only a statue with red lava flowing down its arms like blood. Debo started to say that she would not let them win so easily, but suddenly he grabbed his head. Aran didn't want to believe that her favorite student would now also be subjected to the power of the trees. Debo screamed, begging the woman to spare his life before he did something stupid. It was hard for her, but Aran activated her weapon and swore and asked the guy for forgiveness. The young man recalled their first meeting and believed that such an ending was fitting for him as a punishment for his stupid behavior. Finally, he apologized to his friend. He asked the woman to hurry up, and suddenly everything became blurry, and he saw his sister Dinef and asked who brought her here. Now Debo looked at Aran with different eyes. He saw her as the culprit in his sister's death. The woman calmly told the boy not to worry, because everything would be over soon. It was in vain. The thought that his sister had been hurt by someone gave the young man furious strength. Debo attacked his teacher without a shadow of hesitation. It was difficult for the woman to dodge his attacks because the boy's feelings were heightened. The guy was swinging his halberd so fast and skillfully that Aaron was surprised. She decided to deal with him with the help of the statue and separated a piece of the stone hand that the boy was standing under. The young man miraculously managed to jump away, but fragments of stones hit him and he lost consciousness. Now the woman could safely engage with the statue of Zakum and began to attack it. She swung her weapon for the final blow, unleashing the power of the tiger. Only a moment later she noticed that Debo had climbed onto the statue's forehead and was already jumping from there to attack. Aran was angry, calling him a fool, but at the same time apologizing because she had no other chance to end Zakum. So, ignoring the boy, she directed all her destructive power and destroyed the tree. After a while, the young man came to and tried to understand what had happened. Aran, with her halberd sticking out, was smiling with joy because she thought she would not have time to say goodbye to the guy. The young man screamed in disbelief at what was happening. He was screaming because he remembered that he had begged the woman to take his life. She explained that she had already failed 800 years ago, so she was not the one who could stop the magician now, and the young man was much more talented and stronger than she was. Debo cried and said that even if he spent his whole life, he would never be like her. Aaron's last request was to take care of the maple world. She was sure that the boy would succeed. She was so confident in him because he was her only student. Willingly, the woman weakened and closed her eyes while the young man shouted at the top of his lungs to wake up. That is how the legendary warrior fell into an eternal sleep. Debo had to tell her friends the story, so he set off on his journey because he could not see a place in this world without Aran. His life was hell. He was unable to fulfill the purpose of his life that he had barely found. He was unable to repent of his sins and fulfill the requests of his loved ones. Because later he also died from an encounter with an unknown creature that destroyed him with fire. These memories of life in an alternate reality were dreamed of while he was unconscious after being wounded. When he opened his eyes, he saw his sister, who was worried about him because he was not coming to, although he had no wounds, and he was saying something in his sleep as if he was having nightmares. The young man sat down on the bed and scratched the back of his head, but did not remember a single fragment of the dream. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and the girl went to open it, although she was surprised because they were not expecting anyone. A few seconds later, Dinev called for her brother because the guests had arrived at his place. El was waiting for him on the doorstep, saying that they had to hurry up and advising him to get ready. In fact, Debo thought his boss was on vacation. He asked his boss what the change in plans was, and Palm asked him to borrow 200,000 misos. Needless to say, Debo did not like this request. Abyss called Al for a conversation and summarized the picture. They got to the base of the Hopoblins, who killed everyone, but he managed to survive by mastering a new circle. The young man confirmed everything, but the man was angry at this answer and felt that the boy was up to something. Borodan reminded him that he could receive a reward only for reliable information. He knew he needed money, but Palm calmly stated that he had made a mistake and dug into his bag and pulled out 2 million misos, saying that he would pay back the debt first. Abbas was nervous. He was shocked that the guy had so much money because they didn't pay him that much, so he found an additional source of income. The man refrained from strong emotions and said that now he was a free adventurer, so he had to sign a new contract. He asked me to name the amount and promised that he would try to satisfy it. Then El said 50 million mesos. Ibis was furious with such demands and said that no one would give such money for C-class adventurers. The young man was not going to bargain or argue, but simply stood up, saying that in that case the conversation was over. After the conversation with the man, Palm was heading somewhere with Debo, and the young man asked how the interview went. The boy calmly said that he was rejected when he heard the amount and calmly named it when the young man asked about his requests. Unable to contain his emotions at the amount, Debo asked directly if his boss had hit his head somewhere. He grumbled that the boss never consulted him and then asked about the place they were going to. It was a slum, and Debo had been there many times and always tried to get out of it. Although he didn't live in luxury now, it was still better. It was said that this used to be the most kitschy neighborhood in the city of Lys, but that's in the past because it's now a den of criminals. Now it is the worst neighborhood on Victoria Island. As the boys were walking down the alley, they were called to them by a bunch of courtesans. Suddenly, a man flew right at the boys' feet. Debo turned his head in confusion. The man, lying on the ground, looked at the offenders with anger and thought to himself that he thought everything would go like clockwork. When he realized what had happened, he guessed that there would be a fight. His former neighborhood has not changed at all. But suddenly, the man stood up and called Elle and Debo his older brothers. Pointing to some strange men, he said they had accused him of stealing and asked for help. The man began to play a theatrical performance and asked for help with tears in his eyes. Debo immediately began to react violently to this nonsense. But the foolish men thought it sounded like the truth, so they demanded 3 million maces for the man stealing their item and then selling it. The man hiding behind the young man became bolder and began to claim that the fat man did not see him stealing and was accusing the ordinary worker for no reason. Suddenly, 3 million mesos of money flew into the fat man's face. Elle told him to take the money and get out. Debo didn't understand what his boss was doing and thought he was definitely crazy. Palm only glanced sideways at the thief, called him Ralph, and ordered him to follow them. The man was confused because he could not remember meeting the young man. After leaving the scene, the man discussed business with the young men. Palm wanted to hire him. When Ralph asked him for money, he replied that he had spent it all on his ransom. When he found out that Elle did not work for anyone, the man said that he did not see any point in joining him at all. Then Debo angrily demanded the money back. Ralph boldly claimed that he did not ask anyone to pay for him, and it was their own choice. He realized that if they came for him in such a hole, they knew about his skills, so he demanded to be paid 3 million mesos for his work. Their argument was interrupted by a woman who introduced herself as Beju from the Kanya trade union and asked which of them was El Palm. Ella gave her a stern look, but let her know with a smile. Ralph was assessing the situation. It was an honor for the woman to meet the guy. She wanted to pay a more official visit, but circumstances did not allow it. The guy's skills were appreciated, especially after the last gate was cleared. She made no secret of her desire to recruit his team. Even though they would have to pass a formal test, they were offered 3 million down payment and 50 million after. Ralph was stunned by what he heard, but Elle smiled and agreed to the offer. Beju left the advance and wished them good luck and said that the raid would take place tomorrow at midnight. Debo, who was standing nearby, could not get over how lucky they were. Palm then threw the money to Ralph, saying that the contract was for a year and that he would receive the remaining 7 million after clearing the gates. Debo looked at the man and at the boss, and then back at the man, and was once again surprised by the commander's behavior. The young man was arguing out loud that Palm would just spend 10 million on some scumbag. Ella was only pushing him because they were late for their next meeting. When he saw the man they were supposed to meet, he made a disgruntled face. And then he started shouting questions about what Kira was doing here. The girl shut him up, saying that she was only fulfilling her promise. At midnight, the 4 of them set out to take the gate. It was raining, and Debo ironically declared that this was the best day for a raid. 5 groups with a total of 50 people was enough for this portal. Ralph only thought about money. For him, it was an unnecessary balance sheet that diminished his destiny. Beju greeted everyone at the portal and informed them that this gate was Orange Class. There were already 3 notches and a limit of 50 people. The woman assured me that most of them could handle it. Elle knew this place. He knew that the followers of the Kanya community would eventually contact them, but he didn't think they would come here. They had already reached this place. The young man had already defended this gate before, so everything was going according to his plan. They were reminded that all teams had to signal to regroup when they found the secondary goal. Debo didn't know what that meant, and his team started to laugh at him a little. The girl explained to him that the gate is divided into levels, and the presence of another gate means that there is a dungeon in the middle of the dungeon, or more simply, that there will be 2 raids this time. Ralph teased Debo, saying that he didn't know the boy was so green and even got nervous. Suddenly, with a sly smile, he turned to Al, saying that although he had been hired, it did not solve the question of who would be the leader of the group, and suggested choosing a commander based on his skills. Palm smiled and laughed at his eagerness, and agreed to settle the matter in reliance on his contribution to the raid. The man began to rejoice, thinking that he had caught the young man and would be able to become the head of the team. But Kira and Debo were not very happy about the deal. Finally, they began to enter the portal. Debo was excited at the thought of earning 50,000 mesos. Just before entering the gate, Ralph touched the young man, devaluing his skills because he has only one lap. The guy was tired of it and wanted to challenge the man to a fight, but he refused because he didn't do anything for free. The young man was angry that his boss had hired such a rude man and thought he would be a nuisance. Suddenly, he realized that there was already a heated fight on the other side of the portal. The monsters were called Evil Eyes. Someone was screaming in panic to run away. Someone was gathering to attack. As soon as Debo entered the portal, some unknown creature tried to devour him. The next moment, this monster was simply pushed away from the young man by Ralph with a single kick. He urged the boy to get ready. Kira couldn't believe that they had been thrown out right in the center of the monster's territory. With crazy smiles, tongues sticking out, and one eye open, the monsters ran happily at the adventurers. Elle immediately attacked them with fire. Last time they were not attacked right at the entrance, so it was different from his previous experience. The girl boldly attacked the creature, but it dodged every time and she could not catch its movements. But the monster was able to hit her with ease, and when the girl fell, they rushed at her in a pack. In one fell swoop, Kira was saved by destroying all the monsters around her. Debo could barely cope with the creatures and was impressed by their skills. Ralph also quickly dealt with the boy's monster, destroying the creature in a flash. While the young man was amazed, the man was calculating that there would be 2 for the kid and 1 for the miss. Ralph proudly showed off his 3 circles and said that he could accept gratitude right away. Kira was impressed by his abilities, even though it was unpleasant to admit it. But the third round was on a completely different level. The man continued to deal with the monsters, reasoning that their movements are chaotic, but they have nothing else. When he saw Al's fire arrow and telekinesis skills, he realized that it was enough to attract Kanya's attention. He didn't know how to fight bosses, but he was faster than him at hunting, so Ralph saw Palm as a useful character. Not everyone can come up with 50 million as a down payment, and judging by the rhetoric of the union's communication, they may pay him more in the future. In his fantasies, he could already see himself sitting on a mountain of coins and controlling these children. Hearing her husband's laughter, Kira was horrified by his behavior and assumed that he was enjoying the fight. Ralph was once again rushing towards the monster, already imagining how he would defeat it, when he was suddenly pushed away. Elle did it, and the man did not understand this act at all and thought that the boy was using cheap tricks to fight him. But the young man just said that he shouldn't be thankful. Of course, Ralph did not understand what he was supposed to be thankful for. But the next moment, arrows flew from everywhere, hitting the monsters, but if Palm hadn't pushed the man away, he would have been hit too. An unknown hooded gunman was getting rid of a dozen monsters at a time. Palm noticed the hideout of an unknown archer. He was destroying monsters indirectly, the main target being people. The unidentified man tried to understand what Elle was doing, but before he could, a fire arrow started flying at him. Ralph realized that the young man had used the monster to hide from the shooter and counterattack. Debo, who was fighting the monster, suddenly warned his boss about the danger. Then the young man turned around and saw a bunch of blue arrows flying at him from behind. There was an explosion. Kira and Debo were worried about their commander because it was unclear whether he had time to react. Palma's arm was only slightly injured, but he did not realize what happened because he was sure he had hit the target, and the attacker was instantly behind him. The girl shouted that it was dangerous here and that she had to retreat, but she didn't know where to go. Suddenly, the company began to be hit by many arrows from an unknown shooter, and there was nowhere to retreat. All the other groups were also under attack and had no better idea than to flee. But it did not help who got their arrow. Kira deflected them with her sword and managed to protect one girl who fell while trying to escape. She shouted at the chaotic runners and scolded them for their senseless behavior, advising them to run to the forest. They would have done so if they could, but the forest was teeming with a bunch of one-eyed monsters, and it was an unrealistic task to run away from the attack and fight at the same time. Suddenly, Al's fiery arrow flew past them and shattered most of the monsters. With one shot, he cleared a path to the forest. Ralph took on the role of going first. Kira urged everyone not to fumble and to move quickly along the road they had just cleared. But the massive shots did not stop. Debo started to panic that they were going to die here. Elle shot back, slightly obscuring the view of their escape, and told the young man to listen to him carefully. The unknown shooter was impressed because the boy instantly found his location and realized that Mr. Evok was worried for a reason. Pointing the arrow at Palm, he apologized and said goodbye, recognizing his true skill. The next moment, thousands of arrows flew at Elle. They ricocheted off the trees, but the young man still dodged them. The unidentified man was angry, not understanding how the magician could be so fast. Suddenly, he noticed that there were 6 people running away, and quickly realized that he was missing a halberd bearer. Before he could fully turn around, a huge explosion was already taking place behind him. Behind him stood Palm without his cloak and with his halberd. This time he saw the hit with his own eyes. When he took off his hood, Debo boasted that the undercover operation worked thanks to him. The guy was enjoying himself by stalling for time, but the next moment, he was pierced by an arrow. Turning around, Kira shouted the name of the wounded man and ran to pick him up. Palm was shocked and only had time to turn around slightly when he saw an arrow heading toward him. The shelling continued. Everyone ran as fast as they could and begged for help. This time, several more people were hit by an arrow. The girl who was running with Debo tried to speed up the others, but suddenly she was shot in the leg and fell down with the boy. When the next arrow was flying at them, which was supposed to finish them off, Ralph suddenly appeared. He picked up the young people in both arms and joked that he did not think he would become a father because it was such a hassle. The unknown shooter continued his chase, convinced that they would not be able to escape. Ralph ran where Palm told Debo to go. Of course, he grumbled, because he didn't like to take orders from the boy. So, the man expressed his disagreement in every possible way, but he did it because he had no plan. When the three of them reached the right spot, they were shocked by what they saw on the lawn. The secondary gate was located there. The man was furious at the thought that El Palm knew where to look for them. He was glad that at least he could survive. They were a few hundred meters away from the enemy, so they had a good chance of getting into the portal before the arrow caught up with them. Debo quickly realized that Ralph wanted to escape through the portal without his boss. The man justified himself by saying that this was probably the young man's plan. He offered to wait for the guy on the other side of the portal, but suddenly arrows flew at them from the front. He managed to jump away, but let go of the children. The man did not understand why the attack was from the front, as they could not have been overtaken so quickly. A second later, there were arrows a millimeter away from him, and something deflected them. Ralph was confused and did not realize what it was. Debo recognized his red halberd that Palm had taken from him earlier. He mentally begged the boss to save them, but he noticed a log flying right at them. There was little joy on the young man's face, but this telekinesis-controlled tree threw the three of them into the portal. This development surprised the unknown shooter, and he thought that El was definitely some kind of a sicko. He sat in ambush and shot every creature that moved, but every time it was a one-eyed monster. The boy did not understand why El did not move, and assumed that the young man was hiding and looking for him. This added to the unknown man's excitement, and he was happy to play with El. Mr. Evok took him in 13 years ago when the selection process began, and only 5 of the 13 assassins were to survive. The battle lasted for 7 days, but his opponents were never able to find him, and for that man gave him the title of the Ghost. The shooter snapped out of his memories because he saw movement again and fired, but it was a one-eyed monster again. Suddenly, an arrow flew into the place where he was sitting. The ghost recognized that it was not bad, but he ran away from the attack. He assumed that the young man realized that he had betrayed himself with his arrow, so the next moment, blue arrows were sent in that direction. Suddenly, an arrow caught up with him as he rounded the tree where he was sitting. Falling from the tree, he scolded that it was so petty to use telekinesis to hide his own position. Al's arrows deftly avoided the trees and aimed at the ghost, and the boy fired back as best he could. Palma's weapon was so stiff that it finally caught the unknown man from behind, and he realized that things were bad. The shooter flew away from the blow, and breathing heavily in his mind, scolded Palm as hard as he could. But he got up and decided to gather his strength and change his tactics. El, who was hiding behind the trees, heard everything go quiet, and only the wind blew. The fact that his opponent decided to hide annoyed the young man, but his ability to conceal his presence until he disappeared was impressive. In his past life, there was no one in this portal. Obviously, the assassin was sent by the Canius Trade Union. The young man wondered whether the future had changed after the raid on 100 people. Suddenly, he heard his own name and was nervously surprised by the direction the sound was coming from. The shooter recognized that El was not a stupid guy and had to realize that nothing would change if he continued to hide like a rat. He said loudly that he had heard rumors about the guy's fearlessness, but in reality he was just a coward. Palm didn't care about the insults at all, just changed locations, trying to figure out how his enemy had gotten here without making a sound. It was either teleportation or a trembling stream. The last run was a mistake because the ghost found him and launched its arrows behind his back. Meanwhile, when the three crossed the secondary portal, Debo began to complain that they had left the boss behind. Ralph took the insult personally and began to claim that no one forced him. The guy was only more angry at his boss for leaving him alone. But the man was sure that if that happened, the young man had his own plan. Only later did he notice a pile of human bones around him. He began to grumble because there were only 3 notches on the portal and so many bones that there must have been at least 100 dead. Kira immediately realized that the whole thing had been set up by the bastards from the Kanya trade union. The sudden offer to recruit trolls from the first level and the number of bodies that did not match the declared marks all indicated that Kanya was a follower of the Dark Wizard. Debo stared in shock at the girl who continued to say that the Union was always luring adventurers who were in the way. Ella was right, so they took the bait. Ralph interrupted Kira's very interesting story, but advised her to postpone this conversation for later. Now even the man was nervous because the owner of this environment was slightly irritated. A giant monster covered with white fur that looked like Yeti was looking at them. The man nervously took hold of the pendant around his neck and said that he would probably have to work off the rent. He also told the children that they were lucky and that not everyone would be lucky enough to see his hidden skills. In a nutshell, everyone who knew a man named Ralph described him with not the most beautiful epithets. As a bonus, they said that he would do anything for money, but still added about his shitty character. But if you describe him as an adventurer, he was called a useful guy with impressive skills. He was the best bishop of the third circle. He wore a cross-shaped amulet around his neck. Taking it in his hands, he instantly healed all of Kira and Debo's wounds. In front of the guy's eyes, his dangerous abdominal wound healed in no time. Ralph did not belong to the attacking class of knaves, who specialized in stealth and close combat, but to the bishops. After realizing this fact, she could not understand how he fought monsters without skills. The man told the young people to get ready to practice healing as soon as they were healed. Looking at the angry monster, he added that the creature was also tired of waiting. When Yeti reached out with his paw for him, Ralph simply ran away, ordering the children to show their skills. The monster roared on the ground and split the stone so that the girl and the boy flew away. Trying to somehow hold on to a piece of ground under his feet, Debo managed to swear at the man. Meanwhile, the monster has already opened its toothy jaw at the adventurers. The young man grabbed the monster's claw and hit it in the eye because he was annoyed at being stared at. The girl was not far behind and supported the boy and attacked the monster with her sword. They took turns striking the stout creature. The creature roared loudly. Suddenly, Ralph jumped out and unexpectedly attacked the monster with a simple kick to the cheek. He began to treat the girl who had already been pawed by the monster and complained that they were weak and useless. Now the man was not only healing, but also acting as a tank. Debo noticed that he did not heal recklessly, but only when they really could not continue the battle. Ralph took out a book with a cross, and an angel appeared behind his shoulder. He also added that the first time he would be paying for it at the expense of the institution, and then he would ask for funds. A warm yellow light enveloped Kira, and she felt the power flowing through her body. As a joke, the man said that he asked for only 100 mesos at a time, and was immediately sent both a boy and a girl. They fought with the monster for a long time, but finally managed to defeat Yeti. Kira complained that the animal was terrible, and Ralph rubbed his hands together and said it was time to count the money. Suddenly, the beast growled, opening its mouth and emitting a faint stench. Debo covered his nose and ordered the creature to shut up, threatening to make it easier for him. It would be too easy if the story ended there, but it doesn't. The animal's wounds began to grow ice, which stopped the blood flow, and eventually the monster got up. Meanwhile, Palm was running away from the arrows. He realized that something was wrong because he could not determine where the attack was coming from. Archers of the third circle have the trembling stream skill, but it only returns it to a given point. Since there was usually only one token available, an attack like this was impossible. The shooter himself mocked the ale, repeating that everything was useless and that the young man was so slow that he felt like yawning. El threw a sphere of fire over and over again in the direction from which the arrows came. The unknown man was only mocking, warning that if the young man continued to spend spells randomly, he would get a mana shock. Suddenly, Palm felt sick. Lines began to appear on his face. The ghost assumed that El wanted to distract him and hide behind the second gate. The gunslinger was not going to let him. Palm could no longer fight to the death with someone whose location he did not know. When the mana shock came, it would be over for him. But before that, he planned to do something. The young man fell down from another blow from the stride and secretly took out a flask of blue liquid. The guy had no time to think, so he had to take a chance and quickly drank the bottle. All the shooting attacks flying at him were instantly destroyed by the fire sphere. 6 fiery arrows flew at the ghost at once, which seemed to him to be just madness. It was a really risky idea to use the maximum of the third circle abilities while in mana shock. Palm assumed what his enemy's secret might be and wanted to force it out of him. The archer was attacked by a bunch of arrows. He thought that L was definitely crazy because he was shooting indiscriminately. Everything was used, including arrows and fireballs, but an unknown hopping horse moved between the branches. Palm realized that he was getting worse, but it was too early. He had to hold out a little longer. When the ghost was running away, I watched the guy and thought he was an idiot who naively assumed that an unknown shooter could be caught. He knew that the young man was going to die in terrible agony, while his body was being destroyed by the shock of mana. The palm tree was indeed getting worse, and he began to cough up blood, but he did not give up and increased the strength of the fireball, sweeping away all the trees around him. Everything around the unknown shooter was in flames, and there was no branch to safely sit on. He realized that it could have been the guy's plan, but you can burn yourself alive like that. Suddenly, among the fire, an open area could be seen, and an unknown person ran there to hide from the fire. At that moment, it became clear that there were two of them. One of the brothers realized it was a trap because it was all too unexpected. He tried to stop his brother and shouted at him not to do it, and one of the boys grabbed L with telekinesis. The second guy tried to shoot his brother from being caught in a trap, but he gave himself away, and the palm tree that popped up out of nowhere quickly began to take out the first enemy. He swung his weapon, but his opponent quickly drew his weapon and defended himself. The fight started. L realized that he wouldn't last much longer and had to finish him off quickly. He gathered himself and hit the young man hard and even knocked the bow out of his hands. Another man immediately came to his brother's defense, still holding a weapon, so Palm jumped away to avoid being hit by arrows. Pointing the arrows at the boy, he told his brother Nier that the young man could no longer use magic to attack, so he could be finished. But a dagger was sent out of the fire with the help of telekinesis directly into the back of one of the brothers. The guy managed to dodge, but thought it was crazy to use such a manpower-consuming telekinesis now. Niru used his remaining bow to attack L with another weapon. The boy barely managed to fight back with his staff. The second brother, who was holding a dagger with telekinesis that was in his way, shot it, wanting to finish the young man off. Palm dodged and started throwing stones with telekinesis. On the other hand, the guy had already been attacked with a weapon and fought back with a staff, hitting the enemy in the knee. The shooter was surprised that the mage had such good melee skills and realized that he should not let his guard down. There was a chaotic fight, arrows flying blade palm. Finally, the guy got close to one of the twins and was able to charge him with a staff. At that moment, an arrow flew into his hand and Niru began to smile, thanking his brother. The guy got a little bolder and started attacking Al with a knife, boldly claiming that he could not do anything with one hand. But when he swung at the young man, Palm easily deflected his blow and grabbed his arm. El started squeezing his hand very hard. The boy asked him to let his brother go. But Palm was ruthless, and the next moment used a fireball on his prey. The guy was thrown into a tree, hit his back, and had difficulty breathing. He fell to his knees and started coughing. At this rate, they will not win. Suddenly, Niru noticed that a blue dome began to grow from the epicenter of the fire. Covering his face with his neck, he rushed into the fire in search of his brother. Suddenly, a palm tree popped up in front of him. The young man thought it was a good chance to get even with the guy. El jumped on his enemy himself, so the guy could only use his knife. The other brother was horrified to see the blue barrier begin to disappear. He immediately rushed inside, horrified, assuming that the impossible had happened. There he saw his brother bleeding and almost unconscious. The guy helped Nier to get up, saying that now was not the time, that they had been here too long and they should leave with the phoenix feather. Only when he helped the young man to stand up did he see that the body lying away from him looked like his brother. But it was too late, because he helped Palm to stand up and put Nier's cloak over him. The young man got rid of his last enemy, and saying that he had already been killed by these archers, lost consciousness. And the friends in the secondary gate try unsuccessfully to fight the giant monster. After he turned into his fierce version and grew ice cubes, it was almost impossible to fight him. While Debo was trying to catch his breath after another unsuccessful attack, Ralph was striking the monster. But the monster was indifferent to his attacks, and the man was angry at the impenetrability of the creature. Suddenly, Jetty decided to nail the bishop to his body like an annoying mosquito. Ralph was rescued by Kira, who knocked him out of the monster's clutches with her solar sword. While extending her hand to him, she did not forget about his greed and asked if she had now paid him off. The girl carried the heavy man on her own shoulders, while the monster roared from the wound. This attack didn't really affect the creature, except to make it angry, and now its movements created a chaos of snow around it. Ralph had enough time to heal his comrades, and they attacked Eddie again. Debo asked the man if he had come up with a plan, because if they continued to attack chaotically, they would not defeat the monster. The hand of a creature, about which he had been kindly warned by the bishop, began to approach the boy from behind. But this information was not enough for him because the creature was huge, so the young man evasively asked to be more specific next time. The man didn't like the boy's boldness, so he told him to shut up and draw attention because Ralph himself was trying to get close to the weak spot. The young man fulfilled his role without question, and when the right moment came, he signaled his friends. As soon as the man and Kira heard him, they immediately rushed to the sword sticking out of the monster. However, the giant noticed the setup and fought off the attack, so he could not be called a simple fool. Debo was struck by the monster and injured. Kira cried out to her husband to heal them, but Ralph had only 4 charges left, so he advised the children to dodge. He also asked the boy and girl to unfocus so that he could find the right moment. Yet he did not give the man a chance and roared and waved his hands, preventing him from working. The creature touched the girl, and although the man was able to heal her, she lost consciousness. The next blow was to Debo, and in a moment the guy was lying beaten and unconscious. In a semi-conscious state, the young man recalled his conversation with his boss when he advised him to develop the next circle. El said that Debo had enough experience and would need it in the future. He didn't believe it because it sounded too easy. Palm calmly drank tea and said something about enlightenment and that it was different for everyone, so his experience of Debo would not help. The guy didn't understand what the boss was asking of him because he was saying something about finding the right words. It could have been something like understanding the mania for the search for knowledge or an unforgettable memory. Suddenly, Debo burst out from under the snow. His eyes shining, he rushed at the monster. Even Ralph was surprised by the way the boy pierced the monster and the ice in one fell swoop. Looking a little closer, he realized that the guy had developed a second circle. With the first blow, he wounded the monster's eye, and with the second, he drove the sword into its body like a nail. With this attack, he used his sword to reach the middle of the monster, where its core was located. Yet he roared and turned to Debo with his side covered in ice and wounded the boy with it. However, even Ralph recognized this deed and praised the young man and healed him. The guy immediately opened his eyes and began to skillfully demonstrate his skills with the weapon. The monster decided to grab the man as well, and Ralph smiled smugly because he knew that his biggest problem now was not him, but Debo. So while Yeti was trying to neutralize the man, the latter treated the boy, and the young man was about to deliver the last blow. He struck the sword with all his might, and it destroyed him to the core. The monster began to move actively, roared, and threw the boy off its back. Debo climbed out of the snowbank where the creature had thrown him and looked around. He picked up the unconscious Ralph under his arm and lifted him up, asking what was going on. Now the monster's roar was more like a cry. It was running away, and its limbs were falling apart along the way. Yeti's paws became even more covered with ice, and then simply broke off from the main body. Eventually, it was completely covered with ice and shattered like a crystal vase. After a while, Kira regained consciousness and began to ask Debo what happened to the monster. The boy was glad that the girl had finally come to her senses. They were sitting in a cave by a fire, with Ralph lying unconscious next to them. The young man said he was so hungry that he tried to eat the monster, but the meat was too hard, so he waited for them to come to their senses because there was no gate to the exit. The weather was terrible, so he decided to wait it out, and their bishop looked barely alive. He planned to go on a reconnaissance when the blizzard subsided, but until then, the girl had to rest. When it got light, Debo went on a reconnaissance mission. The whole day had passed, and his boss was still missing. He couldn't put his thoughts together on his own. He was walking calmly, looking around, when suddenly he saw a one-eyed monster behind him. He was already tired of dealing with these creatures, but he handled them with ease and skill. When he returned, Kira first asked if he had found a way out, and then noticed that he was all torn up, so she asked what happened. Even though Debo was covered in blood, he was unharmed, so he said he just ran into some difficulties. The girl was scared when she realized that there were still monsters outside, so she said she would go with the boy. But the young man said that someone had to take care of their fellow scoundrel, hinting at Ralph, who was lying unconscious. Kira continued to stand her ground, saying that next time she would go alone, but the guy did not accept this option either because he did not want them to see the same place twice. He insisted that the girl not waste her energy, and that she should rest instead. She looked at him and thought that the young man was trying to look cool but was pushing himself too hard. The next time Debo went alone again and had to fight monsters again! Eventually, they drove him to a cliff face. It was very cold in that portal. One of the one-eyed monsters attacked the boy, and they flew down together. Miraculously, the young man managed to survive the fall, and the creature was defeated. Suddenly, he noticed a man sitting in the snow with a sword. The young man thought that the man must be completely frozen. It seemed that he had died quite recently, and there was a piece of paper sticking out of his hand that caught Debo's attention. When he looked closely, he realized that it was a letter. There was also something written on the outside of it. It said that someone was giving this man the gloves of a real warrior, and if he had such skills, they would be useful to him. It said that they fell into the trap of Kanya and were destroyed by Yeti. This letter was addressed to the person who would find the man's body. In addition, he reported that they had found the gate. But this way out was unusual. To activate it, you had to defeat the main monster. The note at the end had a map with the way to the gate. The man expressed his sincere hopes that whoever finds him will be able to get out and pass this letter. Since they had dealt with the boss at the beginning, Debo only had to lead his friends to the portal. They successfully activated, and the young man led the wounded Ralph into the portal. One last time they looked back to see Elle, but the boy was not there, so they simply entered the portal. Once in their world, Debo wondered what they should do next. Kira thought that they should organize themselves first. But on the other side, masked men with knives were waiting for them. When they saw the company, they could not believe that the majestic ghost had been destroyed. The guy realized that it was Kanya, and they would be in trouble. The men sarcastically reassured them that they would do everything quickly and painlessly. They wanted to attack the young man who was holding the unconscious man, but Kira jumped out and protected them from the attack. However, she was attacked by another kunai, which flew directly into her leg. Debo was distracted by the wounded girl for a moment, but a second man was flying at him from behind. Suddenly, a beam of light flew out of the portal and destroyed the one who wanted to attack the boy by surprise. It was an arrow that zigzagged and killed all of Canius's people one by one. The girl and the boy turned in surprise toward the portal, and the next moment Debo smiled slightly as he realized what was happening. All disfigured in a torn shirt and with a smile, Elpalm came out of the portal asking his friends if they missed him. Dropping an imperceptible tear of joy, the young man ironically, but actually sincerely replied that of course they missed him. He even joked that since the boss was late, he would have to buy them beer. Evok sat next to his evil, wolf-like creature and reflected on the fact that Palm came out of nowhere with great skill, and no one knew anything about him. With a furrowed brow, the man concluded that he would have to accept the inevitable turmoil. Beiju came to him and said that Elle had come to discuss the proposed contract. Evok's eyes popped out of his forehead in fear and surprise, and he blurted out that he had to destroy it. The girl, who was not used to seeing her master like this, suddenly asked if she had heard wrong. The man believed that now was not the time to think about public opinion. He would come up with a reason later because the young man was too unpredictable and unlikely to act alone. But Beiju silenced Ivko with her refusal and said that the young man had a team. Meanwhile, Ralph ate at Debo's house and said that the food was tasteless, that they could have put more salt in it, and so on. As usual, the boy reacted vehemently to the man's antics, especially since he was now insulting his sister's food. Kira was more polite and simply thanked him for the food. The young man was so angry with the man that he said that this was the reason he did not want to bring him here. However, the girl said they shouldn't split up because Kanya already knows about them, so the boyfriend's sister's place is the best option for them. But even if they were hiding, they would have been caught anyway. Suddenly, the front door opened. Elle stood on the doorstep and asked how his friends were feeling. When asked, he said that he had been running errands. As usual, Ralph was being bold and wanted to talk about the distribution of rewards. He could wait to discuss the distribution of leadership positions because he believed that their results were almost equal. He was very interested in when he would receive the 7 million mesos. Debo started shouting at him that he was crazy if he wanted to go straight to Kanya. In addition, the young man defeated Yeti on his own, although he did not remember it, as Ralph told him, but he definitely found the gate himself. Kira hasn't forgotten about Palm, who killed the twin assassins. But the man shamelessly claimed that no one had seen it. Debo barely restrained himself from punching him. The girl asked about Al's plans. He knew that Kanya would try to do something again, and had plans for it. A man who was tired of waiting entered the building, slamming his fist on the wall. Dinev approached him and asked who he was. On the doorstep, shocked Debo and Kira saw a representative of the Gapor Ibis trade union. He irritably called Palm a moose and asked me to tell him to hurry up. The man had a clear instruction from Rakan to fix the situation with the boy. The poor man was suffering from the fact that everything had gone wrong. Abbas did not expect that Kanya would contact the guy and send him on a raid before he could do anything. He was very nervous, realizing that he could not change anything, and suddenly there was a knock on his door. The man greeted the young man with an ironic question about the fact that he had not worked out with Kania, and El calmly told him that he had been offered 50 million for his first raid. All he had to do was sign the contract. Ibis was annoyed that the young man came to him as if to show off. The young man was getting on his nerves, trying to get what he wanted out of the man by saying that if he had nothing to say, he would leave. Ibis was nervous, but he pretended not to care and got a contract for 60 million mesos and said he even made a little extra. This was exactly what Palm expected, so he signed the papers with a smile. Taking this opportunity, the man asked the boy to be frank since they were now partners. The answer was not long in coming. The young man quickly and easily said that Kanya was responsible for the trolling and that the raid was a trap where hundreds of people died and that they had sent assassins to help. Shocked by what he heard, the man realized that the Union had made contact to destroy the witnesses. The next moment, Ibis's face was smiling because now he had a chance to deal with Kanya. The boy noticed that the man was happy with what he had heard, so he asked him directly about it, which immediately puzzled him. As if trying to prevent the stupid plan, El said that the only evidence was his word, so the Union could simply deny it. He began to actively think about how he could influence public opinion, especially since the Unions wanted to find someone to blame for the failure of the mission on 100 people. Ibis thought that it was possible to put Kanya under this attack. Suddenly, the guy said that Kanya could still be destroyed. The man and his boyfriend went to Kanya's headquarters, where Beju met them. After all the pleasantries and saying how long they hadn't seen each other, Abbas said he had come to apologize. The man said that there had been some misunderstandings between him and Palm, so El turned to them in a fit of youthful anger. He explained the situation so that the young man signed an official contract with them, and the man apologized for taking the palm from them. The girl was nervous, but she didn't show it and said that in that case she wouldn't be able to pay the first installment of their contract. The guy calmly agreed to it. Their conversation did not end there. Abbas began to tell us that after this incident he realized how valuable human life is, so he decided to treat talented people accordingly. The man said with a smile that in order to avoid any incidents, he decided to hire round-the-clock security for Al, and of course his entire team. He said that the raid showed how well they worked together. At this point, Beju almost turned white from what she was hearing, and Ibis continued with satisfaction that if someone tried to harm Al's team, he would have to deal with the entire trade union. These words shocked the girl. She did not know what to say and was only nervously silent. When Palm told his company, Debo was stunned by the amount he heard, and Kira looked around and marveled at the guards assigned to them. She could not believe that Gapor had gone so far. Ralph's eyes were shining, and he was spitting as he gleefully praised the guy for his business acumen. But the man did not stop mocking Debo and said that he was thinking about the value of their team and which members should be eliminated. Looking defiantly at the irritated boy, he declared that in the whole Maple world there was no better bishop than him. He said that he could both treat and be at the forefront. From the side, someone sarcastically teased him about how he was so good at everything. Then he pointed his finger at Debo, calling him a kid. The boy was ready to fight the insolent man, but suddenly the man puzzled him by asking what kind of monster he was. Then the man told me that he thought the young man had fainted, but instead he developed a circle and overcame the boss alone. There was clearly something in him that could not be explained by a single circle increase. Kira added that when he encountered the Hogoblins, he seemed to go crazy, so she had the same question for him as her husband. Whatever happened, Debo did not remember anything. He could only remember a dream. He told me that there was a strange woman there with whom they were constantly fighting together and seemed to be very close. But when he woke up, he didn't remember her face. Hearing this, El was shocked. He began to put together the dream of a strange woman and a halberd. Before the regression, it was no secret that Debo and Aran were together. If the mysterious woman from his dreams was her, it could mean that his pre-regression power was returning to him without consciousness. Palm was nervous about what was happening. He assumed that something had gone wrong during the regression and that it had changed the past. Ralph, not to overpraise the boy, added that his disadvantage was that he was a bit dumb. Al was also suspected of being unusual. For a man who had recently become an adventurer, he was too perceptive, had perfect skills, and quickly developed a third circle. No wonder Gapur clung to him so much. Now he turned to Kira. Claiming that she knew everything herself, he began to list her advantages. A good base of intelligence, which is quite expected from the commander of the Knights of Cygnus, and good skills for the second round. But he didn't see anything special in it. Al's team became a bait and switch, and the Union paid the price. Now their task was to fall into the trap of Kana and find evidence that they were followers. Ralph was willing to take any risk as long as it was paid for, but he didn't want to share the money with the dead weight of their team. The man tried to point the girl to the door as politely as possible, and said that he would be grateful if she returned to her knights. Kira returned to the palace where the knights were and was met by Sir Qasim. He hadn't seen the girl for a long time and was worried that she had been killed in a raid on 100 people. The girl shyly confirmed that she had come to the master when asked about it. He heard rumors that she was joining a group of adventurers. With a slightly wicked but wide smile, he asked if this was the best use for her skills. In conclusion, he added that her departure is the best solution to preserve the honor of knights and masters. The master listened carefully to the girl and summarized her request. She wanted to leave the knightly order. He didn't understand what was happening and was worried that he had made a mistake in the girl. While we were signing her documents, she sincerely apologized and said that she could not explain everything now, but would do so someday. Suddenly, the master said that joining the ranks of the adventurers would be a secret mission for Kira, and ordered her to come back every 3 weeks with proof. The woman reminded the girl that she remained her pupil and forever a knight of the Order of the Cygnus. Kira spoke frankly in front of her comrades. She knew she was asking for too much, but she could not return to her order, where traitors were also hiding, without doing anything. She asked to be given time to improve her skills and did not expect any money at all. Palma smiled at her words, and the man continued to say that the girl did not understand how life works, and again decided to gently hint that she should leave. However, El suddenly intervened and asked if the man was sure of what he was saying. He explained that if a girl goes in search of followers with her own character, it will not lead to good. The boy reminded him that Ralph had said something about the girl's skills, but the young man also had something to add. He knew that the man was confident in his skills, but he was not the only one who was disappointed in the abilities of the team members. El said that he sent them to the secondary gate because he believed they could handle it, but it turned out that if it wasn't for Debo, they would have all died. Ralph nervously began to argue back and say that they were not facing an ordinary opponent and that the boy had not fought him before. But Palm said that it was just a snowy yeti and that he had somehow gotten along with him one-on-one. All three of them were stunned by what they heard. The guy thought to himself that of course the battle was before the regression, but this time, if everything went according to plan, he would have to fight it too. However, the men Connie sent were too strong, so he had to change his plan. However, neither he nor his team members were yet that skilled. The man decided to doubt this out loud and said that the young man had recently been a slave. Then the guy looked at him with a frightening look and asked if he wanted to see the evidence. Ralph nervously refused and asked anxiously if this meant that El didn't need him anymore. But the young man just smiled and said that everything was simple and that a man just needed to become stronger. There are only a few months left before the next raid, and in times like these, it's all about strength. Meanwhile, Beiju reported everything to Evok. The situation for them was complicated. If they confronted Gayport, they would attract unnecessary attention. The man asked what they knew and whether the negotiations had been an act from the beginning, but the girl knew nothing about it, and the spies hadn't reported anything like that either. She assumed that people of higher rank might have the information. The man sat quietly and thought about what he had heard. He was not worried about the Gapor community because it would not be a problem for them to get rid of them. When the day comes, it will not be difficult for them to destroy them and other garbage. Their only enemy was the Maple Alliance. Just like 8 centuries ago, Empress Cygnus's coalition of knights resisted the adventurers and the Nova tribe. After sealing the heroes, they are their only problem. If it was a conflict between trade unions, they didn't need support from the top, but Ivko had a bad feeling. It is not known whether the boy did this because he really trusted Gayport. The next task for the girl was to collect all the available information about Gapur, and she dutifully set out to do the job. Although the man did not like the fact that everything was not going according to plan, He hoped that L Palm would be a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, the young man was actively preparing for the next raid with his team. Ralph and Kira could barely stand up, and the man asked the young man who he was. They couldn't even get close to him. L was smiling playfully, inviting the team to finally strike him. Palm rushed to attack, saying that if he received even one scratch, they would be done for the day. Debo, who was sitting alone and meditating, complained about the noise that prevented him from concentrating. In fact, he wanted to train like everyone else because he didn't like sitting around and catching zen. His boss gave him the task of discovering the strength that was manifested when he was unconscious. Palm himself did not know whether it was possible, but if it works, it will be interesting. While Ralph was screaming in the background, asking to be beaten more lightly, the boy tried to concentrate, even though he doubted that he could get stronger. In the evening after the training, the beaten man sat and tried to say a few words to Al, while Debo laughed at these funny attempts. Palm calmly replied that he had simply adjusted the attack to suit his circles and that the bishop assumed it was something personal, like a little revenge. Debo's sister was worried about leaving Kira alone because she did not return with everyone else, but since she had security with her, there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the guy remembered that he wanted to talk to his boss about something. He handed the young man the letter he had found from the frozen adventurer. Since it had helped them get out, he felt he should pass it on, but he didn't know to whom. So he asked Al if he had any ideas. But the guy saw the cross ring on the note. She reminded him of a girl from his past life. Debo also noticed the surprise on the young man's face. Palm snatched the letter, said he would take care of it, and sent the young man to bed early. The next day, the young man also had to try to adapt to the rhythm of the training. Ralph gloated that he would not be the only one to suffer. Meanwhile, Kira was furiously practicing with her sword, cutting down all the trees around her. In her head, Kasim's words sounded like a replay of Kasim's words, who had told her with a smile that the girls were talentless. As she scrolled through it, she put more and more power and fury into her punches. Meanwhile, Elle went to a residential neighborhood and knocked on one of the doors. An unknown man opened the door across the street and started asking the guy who he was. Then Palm joked that he was a postman and showed a letter with a ring attached. After an unusual incident involving the destruction of a gate by unknown persons, a trade union launched an investigation, but the thieves were never found. Or rather, there was no need to look for them anymore. The gate surprisingly appeared near the place of destruction, and after this fact was revealed, they were no longer attacked. El Palm only later found out who did it and the reason why. An unknown man calmly opened the door for the boy, and Palm calmly entered the room. Once inside, he bowed slightly and was immediately asked sternly how he knew about this place and given 5 seconds to explain. The young man stood in front of people with weapons in their hands who called themselves crusade hunters, a secret community that realized that those gates were a trap and destroyed them. It was a noble sacrifice that will not even go down in history. In order not to create unnecessary movements, the man telekinesed a note to the girl who seemed to be in charge of them. Elle said that he had come to return what they had lost, but concluded that they were in no mood to reward him for it. The fact that the boy had given them a letter was not a good explanation of how he knew about the place, so the girl started counting down. The young man continued his speech, saying that it was probably not the right time to show them the right way, even though they had reached a dead end. Although he did not want the hunters to waste their time, due to certain circumstances, he could not tell them how he knew about the place. But he had a trick up his sleeve when he said something about the basement of the Edelstein Parliament. The girl abruptly stopped talking. The guy knew that he would be left alive, otherwise he would reveal the whereabouts of their leader. The girl came closer to him, pointed a gun, and asked him sternly who he was. The young man smiled sincerely and said he was glad to meet her, calling her Cheryl. But what he really meant was that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, because they were friends before the regression. She joined the uprising after the Crusaders collapsed. They fought many battles together until one fateful day. Then Cheryl told the boy to go ahead and that she would catch up with him, but she sacrificed herself. So Elle wanted to pay her back first and decided to get right to the point. The guy demanded that the hunters withdraw the branch in Kerning City because followers had already exposed them. In addition, he said that he had picked up something and handed the box to the girl with telekinesis. The guy said that the Kania trade union had something interesting. When they opened the box, they saw a human hand. Cheryl did not understand what this meant. She said that if it was a provocation, the young man would regret it. But he advised me to take a look first. Lifting his arm with telekinesis, a red tattoo appeared on his skin. When she looked closely, she was shocked because there was a symbol of followers in the form of an eye. The other hooded crusaders also recognized the symbol and asked if it was from Kanya. The girl was putting everything together in her head. Followers get tattoos as a sign of their loyalty, which only manifest themselves after an infusion of mana. That is why such tattoos are difficult to detect, and even so, everyone knows about the followers, so the girl asked him sternly what he wanted. You don't tell such things out of the goodness of your heart. Elle really needed something, and it was some information. The guy was told what he wanted. Kanya set her sights on Nautilus. The young man thought carefully about everything. He didn't know if their plans would change due to changes in the future, so he couldn't let things go. The whole team of Ale arrived at the port in the city of Lys. Debo was as surprised by the huge ships as a child. He was itching to get down to business, perhaps because a whole month had already passed since his last adventure. Elle came to Abus's office to discuss their next raid. The man gave him a choice: the gate of the highway for 60 people, or the gate of the Elenium for 70. Of course, he offered what was profitable for Hapor. A whole month had already passed, and it was time to act, but the young man said he was not sure. Abis was angry. He had spent so much money on the boy and he was still turning his nose up, so he angrily asked him if he was scared. However, Palm, crossing his arms, calmly said that he had decided where he was going and named the gate of the Eagle's Eye. Abis was dumbfounded and frightened. Nervously, he asked if the young man even realized where he was going. The first student of Captain Nautilus was Chiron, who led many pirates and was known as the Eagle Eye, but after her death in that portal, the gate was named in her honor. A reward of 9 million mesos was set for them. A lot of adventurers have failed, so they believe that they cannot be conquered. The man couldn't believe that Kania was going there, and where the boy had gotten this information from. The door opened slightly. Rakan stood on the doorstep and overheard the conversation, and became interested in what was being said in the room. When Ibis asked what brought the gentleman here, he said that he decided to make a gift since the young man had joined them again. He stunned both the bearded man and the young man with the gift. The Gapor Trade Union prepared 2 phoenix feathers, especially for Al. With a smile, the man asked him not to let him down. The young man assumed that this was a hint that the result should be in line with the investment. Unexpectedly, the guy ended up with 4 phoenix feathers. Debo pulled the boss out of his thoughts, asking why they were delayed. The young man replied that they were waiting for someone, and when he turned his head, he saw a familiar drunken man, Iberia. The man was smiling, saying that he hadn't seen me for a long time and was carrying a sack. Palm ordered something for them and asked my husband to bring it. These were the things the group tried on immediately. Kira even found them lighter than she thought. The products were made of snowy Eutychus leather, and Ella had given the materials to Ibor last time for the outfit. Debo immediately remembered how his boss had taken away his snow monster trophy. The man noticed that they were doing well, which was not surprising if they had managed to handle a gate for 100 people. Iboru guessed it was because it was so expensive to process, but he promised that no one knew but him. The man had another set in his hands. Then Palm said it was for him. Iboru thanked him for his generosity, but said that he was unlikely to need it. Palm once again emphasized that it was his suit, and added that time was running out, so the man had to change quickly. The submarine was standing off the coast of an island, and the crew was getting tired of waiting. Finally, a girl, Mrs. Minera, appeared from the depths of the green thicket. The men thanked her happily for her work. When she returned home, everyone around her admired her, because she had conquered the Orange Gate for 200 people. But when she went to see Captain Miner, she was denied the next raid. The girl sincerely did not understand the reason, because she had passed the gate for 200 people, and now she was banned from the raid for 74. She claimed that she was stronger than the Eagle's Eye of the past, so there was no reason to refuse. The captain abruptly changed her tone, asking if the girl didn't care about orders and was challenging her. Minera was nervous. She only wanted to take revenge for Leah, and she tried very hard to do so. The captain was clear in her refusal and simply told the girl to leave. The young pirate went to the bar. Realizing that she was not allowed to see the permission, she had a drunken idea to go on her own, ignoring the order. Some man laughed slightly and said that Captain Chiron was just taking care of her for no reason. Suddenly, someone burst into the door of the young drunkard and shouted about some kind of trouble. The point was that someone tore down a poster with a reward for passing the tomb of the Eagle's Eye. The locals began to resent this behavior of the insolent people from the mainland. Looking around, the El Palma team entered the room. Debo hadn't entered the place yet, and the atmosphere seemed awful to him. But Kira advised the boy to keep quiet because they were on foreign territory, and they had violated the silent rule, which could lead to punishment. Nautilus had two simple rules. The person who tore down the poster had priority in passing the gate. As soon as the poster was torn down, the place was taken, but the unspoken rule was that you could not take a poster that someone had already stuck up. And the poster that they took, some people had their own plans, so there was enough anger at them. Manhwa was already running toward them, asking who they were. She shouted furiously at them, asking why they had taken her poster. Elle, with no respect for traditions, said that there was no need to dawdle, but the girl screamed that she was waiting because she had no orders. The young man said he had never heard that a permit was required, but Manhwa explained that she needed one because she had a mentor, a captain. The girl quickly realized that they did not know all the rules and said that the right to take posters with the reward for passing the gate on the island applies only to pirates. Strangers could not take them just like that, because the gate belonged to Nautilus. Debo could barely contain his laughter and then laughed out loud, giving his boss the finger up because he now realized his cunning plan. Manhwa was naturally angry at this impudence and demanded the poster back, but the guy still cheerfully refused. Confidently leaning on Al, the young man decided to introduce himself and said that they were pirates of Iberia. Judging by the man's nervous appearance, he did not expect such a setup and knew perfectly well what could be the consequences for such behavior. The girl started to get even more nervous, but continued to explain that they could not just become pirates because there was a certain procedure. Debo continued his performance and confidently declared that they were also pirates. Iboru was getting more and more nervous as he crumpled the poster in his hands. The guy kept saying that Iboru was a real pirate. It was obvious if they were on this island, and if their main pirate was a pirate, then they were pirates. 3 men came up behind him and decided to tame Debo a bit, saying that he was drawing the wrong conclusions and that the leader of the pirates did not make them all pirates. Miner's eyes lit up when she saw the men returning from a mission. A man with a blue bandana and a white eye patch, Mr. Murat asked what the commotion was about. Elle was surprised because he had never met Murat, but politely pointed out that they hadn't broken any rules. The man replied that he would let Chiron judge the situation, as she was the one who set the laws. He also asked where the others were because he doubted that these were all who had gone through such a difficult gate. Palm calmly stated that there were only 5 of them and was met with a response that they were called crazy for going into a portal for 74 people in such a large number. They suspected something untoward in this behavior, so they asked the young man his name. El Palm calmly introduced himself. There were those in the room who recognized his name. Some people have heard that the young man managed to survive in a red-class gate for 100 people. Debo had heard them talked about as mysterious adventurers who managed to survive and had already become proud. But one woman instantly let him go, saying that they were just worthless cowards who barely survived. Instead, she said that Miss Manhwa had conquered a gate for 200 people, which proved that she was stronger. Murat suggested a compromise. Priority for them since they were the first to take the poster, but leave the other 69 cities to other participants. Debo was about to say something smug, but Elle beat him to it and agreed. But Palm, as always, had his own conditions. 100,000 mesos per person for a maximum of 10 places. Manhwa agreed to buy the place. Even though her husband talked her out of it because she could come in after they died, she decided to play it safe in case the team escaped. Her friend reminded her of Chiron's ban, but she said there was no time to wait and she would ask for clemency later. Manhwa was determined and could not give up this gate to anyone. Ralph was grumbling about money as usual. He liked the boss's idea, but 10 seats was not enough for him. He was very worried that his boss was losing 5,900,000 mesos and offered to sell all the vacant seats. Kira reminded him of the consequences if there were 14 times as many people as they were. Palm knew that this time the Kanya had a different goal, to destroy Minera, Chiron's second student. It was in the portal where her first student died. The young man knew that after that, the captain was so devastated that she retired to seclusion. The followers took advantage of the situation and, through internal machinations, the Nautilus pirates were completely destroyed. This was supposed to happen only 2 years later, but circumstances changed. He learned from the Crusaders that the Kanya had already started transferring money through pirates, which meant they had accelerated their plans. He had to be one step ahead. The limited number of participants was to protect Minera and also to minimize the need to use mana. While Debo was arguing with Ralph, Iboru just stood there with a philosophical look on his face, not understanding why he was brought there. Together, they went to the place on the submarine. Suddenly, someone came to Al's house. He used telekinesis and opened the door. But the guest turned out to be quite unexpected for him, but the guy gladly received him. Captain Kyron and his friend Murai came to the young man's cabin. When Palm asked what brought them here, the captain said she had to check something and that the boy shouldn't lie. The red-headed woman asked him directly if El Palm was a follower of the dark magician. He had expected anything but this question. His worries were that no one knew about the followers yet, so either the future had changed again, or she knew about them before. The man felt that the boy was overly excited and almost drew the wrong conclusions, so he had to answer quickly. He admitted that he was not a follower, but was surprised that the woman asked him about it. The captain picked up on the fact that the young man did not doubt their existence. She did not want to beat around the bush and demanded proof because she saw no reason to take Al's word for it. Of course, Palm had nothing of the sort, but he knew how to work with facts. So I assumed that Kyron knew who his followers were and what their relationship with him was. Otherwise, she would have shot him without hesitation. The woman told him that they had teamed up with the Crusaders, so they had connections. It was from there that she knew that the followers were the trade union of Kanya and that he was their enemy. It didn't mean they were on the same side, of course, but she thought it was a possibility, and that was why he was here. The captain stunned the guy by saying that she had a case for him because the situation was extremely serious. Kyron knew that the followers of a dark wizard were behind Leah's death and that they had infiltrated Nautilus. She couldn't trust anyone except Murat and a few others. Al did not like this story because it meant that everything was happening faster than he expected. The woman heard rumors that the followers had already begun to act and assumed that Manera, who had become the star of the ship after Leah, would be their next target. The captain reasoned that if the girl died, there would be chaos on the ship, which she would not be able to handle. Kyron announced the deal. Ella brings Manera back from her journey in one piece, and in return receives all the treasures and items of Nautilus. The day of the raid came. The Palm team was the first to enter the portal, and Debo shouted that the others could take their time. Manera's red hair blew in the wind, and she looked at the gate where she would finally be able to enter. Debo was surprised by the landscape of the portal. He had never seen anything like it before, and everything seemed gloomy to him. Kira was telling him not to relax because it wasn't a picnic, and Ralph was still thinking and angry that the boss had only sold 10 seats. Suddenly, a monster jumped out at them, looking more like a cute kid than a threat. Debo decided that he would quickly deal with him, but the baby growled and a huge dinosaur came out from behind the bush. The boy's courage instantly evaporated when he saw that the baby was with his mother. Later, other pirates came in and bought seats and immediately started shooting back at the monster. A man named Gio was shooting a cannon and saying that they would make it. He assured us that we shouldn't be afraid of these drakes because they had overcome the gate with 200 people. During this encouraging speech, a monster approached him from behind and opened its mouth, where someone successfully shot and destroyed the creature. Gio was told that he was right and advised to return to the ranks. Manera was his savior. There was not a drop of fear on the girl's face. She skillfully held 2 pistols and was going to deal with the monster herself. Debo, Kira, and Ralph were running away from another drake. The young man could not understand where they were coming from. He was also angry at his boss for telling them to move on and then leaving again. In a moment, he reached the cliff and had nowhere to run, but he simply stepped aside, and the huge monster, which was not going to stop at full speed, flew into the stones. This angered the creature even more, but the young man had already adjusted and began to work with his weapon. Back at home, they discussed battle tactics. El said that his team was not doing it effectively because of reckless actions. He ordered them to fight together as a team and called them a family. None of the participants liked it. Palm assigned each of them a task. Debo had to infiltrate the enemy lines and create chaos. His goal was not to kill everyone in one blow, but to wound them and thus complicate the battle. The main task is to move forward without being distracted by anything. The young man did not have to be distracted by attacks from behind because he was covered by a man they called Daddy. Apparently, Ralph liked this nickname because covering Debo's back, he called him Son and told him not to worry and to trust his daddy. El gave Ralph the task of being Debo's shield and forgetting about his selfish methods of struggle. He told the man to fight for the boy no matter what. The monsters surrounded the boy and the man from both sides, so they decided to try the children's plan and did a good job of destroying the creatures. A man noticed the tail of a monster flying at Debo from behind and shouted to his son to warn him. The young man managed to duck, and the tail hit the man. Then he smiled and said that he now understood what fatherly love is. It cheered him up. The young man, like a teenager ashamed of his father, asked him once again to stop using these family analogies. For Kira, Elle played the most important role in their family circle. Her skills did not allow the enemy to heal from their wounds, so she had to use her skills to finish off the victim in one quick move. The girl fatally hit the monster. Over the past month, she has grown more than anyone else. She practiced tirelessly, and 3 circles progressed steadily on her arm. Having completed the work with one monster, all 3 of them were satisfied because it turned out to be easier than they thought. But that was not all. They continued to be surrounded by Dirkus, but the company was ready to fight and wanted to end it as soon as possible. 2 people were standing at the entrance to the gate and guarding it until a crowd came to them. The main one was an angry Kadral, who was immediately informed by the guards that the declared number of people had already entered. But the guy didn't listen. He just shouted that he had to report something to Manhwa urgently. By that time, the young pirates team had already dealt with the monster, and the girl was praised by Jivo. The girl who went with them waved and said that they hit the jackpot because of a large mana stone. She started to say something about selling on the market, but suddenly she was pierced by a fiery arrow. The arrow did not disappear and began to hunt for other members of Manhwa's team. One of them managed to cover Gio and shouted something to his commander. She knew what to do and started shooting back at the arrow with her pistol. Suddenly, she realized something was happening behind her and turned around to see a magnum shot. He didn't touch the girl at all, and she furrowed her brows and demanded an explanation. Behind her was El Palm with a strange device on his eye. He explained his actions by saying that he was cleaning. The young man asked us not to move, saying that he would soon finish, and a flock of arrows flew in the direction of Manhwa's team. In this battle, there was one unfortunate person about whom everyone simply forgot, Iboru. Debo told him to trust him in the man who had abandoned him. He did not understand why he was brought here at all. Running away from the monsters, the man hid in an anthill, and if not for him, he would have been eaten long ago. He could not hide there forever, especially if the others managed to escape. He would be left alone. The young man climbed out of the hole and moved on, hiding from the monsters. He had only the second lap, but he was not going to die here. Looking for a way out, the man came across the secondary gate and began to think about what to do. Suddenly, someone jumped on his shoulder and scared Ibira to death. He immediately rejected the creature, but after looking closely, he realized that it was just an animal called El Palma. The man breathed out a sigh of relief and started talking to the animal, asking how long it had been here. Suddenly, he realized that he had accidentally put his hand into the portal and was now completely sucked in. The snail sighed with either relief or hesitation and followed him. Meanwhile, Palm was busy mopping up Manhwa's surroundings with fire arrows. The girl pointed a gun at him and demanded immediate explanations instead of incomprehensible nonsense. The guy did not have time to make the last shot because something very explosive flew at him. It was Kadral who arrived with his team and fired a cannon at the young man. But El got away and started running away, so the guy sent his assistants after him. And he explained to the girl that Kyron had sent him because she had learned that Palm had made the same problem at the gate for 100 people. Listening to all this, the girl was nervous but felt that she clearly did not understand something. El ran away quickly and sometimes turned around and killed everyone who chased him. A girl was annoyed that no one could neutralize the young man and fired a gun, and it seemed to hit. The fire did not dissipate after the shot, but only intensified because a fire sphere was flying at them. The young man took out 3 of them, but reinforcements arrived, so he wondered if his plan had been discovered. Suddenly, a silhouette with angry eyes and 2 pistols jumped out in front of him. Palm was surprised by this unexpected turn and managed to dodge at the last moment. It was Manhwa who was not going to let the guy just run away. They started shooting at him non-stop. The young man simply ran away, deftly maneuvering between the trees. During his escape, he noticed a secondary portal in his side vision. Kadral decided to throw the bomb in that direction. Gio thought it was a terrible idea, and as soon as he realized what was about to happen, he wanted to stop the man. Palm managed to react and covered the girl with stones using telekinesis. The bomb flew directly at her and exploded with a roar, destroying even more stones around her. The girl and her boyfriend were stoned to death. Gio called everyone together because Manhwa had to be rescued. The pirate coughed up the dust, and when she opened her eyes, El stood menacingly in front of her. She immediately pulled a gun on him, but if you look closely, they were alive only because of the young man's telekinesis. The girl believed that she still had an advantage over the guy and pointed a gun at him and demanded an explanation of what was happening and what he was up to. The young man was not at all afraid of her weapon, and even though Manera's finger was trembling on the trigger, Elle asked her if she was ready to hear the truth. On the other side of the rubble, Gio grabbed Cadril by the collar and began to scold him for his reckless act that had injured their commander. Suddenly, the rubble exploded, attracting the men's attention, and a passage appeared in the stones. Gio asked in a trembling voice if Manera was alive. Al's fire arrow was the first to fly out of that place. The girl's pistol was next, and it made several holes in the surprised Gio. In the last moments of his life, the guy looked at the girl in surprise and only quietly asked why. Ignoring Gio's misunderstanding, the girl asked Palm what the results were. The answer was that, as he expected, he had only wasted mana because of her stubbornness. Looking at the crowd in front of him, the young man calmly pointed out to the girl all the newcomers. Manera then ordered Gio to gather the boys and leave. The man, of course, still did not understand what was happening. There was no time to explain the whole situation, so the answer was short. It was an order from Captain Chiron. Meanwhile, Iboru was already on the other side of the portal and was making excuses to the snail that it was an accident, and he wanted to wait for everyone. At first, he was surprised to notice that the second level was also in the cave, and then he assumed that the others could be here too. Somewhere in the distance, he noticed the silhouette of a man and ran forward, ignoring the fact that there was a pile of bones around him. He began to explain that he had fallen behind his group and asked to join them if there were no objections. Suddenly, an animal jumped on him to stop him. Iboru fell down. He was furious and threatened to put the unfortunate snail in the soup for such behavior. He was complaining about the animal as if it were worse than a monster, but when he looked up, he saw a horrible creature. The entire cave was filled with creatures that resembled humans in silhouette, but looked very bizarre up close. Meanwhile, the man who ordered Gio to flee noticed the pendant on the miner's neck and realized something. When the girl was under the rubble with Elle, he asked her how much she knew about the death of Leah's eagle eye. For the pirate, this was an audacity, and she did not understand why the young man was even thinking about it now. Palm explained that beyond these stones, among the people she considers friends, are followers of the dark wizard who destroyed the eagle's eye. He also said that Kyrfen had guessed everything, which is why he was here. They wanted to divide the captain from Manera in order to destroy her second student. For a moment, the girl hung there, making a bunch of thoughts in her head. It was hard for her to accept the fact that followers had made their way to Nautilus and that there were still people among their comrades. The guy gave the girl the medallion she asked him to give to Chiron. It was her symbol that she would never give away to anyone. It was proof that the captain really knew everything and wanted to protect her. Then Manera lowered her weapon and asked about those who had already been killed by Elle. He briefly confirmed her guess. Then she asked him how he identified them. It was all about the monocle he got from the Crusaders. They didn't trust him very much and assumed that he might be preparing a trap. But at least their plans coincided, so even though they regretted what they had done, they could not go back. Cheryl reassured herself that if Palm's mana couldn't sustain the monocle, he would die before he could use it, so the Crusaders decided to humbly wait for the answers that the future would bring them. After getting out of the rubble, Elle told Manera that all but 3 of them, including Gio, were followers. One of the traitors began to manipulate the girl by asking her if she really believed the guy's word without evidence. But the young man had proof. Even before the regression, the fight against followers was a real hassle. Their tattoos appeared only after an infusion of mana, and their location varied, making it difficult to identify. However, the fact that it was not visible to the naked eye did not mean that it did not exist at all. As proof, Palm approached Cadral, raised his head, poured in mana, and a mark appeared on the man's forehead. The guy added that he respects all tastes, but in his opinion, this was too much. Gio and the man with long hair standing next to him saw the symbol with their own eyes and could not believe it. The followers quickly realized that they had been exposed, and one of them ordered everyone to be killed. Although people loyal to Manera already knew the truth, they still did not expect such a sharp attack. The pirate herself, without a shadow of doubt or regret, used her pistols against her former good friends. Elle spent too much mana searching for followers and told the girl that at this rate they would be at a disadvantage. There was a secondary gate nearby, so the guy offered to go in and seek shelter there. Manhwa only shut the young man up, not wanting to listen to him, and with her hot temper, she planned to personally kill everyone. One of the insurgents had an object with him that emitted purple magic and ordered everyone to disperse if they did not want to be hit. He held a skull in his hands and said it was time to start hunting. The next moment, he released something like a ghost that enveloped Manhwa and her team members. Instantly, everything around her was pitch black. She could not see anything and could not understand what kind of illusion it was. Despite the lack of visibility, the girl managed to dodge the shot that left a small scratch on her cheek. The shooter admired the pirate because she was able to dodge completely at random, but she will not have a second chance. Other members of Manhwa's team panicked because they couldn't see anything. A man with a gun mocked the girl for wanting to see the eagle's eye and said he would send her to it out of the kindness of his heart. Finally, he asked me to say hello to Leah and shot Manhwa. The bullet was a millimeter away from the girl's white blind eyes. At the last moment, she was saved by L, confusing all the followers who were sure that the young man should not have seen anything either. But having a monocular to detect tattoos, the guy saw the silhouettes of people's manas. The pirates were ordered to destroy him because he was too unpredictable. It was useless to dodge bullets while blind, so Palm picked up a stone from the ground to shield them from the bullets. The next to be used was a fire arrow that maneuvered to string people one by one. The man with the huge cannon naively thought that he would not be hit by the shot, but he was mistaken and died. The man holding the skull could not understand what kind of force it was because he thought it was an ordinary fire arrow. He ordered everyone to stop the boy, so a bunch of arrows flew in L's direction. Palm now had 4 phoenix feathers, so he repelled the attack with his most powerful revolver. The man with the skull could not believe his eyes because he had never seen arrows being twisted before. But the next moment, as if out of nowhere, L appeared and separated his hand holding the skull with the curse of blindness. Then he quickly took the young man's life and repelled another attack of bullets in his direction. As soon as the owner of the skull died, Manhwa and the others immediately regained their sight. But it was not the end because the follower, in the last moments of his life, decided to take everyone with him to the next world in the name of a dark magician. From somewhere, a bomb appeared in his hands, and copies of it spread in space. All the bombs exploded at once, scattering people around. L made a surfboard out of the stones and maneuvered them in the air, picking everyone up. The guy was on the verge of running out of mana, so he had to get to the secondary gate before his mana ran out. Suddenly, one of the followers jumped on their island of safety and took a swing at the girl. The scoundrel quickly knocked the girl out of the stones he wanted to grab her, but did not have time to grab Geo. Cursing everyone in his head, Palm tried to grab the girl with telekinesis. However, the follower's attack was more deliberate, and the young man did not have time to do anything because a bomb flew in his direction. When Manhwa recovered from her fall, she was horrified to see that the secondary gate had been destroyed. The other followers were shocked by what had happened. Palm had managed to get through the gate, and they were worried that they had lost him and the others. A guy with brown hair said not to worry because the gate was going to be repaired soon. Now their main task was to destroy the captain's second student. Manhwa wanted to shoot back at her attacker, but he had a protective layer. The girl did not know about it because he had previously hidden his ability. Covering his face from the bullets with his hand, he laughed at her and said that the attack was weak. However, when he tried to strike Manhwa himself, she deftly dodged him. After doing a flip, she jumped on his back and shot his feet. When others rushed to help her friend, firing bullets at the girl, she used her husband as a human shield. Despite the fact that the man could use a protective barrier, it did not work for his entire body, and the attacks caused him pain. Manhwa also used her shield to attack others. The man obviously did not like this role and took a swing at the girl to finish her off while he was nearby. But the pirate calmly fired 2 shots, one in the stomach and the other directly into the hawthorn, after the man opened his mouth from the pain of the first blow. While the followers were feeling sorry for their comrade, whose name was Pedro, the girl hinted without a shadow of fear that time was running out and asked them to attack in bunches. Meanwhile, Debo, Kira, and Ralph found a bunch of secondary gates in the cave. The girl and the boy were a bit confused by the number of portals. The man had heard something about such special gates. They connected different areas on the second level. The passage closes as soon as a certain number of people pass through the gate, and the rest must use the remaining portals. The young man was worried about how they would find the boss if they didn't know which gate led to which. Ralph mockingly suggested that they trust in fortune. The 3 of them were lucky to get through, but they had to keep an eye on the situation because Palm would appear from another gate, and then they would be able to regroup. Somewhere in the distance, Debo noticed the silhouette of a man rapidly approaching them. It was Iboru, who was just crying with joy when he saw the company, thinking out loud that they had come to save him. But the company turned around and started to run away. and the guy was shouting for the man not to come near them. Ibaru was sad about the infidelity of his team, and everyone just prayed for Palm to appear. El had already appeared on the second level and was looking at the monsters through his monocle, frightened. Gio was also shocked because he realized that they were not just monsters, because they were wearing pirate clothes. They left moral dilemmas for later because the creatures did not die even after their heads were cut off. The guy was very scared of what he saw because he had never heard of such monsters without a core. These zombies were human corpses, and because of the lack of vital points, they could not die. Everything was different from before the regression, so the young man panicked a little and thought about how to find a way out as quickly as possible. And suddenly he saw the threads of mana stretching very far. Following these threads, he came to a wall behind which there was something, and there he saw Debo. The young man's eye got sore, and he reached the limit and could no longer maintain this skill. Gio saw the boy's condition and began to encourage him to get ready, not noticing the monster that was flying right at him. Suddenly, something destroyed the monster. Minera appeared out of nowhere and saved the man. Another member of the girls' team, whose name was Kevin, was very happy to see her and asked if she was injured. The pirate was not going to answer this question and only asked him to move away if he did not want to die. The girl fired, and a bright light that was much bigger than the little gun seemed to be able to produce destroyed many monsters at once. This shot created a whole tunnel in the rock. Kevin jokingly said that his commander almost killed him. Although the attack destroyed many zombies, when the dust settled, it was clear that there were still many of them. The man asked what they should do because they were running out of ammunition. The girl said that she could shoot one more time with her remaining mana. Suddenly, Palm intervened and stopped the girl, saying that they would need this skill later. Minera didn't know what to expect because she just saw a bunch of monsters in front of her. The young man began to dig through his bag, calculating how many kilometers it was to Debo. He had no more time to think. He told the pirate that 5 or even 3 minutes would be enough. She didn't understand what he meant, but the guy took out a few mana stones, ate them, and said he would clear the gate. Meanwhile, Al's team was fighting. Debo couldn't understand why the zombies didn't die, because they were just human corpses, and they even cut off their heads. In general, the battle was difficult, and one of the monsters even grabbed the young man by the throat. As Palm Ralph ordered, he came to the aid of his son. The guy rubbed his neck, wondering if it was possible to kill these creatures, but the man told him to fight and to stop talking. Kira and Ibiru also fought off the ever-living annoying creatures as best they could. At that moment, the man decided to shoot at a stone block hanging directly above the monster. The move was a success, and Iboru did not expect it, and smiled nervously when he heard himself being praised. But that was not the end of it. Another monster appeared right in front of Debo. It was a complete mockery for the young man. This creature was not like the others. It was a big, slimy, disgusting thing, and the boy didn't know what to do with it because they hadn't done much with the other one either. Iboru's praise turned to anger because he had woken the creature. The poor man was already reluctant to come up here, and now they were scolding him. While Minera and his team fought off the monsters, El restored his mana. The poor young man felt as if his heart was going to stop. He didn't want to make himself feel that way again. There was no other choice. It was too early to develop a new circle, and without preparation, it would only bring him down. Then there was only one option, because he had faced similar situations before the regression. The monsters were getting stronger and stronger, and his mana and attack power were not up to par, so when the young man reached the limit of his 6th circle, he had to get out of it. It was risky, but I decided that the mana stones used only for circle development were a concentrated substance that was the power of monsters. Then he wondered if it was possible to turn the core in the center of the stone into mana. Theoretically, this was supposed to restore the young man's mana, but there was still a problem with the blast wave. Using telekinesis, he tried to direct the mana with the blood flow to the heart and hoped that it would survive. Minera was shooting at another monster when a sphere of fire flew past her, and she heard Al's voice praising her. She looked at the boy in surprise, and he calmly asked her to prepare that devastating attack. The girl looked at the young man in amazement and did not understand what was happening to him because Palm seemed to be enveloped in blue energy. Meanwhile, Al's team tried unsuccessfully to fight the monster that Iboru accidentally awakened. The creature licked Ralph's hand with its tongue, and when the man looked at the wound, he noticed mushrooms. He was horrified to realize that this is how the creature creates those zombies. The man had to separate his own arm, but fortunately he was healed. He loudly warned his comrades to beware of those tentacles because they turn them into zombies. Debo realized that it was all the work of that monster and saw his friends slowing down and realized that they would all die at this rate. The guy decided to take matters into his own hands and asked everyone to step aside to do his own thing. The young man was very nervous and felt a strong responsibility for what could happen if he failed. Directing the pace, Debo began to quickly separate the creature's poisonous tongues. There were so many of them that he almost missed one, but Kira jumped up and took the hit. Meanwhile, Palm instructed Manhwa to focus on maintaining her skill while he took care of the scope. They had to break down the wall in front of them, and they had only one chance to do so. The boy and the girl started working. Manhwa fired a ball and Elle strengthened it and spun it with telekinesis. The bullet pierced the wall. The young man thought to himself that he had to go even faster and preferably gain momentum. It was too early to stop. The boy put all his strength into this blow and asked the girl not to stop. To make their attack even stronger, Elle added fire arrows that wrapped around the ball. Manhwa's team had nothing to shoot back with. Palm immediately ordered the girl to move away. On the other side of the wall, the monster had Debo pinned against a rock. Ralph was worried about the boy, but he couldn't help him. Monsters without a core. The stupid puppets clouded Al's judgment. The flow of mana coming from the zombies had to lead somewhere. The whole secret of living creatures is that they are controlled by the true owner of the core. So they had to fight him! The bullet pierced a huge wall and flew straight to the monster. Palm clearly saw his enemy and, enraged, struck a fatal blow to the creature. This blow, which traveled a long way, hit the core of the creature and destroyed it. No one in Al's team expected such a sharp blow to destroy a boss of this level. The creatures reaching out with their paws for Miner and Palm froze in place. The next moment, all the monsters that didn't have their own core started exploding. Iboru laughed nervously, happy that he had managed to survive this terrible story. A tired but satisfied Palm said with a smile that the gate had been passed. Manhwa looked at the young man with completely different eyes. Her own story was sad because her parents were terrible people and abandoned her. The captain's student, Leah, was always a heroine to her because she protected all orphans. One day they were sitting on a submarine and remembered that 10 years had passed since Chiron had taken them in. Manhwa always called Leah a genius compared to whom she was nothing. The girl expressed her fears about her feelings because she thought they were alienating, but Leah slapped the young pirate's ear in a sisterly way and said that confidence was her weakness. The blonde and bright as the sun girl said that the child had no reason to hurry because she would always be there. After the monster disappeared, Debo asked Kira if she was sure she was okay. The girl assumed that it might be because of the new equipment, and Ralph reminded her of his work. All conversations were interrupted when the team saw something ahead of them. When they got a little closer, they recognized Leah as being tied to a stone. Ralph assumed that the girl had tied herself up before turning into a zombie mushroom. She had a letter in her pocket, where she wrote to her master that her followers had returned. She wrote that in her opinion they had already penetrated deeply into the ranks of Nautilus. She wanted to return but could not in her condition, so she asked the captain to take care of her. She also turned to Manhwa because it seemed that the followers were very carefully prepared. She had been betrayed by Prina and Cedric, with whom she had been friends for a long time, and half of their group. She had no idea how many more were still hiding among them. She asked the girl not to believe anyone. She seemed to have shot herself because she knew it was the end. Manhwa couldn't hold back her tears because in the letter, Leah apologized to her sister for not being able to fulfill her promise. After removing the guards on the other side of the portal, masked followers were already waiting for the company. They were surprised that their people in the portal were late. The staff took a piece of the night, so even Manhwa's unit could not fight blind. Suddenly, one of the men was hit by a bullet. The shooting started. The leader of the followers was stunned when he saw the shooters because he knew they were supposed to be at the meeting. Chiron stood in front of them and pointed her pistol at him, asking if he liked being attacked by surprise. Murat reported that he had killed everyone and asked the captain not to worry so much, reminding her that she had sent Palm and the girl. She understood everything perfectly well, but knew that she would never forgive herself if Manhwa did not return. Suddenly, the woman heard her name. A girl came out of the portal with her commanding officer. Everyone had grieving faces. The sight brought tears to Chiron's eyes. Even the man with the eye patch was amazed. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that she had brought her sister back. The woman gently congratulated them both on their return. A bunch of people on boats with torches gathered near the Nautilus underwater chute. Debo was amazed at the number of people. Kira explained that they were already burying their heroine, Eagle Eye. As is customary in their traditions, the girl's body was put into a boat and set on fire. After a hard day's work, Manhwa stood and saw her dear sister off to her last journey with sorrow in her heart. Despite the crowded event, Debo noticed that their boss was gone again. The young man was in the captain's cabin drinking several bottles of mana potion. This was another condition of their agreement to protect Manhwa in the Eagle's Eye portal. However, this amount of mana was an excessive request, as it was hard to get it after losing the recipe for this potion. Elle knew this very well, and asked Chiron because Nautilus's resources were more favorable for this. Even though their case was over, the young man offered new cooperation. Despite the fact that the guy defended Manhwa, it didn't mean that the captain trusted him, so Elle said that it could be considered a new deal. Palm asked for 2 items from the treasury instead of the one they had agreed on, and in return offered to help him track down all of his followers. Although it was his second life, it was not easy for the young man. Manhwa was sitting in her cabin, thinking about something. Suddenly, Geo came in to see her. He confused her a bit by his appearance, but the girl began to say that she was not thinking about anything like that. The man, as if reading her mind, just told her to join the guy. The girl turned around and looked at Geo in surprise. He began to make excuses. Although he didn't want to eavesdrop, he accidentally overheard her talking to Al when the young man offered to join her. He went on to say that this time everything ended well only because of that guy, but that the followers who killed Leah were still at large. Clenching his fist tightly, the man added that he was sure that Manhwa was seeking revenge just like him. By joining the Palm, the girl had the opportunity to be on the front lines and fight the followers. Geo himself already trusted the young man. He let Manhwa go with a smile and promised to take care of their home. She blushed a little and looked at the man sincerely, but then smiled and started to mock. The girl said that she could hardly believe it because Geo was a weakling. The man was angry with her for ruining such a moment. Meanwhile, Ella and Chiron were heading down the river to a secret hiding place. As soon as they arrived at the treasury, a bunch of guards immediately pointed their guns at them, with 5 circles of them. Then the red-haired woman raised a torch that burned with a blue flame. It was a sign. After that, they were let in without any problems. The door of the secret room opened. It was hard for the boy to hide his surprise when he saw Chiron's treasure trove in front of him. The young man asked if the woman could tell him about these things, but she told him to find out for himself because no pirate would talk about the value of his treasure. Chiron rudely replied that she would only give him the 2 items as promised. Elle assumed that she was being prickly because of the offer he had made to Manhwa. I expected even less palms, but there were a lot of onyx dragon staff and a dominator pendant. He also saw the ring of the sunrise. Since he had been promised only 2 things, he had to find the most powerful ones. Suddenly, the guy turned sharply because he noticed something. The woman was surprised that he decided so quickly. He found exactly the artifact he was looking for. It was a bracelet that emitted a blue glow. After the Day of Judgment, when the followers came out of the shadows, among them was the one who destroyed the Allied troops on the front lines. It was Rick, a traitor to humanity. He infiltrated the highest echelon of the Allied forces. He betrayed everyone when he delivered a fatal blow to the Alliance forces at a crucial moment. This bracelet is a symbol of terror. Because of it, Elle lost many comrades. The boy assumed that Rick found it here after Nautilus fell. Palm put the artifact on his hand and told Chiron that it was his first choice. The woman appreciated his selectivity, but did not understand why this particular bracelet, because it did not match his element. Walking a little further among the pile of gold, the young man saw something shiny and looked closely. It was a small ring. Elle had never seen it before and did not feel any energy. He thought it was suspicious because there could not be an ordinary ring lying among the pile of valuables. As soon as the guy reached for her, she just jumped away. This surprised even the captain. Suddenly, the ring jumped up and grabbed hold of Palm's finger. The woman was surprised, but told the young man that she could not give him the item because it was given to her for safekeeping. Elle didn't argue and agreed to choose another item, but there was a small problem. The ring didn't want to come off. Meanwhile, Beju reported to Ivok that the issue with Goldrich had been resolved. The man praised the girl and asked about Palm because there was little time left before the next case. Beju lowered her head guiltily in front of the gentleman and began to tremble and apologize. The angry man slammed his fist on the chair when the girl told him they had failed. Ivok lost his temper and started shouting at the poor woman that she was incapable of anything because they even used a piece of the night and still failed. The angry man gave the girl one last chance. She had to pay for her next failure with her life. Meanwhile, the miner quickly packed her things into a backpack in her cabin and set off with a sense of purpose. She grabbed her gun and left her cabin for a long time. Gio saw off Al's team and kindly asked about their imminent departure. Debo said that they would return if possible. Otherwise, Ralph would mockingly advise the man to work on his skills. Gio remembered the bishop as a crazy gambler who had robbed everyone of their money. The young man asked his boss if they were leaving, and Palm nodded a little unhappily, crossing his arms. But then he heard a voice asking them to wait. Debo couldn't believe what he was thinking and looked at the boss, who had a smile on his face. Minera asked to wait for them, breathing heavily from running fast. She decided to join their team and asked with a smile where she belonged. A group of people was attacked by an unknown person wielding a sword shrouded in green magic. A guy with brown hair shouted to his partner with a pigtail to run away and not look back. There was a gate ahead, and one of the company decided to stay late to activate it. The young man was not going to give up so easily. He grabbed the lever and managed to pull it. But the very next moment, a guy named Kukran was cut in half by a huge sword that passed through him. The young man gave his life, but saved his friend because the gate was closed, and now he had time to escape. Kukran's friend did not want to run away, and only shouted his friend's name. But the young man wanted his friend to escape because he had to survive. He had to warn everyone about the mysterious man in armor and on horseback, who was more of a skeleton than a living being. El Palm came to Abbas's office. The man was furious at the bold appearance of the boy, who had brought nothing with him. The young man explained that the situation was extraordinary and that the fact that they had survived was a kind of miracle. This did not calm the bearded man down at all. The guy seemed to ignore the fact that his boss was furious and said that he thought they should raise the rates, even though it wouldn't really save the situation. He said that they were joined by Minera, who was also called the Golden Eye. El knew that the followers would not sit idly by, so next time he was going to reveal them. The man was tired of listening to the young man, but he couldn't tell him everything now, because if Gapor started a battle in an attempt to destroy Canius, it would be difficult to achieve the desired result. In that case, they would never get to the source of the followers. However, El realized that his superior's patience was not eternal, so he had to hurry and promised the man that it wouldn't take long. Ralph was grumbling about money as usual. This time he was not happy that the young man had hired a new team member without consulting him, so his share would be reduced again. Debo started the argument by defending his boss, who shouldn't have to justify himself to a man. Then Ralph said that they still haven't decided who the leader is. Kira just concluded that he hadn't gotten a good beating. El calmly put his tea on the table, and catching on to the man's words about the interim leader, said that it was not important. The young man looked at him with his cold gaze and said that if someone had a complaint, they could always prove it with their skills, and that he always gave them a chance. Ralph was afraid of this look from Palm, so he abruptly stopped talking about leadership, but he didn't forget about money and continued to argue that everything was decided without him. El suddenly got up from the table. Debo asked him where he was going, but the boss just said he had things to do and canceled today's training. Palm and Ralph left the house together and went in different directions. In general, they still had security guards who were always unhappy that their objects were walking around as if they were fearless on their own. So this time they had to split up, one part following the man and the other following the boy. When El was in the treasury and the situation with the ring happened, Chiron did not believe that he could not take it off, but later realized that the artifact itself chooses its owner. The problem remained with the owner of the ring. The woman sighed heavily and said that the young man would ask the owner for permission. So after returning, the young man immediately went to ask for the transfer of the property to the Crusaders. Cheryl sarcastically congratulated the guy for surviving, but El got straight to the point and asked if it was her ring. Then he said that he came to ask permission for this thing because it was not filmed. The girl was stunned to see the ring on his hand, and even more surprised that he could not take it off. However, she could not give it away because the owner was temporarily absent. Palm then asked if Cheryl could bring him over because he didn't even know how to use the machine, so an explanation would be helpful. To the boyfriend's surprise, the girl was happy to receive such a request. Now she could ask him in peace. The girl's request was specifically about the owner of this artifact. Al was asked to rescue the relic seeker Pyrrhus. It was he who was now in danger with an unknown creature in armor. When the day of judgment came, humanity on the brink of extinction had the only hope, a team of 6 heroes who came to the rescue when trouble struck. A blue-eyed, blonde young man with a staff whose name was Evan. He was Fried's successor. A cold blonde guy with an icy gaze is the fateful Luminos. the clever thief Phantom and the long-haired elf queen Mercedes, the halberd heroine Aran, and the mysterious long-haired boy Invol. The last hope of humanity was the return of the 6 heroes who were sealed away 800 years ago, along with the magician. Ordinary people witnessed the insane power and miracles they performed. There was a ray of hope that this time the 6 heroes would save the world. However, no one knew then that they had lost half their powers when they awoke from the seal. During a battle with a dark wizard 800 years ago, the heroes' items fell into a time rift, and now, for unknown reasons, they were found in the gates of this era. The defeated Alliance forces were unable to buy enough time for the heroes to regain their strength. This time it has to be different. They have to give them good protection from followers. El planned to be a bait for enemies with his team to unite the Maple World factions and the Almighty Alliance. This time they had to win and change history once and for all. Palm brought his team with him. Debo really liked the look of the new location. The boss handed out pieces of paper to everyone and asked the company to attach them to their bodies. The young man, like an obedient mercenary, immediately applied the paper to his body, even though he asked Al what it was. As soon as the paper touched the boy's body, he was immediately enveloped in blue energy. In a few seconds, a gate appeared in front of the team as if from nowhere. Minera and Ralph were also surprised because they would never have found this portal without the strange papers. El assumed that the relic seeker Pier had found a way to track the hero's items. Looking at his hand, he assumed that this ring with character on his finger belonged to the hero. It was a very useful skill, so Palm undertook to save such a valuable person. The company passed the first gate very quickly, in just 3 hours. Debo was very happy because it seemed to be a new record. Recalling the fire boars, the young man said that it was easy, and they were no match for him, so Kira advised him to wash his face first before showing off. Minera was surprised because the guy said that he had recently completed only 1 lap, to which Debo smugly replied that he was a genius at this pace, and would quickly reach the 3rd and 4th lap. Ralph was already getting annoyed by the young man's smug boasting, and did not hide his indignation. Palm intervened and advised the boy not to rush because, contrary to popular belief, rapid development of circles is not always beneficial. The development of the circle leads to dramatic changes in all characteristics. Several such jumps in a short period of time put a lot of strain on the body, so you need to keep a balance. Debo was surprised to hear that his boss had also recently developed circles quickly, to which El replied that he had no choice but to wait at least 2 months. Minera listened to their conversation with skepticism because the guy talked about developing circles as if he could do it at any time, and she didn't know that he really could. Before the regression, El could not go beyond the 7th circle. The constant danger forced him to evolve, but ironically, it led him to certain limitations. Now he knew the future and could not stop at the 6th circle. If he raised the lap at the optimal time, he had a chance to develop the 8th lap, which only heroes can achieve. Suddenly, Kira interrupted the conversation, reminding them that they were looking for someone and expressing concern that they might have missed him because they had passed the first gate quickly. El calmed her fears by putting on his mana-seeing monocle and checking the previous level. Debo asked his boss about this eye patch that he put on and off and asked if he could really use it to find someone. Palm answered in the affirmative, but only as long as the person was alive. Suddenly, the guy said that they had hundreds or even thousands of monsters as guests. Turning around, Debo saw a bunch of skeletons with sparkling green eyes flying at him from the castle. The creatures had shields and helmets. There were too many of them, so everyone decided to run away. Minera noticed that they were skeletons and realized that her bullets were useless against bones. Kira remembered that before the skeletons there were zombies and started grumbling that these were now their constant opponents. The fleeing Ralph had already resigned himself to this thought because he had no choice of opponents. Suddenly, Kira screamed to duck because someone's skull was already flying at Debo. Someone managed to reach the lever, and the resulting wall crushed several skeletons, protecting the company. An unknown rescuer saw the X-ray monocle and asked his comrades if they were crusaders. Everyone turned to the boy, who was happy that they had finally come for him. He was hanging on for dear life, asking if they had brought him something to eat, and then he just fainted. The guy has been here for a month, and during this time he has learned a lot about the local devices and the behavior of skeletons. He created such magical papers that at the beginning of the palms, he gave them to everyone. The young man had no doubts about his skills as an infiltrator. The problem was that we ran out of supplies 5 days ago, and there was no one to hunt. It was the very Pier they were looking for. The young man joked that he was on the verge of starvation. Suddenly, L turned to the boy with a request. Pier was ready to answer any question while eating the bun, but Palm decided to postpone it until the poor young man finished. Manhwa was happy because after all this time, the guy would have found a way out so they wouldn't have to fight the boss and could just leave. But Pier said there was more to it and asked the adventurers for help. The young man fell to his knees and begged them to become his defenders for just 3 days. The guy was looking for something, and if he left just like that, it would mean that his comrades died in vain. He wanted to explore deeper, but he couldn't do it on his own because he didn't know how to fight. So, with his head bowed, he begged for 3 days to find the item and promised a decent reward in return. Palm asked the guy how he was going to find the thing he had been looking for a month in 3 days. They didn't have that much free time to waste here. Pier explained that it was not that simple and he did not check the dangerous areas, but he had one place in mind. Meanwhile, Evok looked out the huge window and thought about what had already begun and how Palm would not be able to get out. Suddenly, someone frightened him because a voice in the empty room addressed him and asked about his confidence in the case. Looking around, the man saw a giant spider expressing his disappointment with Evok because he thought he was useful, but it turned out that he was unable to cope even with a novice adventurer. A spider named Will wrapped the entire room in a web and asked how long the man would be embarrassed. Evok fell to his knees and bowed his head and said that there were no excuses and he was ready to accept any punishment. However, he added that the plan to take Palm's life was already in place, so he asked for a chance to redeem himself. Will liked that the man was taking responsibility, so he agreed to listen to his plan. Meanwhile, L fought the skeletons in the portal without showing himself to them, but with the help of telekinesis. He distracted them by throwing stones, and after driving them into the right corner, pulled a lever and locked them in the room. So this time they did the same, and Debo covered them with the magic barrier created by Pier's papers. The boy, as always, was hastily rejoicing when they blocked the monster's path and said that it would be easy, but Pier insisted that they should not relax. By design, the device is not able to completely block their path. When one door closes, another one opens. The skeletons will quickly notice and find a way out. In this case, the company's main task was to find what the young man was looking for before the monsters found them. While searching for the legendary hero's object, they came across a huge statue of a knight with a sword. Debo didn't see anything that looked like the item they were looking for and assumed the boy was wrong. Palm himself noticed that this place was different from the others, so he thought that if he looked closely, he could find something. While the young man with the halberd wondered who built everything here, Manhwa looked at the statue and hoped that it would not come to life unexpectedly. Suddenly, everyone was called by Kira, who saw some writing on the wall that she could not read. Pier assumed that it was a kind of riddle written in an ancient language. He thought that if they translated it, it would help them find the object. On the wall, it was written that to the sound of the orchestra, a brilliant artist appeared on the stage behind a deep, dark curtain, looking down on everyone. Those who had goals had to follow his trail. Suddenly, Manhwa noticed something that looked like a door with something painted on it. She thought it might be important. Ralph and Debo saw something similar. All the doors had drawings that symbolized something. Some were intuitive, and others were more difficult to understand. Pier thought about the riddle and remembered that it said to follow the light. So he asked to pour mana into the sun symbol. Debo looked at the boy and tried to do it, asking if it was right. Suddenly, the door opened surprisingly easily, but there was a ball of fire inside. Before he even realized it, he was hit by a fireball. Kira immediately rushed to his side, but apart from the burned eyebrows, the guy was not badly injured. Ralph laughed out loud with Debo and called him looking quite appetizing after being fried. Pier was a little nervous, but he admitted his mistake. But a thought suddenly struck him. The dark curtain on the stage is night, so this time he assumed the correct answer was the moon. This time the young man was sure. Ralph decided that this time the information was true and called the boy an expert and went to inject mana. However, the man also failed because a huge boulder was waiting for him outside the door. Now a confused Debo with no eyebrows and an angry Ralph were looking at the pirate. The pyre assured him that he would not make a mistake this time. All 6 gathered in a circle in the center of the room to discuss the results and the next steps. Kira assumed that the wrong answer would activate a trap associated with the symbol. The bishop treated himself and Debo, and the young man scratched the back of his head and said that he had no idea how to solve it. One symbol looked like a stone, and it was not clear what the X meant. The only guess was something like lightning as a light source. The man pleaded with Debo to press him and check his assumptions, but the young man got angry, saying that he was not sure. Seeing how nervous Pirel was, he said that they were probably misinterpreting the symbols, so it would be safer to solve the riddle first and then look for the corresponding sign. Palm suggested that the young man was thinking in the right direction. The dark curtain on the stage is a night sky orchestra of crickets. The words about those who look down from the mountain could be about the moon, stars, or clouds. Suddenly, Pierre had a thought about the stars. The riddle said that it was always looking, so it could not be the moon. After all, it changed depending on its cycle. The stars also moved but never disappeared from the night sky. The young man boldly approached the next symbol, but this time he hesitated a bit more. He chose a stone with a star on it and reached for it with a trembling hand. Only now did Manhwa realize that it was a star symbol, not an X, as they had assumed. The boy began to squint in fear and pour mana into the star. This time they were lucky and thought of the right answer because the door opened a passage. Ralph and Debo were a little angry that they were the ones who got to play the role of the test case. Happy with his discovery, Pierre offered to go straight ahead in search of the object. Suddenly, Beiju jumped out of the darkness and, releasing her poisonous tips on a chain, asked the young man if he was sure of what he said. She almost wounded the guy with her weapon, but Palm jumped out and protected him. Enraged, he called the girl a rat and hit her with an arrow at a short distance. The young man thought that the arrow had passed through the girl, but he was not completely sure. Unfortunately, his doubts were confirmed. Beiju had the skill of teleportation. To add insult to injury, she also led a flock of followers to surround the company. Some girl among them was lamenting what to do now, thinking that they should have waited until the adventurers found the item to atone for their past failures. Her eyes were covered by her hair, and she had a scar on her nose. She smiled slyly and said that they would figure it out somehow. Pierre didn't realize what was happening. The entrance to the gate was impossible to find because of the talisman of illusions. Palm was sure that no one would be able to track them. The young man was worried that even the prudent Elle had not anticipated anything like this. Unexpectedly, Palm was attacked from behind, accompanied by mockery of the situation that created too many questions. While the guy was coughing from the unexpected blow, Debo asked the attacker what he was doing. Ralph, who had struck his own, replied that it was obvious because he was making money. When he was admiring his earnings after another case, someone knocked on his door. He quickly hid his money in the safe and went to ask who brought it so late. When he opened the door, he saw the guards and was genuinely surprised because they were supposed to be on night surveillance. This arrogant attitude irritated the men, but they said that some people wanted to see Ralph. The man was completely indifferent to who wanted to see him there. He did not believe that anyone could call him at will like a puppy. But when a representative of Kanya came out of the shadows of the night street, the man was overcome with fear. Kira immediately started cursing at the man, but he was not at all scared, only amused. Debo was angry with Ralph for betraying them for a piece of paper. The man laughed out loud and said that it was insulting to judge him that way. Even the Gapur guards who defected to Kani were offered a salary 3 times higher than the original one. Still laughing, he told the boy that he had no idea how much 100 million mesos was being paid for his head. Greedy for any money, the man could not refuse such a chance. Manhwa wanted to shoot her husband by surprise, but he dodged the bullets. One of the followers told Ralph to stop talking and order the others to take over the company. A girl with a scar on her nose attacked Kira with a sword while apologizing. She obviously knew the girl. Kira said that things would not be as they wanted. The villainess looked her straight in the eye and agreed, calling her Ms. She also easily dodged the blonde's blows because she knew that she had learned to wield 2 swords in the order of Cygnus. But the habit of using her right hand for strong blows had not disappeared. And if you understand the manner of the enemy's attacks, it will not be difficult to evade. They also knew about Debo that he was strong in one-on-one fights, but often made mistakes when fighting several enemies at the same time. The unidentified girl wielded samurai swords and knew everything about the attacks of her enemy, so she advised them to accept that they would die. Manhwa fired back at the followers as best she could, wanting them to disappear. Beiju quickly got behind the girl and said that this was exactly what she expected from her student, Kairin. The pirate quickly reacted and started firing 2 pistols at the same time. But the follower was stronger and quickly grabbed the girl by the throat with her chains. Immediately saving Manhwa, Al's arrow cut through Beiju's weapon. The girl barked fiercely at Ralph to hurry up. The man said that he was not so easy to defeat, but he broke 2 ribs with his first attack, so he would not last long. Meanwhile, one of the followers strung Pyrrhus on his sharp sword. But it was just another illusion of a clever young man, and the sword went through the paper. The young man himself was already near the stone-like symbol, and asked his enemies if they wanted to know what it meant because he had guessed. Pyr poured mana into the symbol, and the trap mechanism began to work. Everything around him shook. The stranger with the scar on her nose expressed her bad premonitions, and indeed, the next moment the floor simply disappeared from under her feet. Everyone was falling, followers and adventurers alike. Kira shouted to Debo because she saw different passages in the walls. The girl reached out and took the miner's hand, and with her other hand grabbed the guy's coat. Then the young man tried to hold on tight and tried to catch his halberd on the wall. The metal weapon creaked, sparking from friction with the stones, but eventually stopped falling. Minera was the next to go. She swung around and jumped into one of the aisles and dragged the others with her. After they escaped, the door suddenly slammed shut and the floor itself closed. The adventurers found themselves in a place that looked like a maze, and since there were many forks in the road, there was a possibility that it was connected to other places. Kira said there were several entrances in the rock, so they probably all led here. If they were lucky, they might run into Al. But Minera was more realistic and realized that the chances of running into the followers of Vraza were greater. They were walking and not looking at their feet. Suddenly, someone pulled the trigger. The bars suddenly appeared and blocked the way. Debo and Minera stayed at the closed entrance, and Kira went a little further on the other side of the iron barrier. The blonde woman immediately started breaking the bars and calling him names, accusing him of all sins. But the young man had a bigger problem than Kira's indignation, because he and the red-headed pirate could have been crushed by the walls that began to close. In a panic, the girl tried to cut the bars with her sword, but she failed. Debo also tried to pry open the grate with his halberd, but it was protected by some kind of barrier. Minera was not far behind, and just wanted to shoot the obstacle that prevented their rescue. She used an explosive bullet, and it seemed like the metal was going to melt or bend under the pressure. But after the attack subsided, there was not a single scratch on the bars. They only glowed a light blue color. While everyone was spending their time on the grid, the walls of the maze almost narrowed. On the other side of the bars, Kira was shaking with anger at herself for her own helplessness. Suddenly, Debo put his hand on both walls and shouted and said that they would not die that easily. Minera asked the girl to do something because she was not yet ready to meet Leah. Kira knew she had to do something, but she didn't know what. The guy was smiling with a creepy smile that was completely inappropriate in this situation, and regretted that everything had gone wrong. He still hadn't forgotten how the last time a girl almost died instead of him. He could not live with such a burden. The young man promised that he would save her next time. Kira was shocked that he still hadn't let go of the situation. Now he gave up and let her take on the role of the cool one more time and asked the girl to save him. This cheered the girl up a bit. She called Debo crazy for joking at such a time. She gripped her sword tighter and began to think that if the bars were protected by some kind of aura, the mechanism was mana-based. The girl realized that there must be a source of mana nearby and asked them to hold on a little longer until she found it. Hurrying to find the hidden mechanism, she shouted to Debo that he should not dare to die until he had repaid her for the last time. Meanwhile, Elle ran away from the followers with Pete. On the way, the relic seeker complained that their enemies were clearly not normal. In the course of their escape, the boys eventually drove themselves into a dead end and had nowhere else to run. Pete complained that this place was not normal, that his illusions did not help him protect himself from his pursuers, and he asked for a timeout. Suddenly, the palm tree, which had been hiding for a while the young man distracted everyone, jumped out and hit many people with a fiery arrow. The guy even laughed a little. Ralph emphasized that he had warned him that Al should not be underestimated. Beiju believed that they would end up dead even if the boys managed to escape. Suddenly, an arrow flew out from behind the column, flexing behind the girl. There was a fiery explosion. She barely had time to react and teleport. The man only laughed, saying that she wanted to die and not pay him. One of the masked followers wanted to throw a blade at Pete. Of course, the guy used one of his talismans, but the unknown person reinforced the attack with an explosion. The young man was on the verge of death, and at the last moment, Palm pulled him out from under the blast wave. But as soon as the boy was safe, he threw him on the floor because it was time to fight off the enemies. Elle was already quite tired and wounded, but there was no time to rest because the followers were advancing. He was surrounded by masked men from everywhere, but he fought them off with fire. In the end, all those who dared to oppose him were killed, and the young man himself was breathing heavily from exhaustion after the fight. Those who hadn't attacked me yet stood at a distance, but I was already trembling with fear, looking at the guy as a monster. Meanwhile, Kira finally found the room where all the machinery was and stood to catch her breath after a forced run. The girl assumed that the crystal she saw was the source of mana. Even if it was a saw, there was no time to look for other options. Looking around a little better, she realized that this source was feeding mana to the entire building. Walking a little further, she saw a well with a device in it that was sure to power all the mana. By destroying it, she could save her friends. But Kira was not alone in the room. A girl with a scar on her nose took her by surprise and attacked her. She laughed out loud, glad that she was lucky because by destroying the girl, she would also destroy 2 of her friends. Besides, she thought Kira was the weakest of them all, so this was another good luck for a stranger. She called the attacker a parasite and asked her to leave because she did not have time to deal with her. The girl with the scar said that she could not just leave and that she had a name, and then offered to talk with a smile. Kira did not have time to listen to the follower because she was in a hurry to save her friends. Then her opponent called her stubborn and started attacking her with something similar to a grenade launcher, but instead of bullets, there were swords. Kira fought back, but there were too many weapons. She noticed that some of it was an illusion. However, this did not help her much because she could not distinguish between them anyway. One of the swords even managed to attack the girl from behind, but she noticed and deflected it. The weapon easily changed its trajectory, making life difficult for Kira. This skill was dangerous. The girl assumed it was telekinesis because Elle had a very similar skill. Suddenly, a long samurai sword flew at her, seemingly piercing through her. But in fact, it flew along the body. The girl held it under her armpit to understand how it worked, and she succeeded because she noticed that her opponent was not using telekinesis, but invisible threads. Then, the girl decided that she could take the weapon away by pulling the strings. But her opponent only pretended to be caught mocking Kira, who was expecting a reaction of confusion. However, the stranger did not throw the weapon out of her hands, but followed her and stabbed the girl again. She spun a whirlwind of her weapon and attacked the poor girl. She called the girl weak and suggested that she run away before it was too late. Playing on her sense of responsibility, she asked Kira that her pride would not allow her to run away. The follower with the scar knew everything about the knight, even her last name, Fraudmane. The girl's family had status, and the footage hinted that she had been raised to be spoiled, which is why she was sent to such a dangerous place. Kira answered through clenched teeth that the girl knew nothing about her. But she just laughed and asked her not to be angry because she would get wrinkles. In the Maple world, only those who were lucky enough to be born into the right families could achieve anything. The follower believed that it was not fair when all the benefits of the world are given simply by birthright. She looked into Kira's eyes with a cold stare and called her an empty space. At that moment, the girl remembered her childhood and how she was scolded for her noble birth. Kasim would always look at her with anger in his eyes and call her an upstart with insults, trying to show her her place. The follower continued to hurl insults about the girl being in a good squad where everyone was talented except for one person. She said that the girl had neither the experience of Ralph, nor the skill of Minera, nor the talent of Debo, nor the mystery of Palm. In the end, she called her pathetic, but Kira surprised her by saying that she didn't care. She began to shed her gear and admit that she was weak and unable to meet her teacher's expectations. Even relatives and comrades in arms did not benefit from it. Then she tore off her fur clothes and said that this did not mean that the follower was stronger than her. She again called on the enemy to attack because she did not have time for mere chatter. The girl with the scar got all hot and bothered, and again calling Kira a lowlife, began to show her her place. The next moment, the girl was hit from all sides by the red weapons of her follower. However, this time Kira seemed to awaken an incredible power in herself and attacked her opponent with blue crystals. They turned into ice flows, and when the swords touched them, they stopped, stuck in the ice clot. And these icy fragments were also tearing the girl's threads. She had never seen such a skill. This made her angry, so she called the girl's attack a cheap trick and reminded her that she was not capable of anything else. The follower resorted to one of her strongest strokes of 100 pernicious blades. At that moment, Kira remembered her childhood, standing in front of the chief of the knights and expressing her assumption that she was accepted there only because of her family's status. The woman just laughed and said that there are people who are not able to see the true value of treasures. She advised the girl not to conform to the standards of others and not to put herself in a box. She stroked her head and predicted that Kira would become stronger than anyone else in the world as soon as she realized the meaning of these words. It was then that the girl realized this and was able to repel all the attacks of the attacker, baffling her with her skills. Next to the yellow light of the sword that repelled the followers' attacks, Kira's hair began to shine with a light blue light. Her opponent was already angry with her for daring to fight back and dodge the blows so skillfully. The girl did not know that she was capable of not only turning her enemies into ashes, but that the power she held was much greater. Her eye changed color and now played blue, yellow, blue, and red. An explosion occurred right in front of the follower, as if a star that had lived for 100 years had ended its existence. But a new life emerged from her, a new Kira who has now fully awakened her powers. With one punch, she put an end to her bullying rival. Then she destroyed the stone that fed all the mechanisms with mana and ran to her friends. Finally, she realized what the teacher wanted to tell her. She doesn't limit herself. Although she realized it too late in her opinion, she will still believe in herself and her friends. Kira managed to save Debo and Minera. They destroyed the bars and managed to get out before they were crushed, so the boy met the girl with a smile. Although she was breathing heavily from running and had blood running down her face, Kira also smiled at him. Meanwhile, masked followers ran around the castle looking for Elle, who had managed to escape with the boyfriend. They were hiding behind pieces of paper with an illusion, and Pierre wondered how long these cheap tricks would last. He was much more concerned about whether Palm was okay, because frankly, the guy looked bad. There was no time to rest. The guys were quickly found, so they had to flee, and Elle fought back with fire arrows. Pierre fought back with illusions, and suddenly heard an insult in his direction. He was called a fool and scolded by others for not being able to cope with him. He got angry and used his next paper, which this time glowed red. But this did not help. So the guy continued to run away and want to continue to be underestimated. Palm constantly came to his defense, destroying the attackers at the last moment. This time he made it again, but he was already on the verge of death and could barely breathe. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Beiju appeared and took advantage of the situation to wound the boy. She was surprised that when she approached the young man, he was still conscious and able to move. Palm was used to fighting to the last, and he reached out to the girl wearing one of his mascots. "This is the one he took from the sorcerer in the portal for 100 people, so he attacked with the last of his strength with a fire sphere." The follower, of course, teleported and started to freak out that the young man was stalling. However, when the dust from the explosion cleared, she saw that the boy had disappeared. A rally came up behind us and expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that Beiju had not yet caught Al, although she had repeatedly said that she could easily do it. But the girl did not care because she had already wounded the young man with her weapon. When Pierre and Palm were in a safe place, the boy went up to the magician and asked if he was okay. A liquid poured out of Palm's wound, dissolving the stone. It was poison. Ralph and Beiju ran through the corridors in search of Al. The girl knew that the boy would not last more than 40 minutes. Her weapons had poison on their limbs, and her victim was doomed to inevitable death in agony. One blow was enough, so the young man was not able to run far. They reached 2 doors, so the girl ordered them to split up and find Al. Meanwhile, Pierre led Palm by the hand and complained that he had not expected such problems and said that he would have been better off not calling them for help at all. He apologized. However, Elle did not consider him guilty and said that if he had not been able to suppress this skill, he would have been a dead man long ago. The young man thought about the girl's weapon and teleportation skill because, unlike the twins, it was not a trick. He said he would deal with Beiju and asked Pierre to do his own thing. During all these events, the guy completely forgot about his mission. Now, their main problem was the ceiling that closed, but they found a device that could help them with that. But there was a puzzle again. The spear had to be placed correctly, then mana would flow through the paths and activate the device. The guy was nervous, but he wanted to do it as quickly as possible so that Elle could hold out for the time being. Palm covered himself with a paper that created a mirage and told the boy that he could take his time because he had his own business. He activated the X-ray monocle and began to inspect the building for mana flows. Ralph ran ahead and ordered his masked followers to take the boy alive because he wanted to kill him for a reward. But his followers were not going to listen to him. He was a nobody to them, and they openly said that he had no power over them. The man turned around in surprise and, in indignation, told the dissatisfied to talk to their leader. But while he was arguing with the others, an arrow flew out from in front of him. The bishop recognized the arrow of El that had struck the follower standing next to him. He could not believe what was happening. But he remembered the X-ray monocle and realized that he had them in the palm of his hand. While the man was thinking in confusion, the arrows had already killed all his companions. He was the only one left, but he could not expect mercy. In the meantime, Pier figured out the puzzle, and Mana was about to start feeding the mechanism. All that was left was to wait a little longer, because the blue energy was already filling the pipes. When he turned around, he realized that El was already exhausted and lying unconscious. It was at this moment that Kira destroyed the crystal, and the mechanism that was supposed to open the ceiling did not work either. And the worst part is that Ralph's hand passed through the illusory curtain and grabbed Pier with an evil smile. At that time, Debo Minera and Kira were looking for a way out, wandering the corridors, when they suddenly heard a strange sound behind them. They looked back, and water was rapidly pouring out of the empty tunnel. The company began to run away. But it didn't help them, as water poured out of the tunnel and into the outside from all the other holes in the walls. Beiju was waiting for Ralph. She heard a strange sound, but didn't know it was just her husband grumbling about being late. He had just come up behind me and told me that water was flooding all the roads and would soon reach here. Although the bishop turned and did not run away, the girl still looked at him with furrowed brows. Ralph carried Pier on his shoulder and dragged Palm across the floor. Beiju still recognized that he was brave. She asked where the rest of her people were and was told that they all died, but at least they did some good. The bishop emphasized that he had done his job, so he was waiting for the second part of the money, and only then was he going to hand over El. While counting the money, the girl asked if the guy was alive. The man ensured himself against being told that there was no deal if he did his job to the end. Beiju threw the money at the man's feet and said that although he had a shitty character, that was why she trusted him. Having received his 100 million, Ralph threw the girl the boys completely satisfied with the deal. The girl took out her weapon and slowly approached Al. In her opinion, for someone who had caused so many problems for Canius, the young man's end was too boring. Her eyes shone wildly. She wanted to do it for the Dark Wizard, but then on second thought, she decided it would be for her master Ivok. With a frantic laugh, she stabbed the boy to death, but as soon as her knife touched the body, the illusion dissipated, and instead of an ale, it was one of her followers. The very next moment, Ralph was flying to Beiju with a surprise and a fist. She teleported, but she had already regretted trusting such a person 300 times. They didn't let the girl think because El's arrow flew at her. She started to run away, but the guy's weapon followed her. The follower only thought that the man was with Palm. She was furious, but her poison had already spread through the boy's body, so she just had to wait and make sure he was dead. Beiju even thanked Al a little bit for giving himself away with his attacks and making her job easier. But the guy didn't let the girl relax and used the illusion of the pirate to attack, hiding his true position. Each time he increased the firepower of his arrow, and Ralph even asked him to be a little more restrained because he was getting burned too. The pyre covering Al was already a bit tired from using his skills and constantly moving around. But the follower was still intact, even though the situation made her angry and she decided to act seriously. As she emerged from the smoke, Beiju asked Ralph why he did it, knowing that the man would do anything for money. The bishop began to explain with a smile. He loved money, of course, but if the followers won, the world would end. Then all the money he had earned so hard would have become just a piece of paper, and he was not satisfied. Ralph's deal with the girl was only part of his and Al's plan. He knew that Kanya, who had been driven into a dead end, would want to hire an assassin, and as soon as they set their eyes on the bishop, everything was foreseen. The girl recalled the case of the first attack on Palm, and assumed that it was to confuse her. The man laughed, saying that in the whole Maple world there is no better healer than him, so he dealt with this scratch in a matter of seconds. He kept bragging that if he had really hit Ela, it would have been much harder. Pier just watched in silence, shocked by what was happening. Still, Ralph owed the girl for making him 100 million richer. Beiju angrily waved her poisonous weapon and promised that her husband would regret it. Meanwhile, Kira, in her metal armor, was sinking a little bit. Debo swam to her and grabbed her and pulled her up. The girl opened her eyes, and they were able to come out and breathe in some air. Minera was also gasping for air and asking her friends what was going on. The guy looked around and concluded that the situation was so-so. The water poured out of all the cracks, and within half an hour they were flooded. Kira looked at the ceiling in confusion and realized that their only passage was now blocked. And in order to save her friends, she destroyed the energy source, so it can't be opened. Suddenly, something crashed into the water near Manhwa, making waves. Wiping his eyes from the water, Debo tried to understand what was happening now. The stone statue, which had been standing there before, now came to life, and its eyes shone with a blue gleam. When Beiju was still a girl, Yiwok helped her take revenge on her enemies and burn them. When everything around her was burning, she wished her fallen enemies to burn in hell. But even this punishment was not too lenient for them, in her opinion. The man told her that those whose hands are covered in blood, even if it is because of just revenge, will not get a better ending. Just as Yiwok promised the child, the girl's revenge was completed and her enemies were destroyed. For this service, since then, her life belonged to the man, and the girl became his unquestioning servant. So now Beiju was capable of doing anything for her master. She rushed in furiously and even managed to separate Ralph's head. But this did not help her, because it was only a clone, and now several such bishops were running against her. She knew that most of them were an illusion and did not pose any threat. However, the problem was that it was impossible to distinguish the real attackers. As he created more and more clones, Pierre asked the company to end because he couldn't go on like this for long. Elle kept trying to hit Beiju with arrows and watched her movements through his monocle. But after another attack, the girl hid behind the smoke and found herself near Pierre. The young man pretended that he was caught, and that was the end of it. But the next moment, he quickly turned around, dodged the blow, and struck his own. The real young man was proud of his excellent fake from the outside, completely safe. After dispelling the illusion, Ralph appeared, attacking Beiju and mocking her confidence, which had disappeared. The man dodged her chains with gusto and cheer, and even grabbed one with his hand. However, the girl managed to cunningly put chains around him because she would not give up easily. The bishop began to suffocate, and then Elle appeared in a flash and cut the follower's weapon with his sword. Then Ralph kicked the girl in the back with the smile that had returned to him after his release. She decided to take on Pierre first for her revenge and started chasing the poor boy, who was already stressed. He was protected by Elle telekinesis, shielding him with a staff from a poisonous knife. The poor young man who had just been rescued looked at the fierce battle and thought that all three were real monsters. Ralph and Elle tried to keep up with the constantly teleporting Beiju, and eventually managed to pinch her from both sides. However, the girl was enveloped in a poisonous purple flame that scattered the attackers in different directions. The man found himself in free fall, and Eli carefully caught Pierre. At the last moment, the guy threw a dagger at her, so now Beiju was holding her wounded arm and was incredibly angry at both of them and vowed to finish them off at any cost. But they ran out of time because water poured from the passage and knocked everyone down. This severely disrupted Palm's plans, especially when Pierre was washed away by water. The man who managed to get a hold of the column with a knife realized it was time to run. But that was not the end of it, as Beiju emerged from the water with a fierce look and immediately attacked Ralph. Her face darkened with anger, and she promised to destroy everyone in an afterlife voice. With great pleasure, the follower stabbed the man in the back. Elle screamed when he saw this because he had just managed to catch Pierre and had already lost the bishop. In front of the boy, the two of them were underwater. The man tried to attack, but the girl teleported away. Ralph grabbed at his wound because he had received it with a poisonous knife and felt it spreading through his body. The girl continued to attack. When she cut his palm with a knife, he was able to grab her and smilingly took out the gold cross he was wearing. Everything around me shone. The symbol of the cross with angelic wings appeared. Dodging the attacks, Beiju could not believe that the man had such abilities. His ability to heal worked like an antidote. That's how he saved Palm. A protective barrier was formed around the man, from which he could safely attack the girl. The movement of Ralph's hands seemed strange to Beiju, and it was difficult for her to dodge them, so she simply moved away. The man began to smile and apologized because he could no longer ignore his followers' praise. The girl was furious and decided to make the most of the teleportation talisman. The bishop decided to end it and quickly swam to the column behind which the girl was hiding. He destroyed it with a single blow, and when Beiju tried to strike him, she only ran into a protective barrier. The man just laughed at her naivety because she thought she could get through his defense. The follower teleported to dodge the blows, but she failed because Ralph's fist caught up with her. The man realized that she was always behind his back, trying to attack him by surprise, but now he was the one who attacked her by surprise. The bishop's insolence angered Beiju, so she stabbed him with a knife so hard that it destroyed his barrier. Now she had decided the course of the battle and was going to deliver the fatal blow by saying that fighting her husband was really fun. But she did not have time because a fire arrow flew near her hand with a knife. Elle and Pier were in a space made of air, which was preserved by telekinesis. A split-second distraction was enough for the man to strike her unexpectedly. The attack was so strong that Beiju flew out of the water and crashed into the wall with a roar, leaving a mark there. The teleportation amulet on her chest snapped. At this rate, she would no longer be able to follow Evok's orders. Despite the fact that she no longer had any cover, she still wanted to finish the job. So she rushed right at Palm, who was already drawing his fire arrow. She knifed her way through the fire and flew forward, unmolested. As she burned, she thought only that she could not let them get out alive, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Beiju furiously flew through the flames, took her knife in her teeth, and decided that she would destroy everyone for Evok. But when she went through the first hell and saw Al's face, he said with a heavy sigh that he had one more arrow left. She could not survive this attack. The last thing she saw before she died was the light smile of her master, Evok. In the agony of death, her brain recreated a man who was stretching out his hand to her and praising her. She flew to him with a smile and tears in her eyes, begging him to forgive her. These were the last seconds of her life. All that remained of Beiju was a weapon cut by the battle. Meanwhile, the rest of Al's team fought with the statue that suddenly came to life. Minera fired her pistol and could not understand how such a huge creature could fly at all. The girl hit the statue, but it didn't do much damage, so she had to dodge a blow from a stone sword. Despite its size, the creature turned out to be surprisingly fast, so the pirate had to be rescued by Debo. Kira used her new skills to create water waves. Now, defeating the statue was not a priority because they had to find a new source of mana to open the passage in the ceiling. Minera understood the knight's idea but still had to shoot back. The boy was not far behind and also attacked the pile of stone. He even got excited because he realized that they needed to get his mana stone. They had to be careful not to destroy it, but first to get rid of the creature's armor. However, the giant was recovering, and in addition, Debo's feet were stuck in his restored matter. While the young man was distracted by his new problem, the statue's hand was already flying at him. He almost didn't notice it, so Kira loudly warned him. Suddenly, the boy was covered by the golden barrier of the holy magic shell. He turned around and was shocked to see that he had been rescued by Ralph. The man smiled broadly and said that they had not seen their son for a long time. The Stone Knight easily broke the barrier, but the fraction of seconds won was enough to save Debo. The young man did not understand anything. He only timidly said that Ralph was a traitor, despite the fact that he was still in his arms. The man just laughed and started playing the offended one, saying how could he say such things to his own father. The guy quickly recovered, and the next moment, like a petulant teenager, he was grumbling for the bishop to stop talking nonsense. Very quickly, Palm joined his friends with a fiery arrow to attack the statue. The girls immediately recognized the captain who came to their aid. Debo was also happy to see his boss and said he had no doubt that he would survive. The young man immediately warned him not to break the mana stone. Elle could see it clearly in the monster and at the same time saw the creature's weakness. Palm asked the boy to hold on tight and started working with his telekinesis. He moved Debo's halberd while the young man shouted that he would break at this rate. Unlike the boy, the girls were more intelligent and immediately realized Palm's plan. They covered him with their attacks while he stared at them in disbelief. The girls unanimously called him a jerk and told him to go ahead. When Debo realized that this time he was the main character, he gripped his halberd tighter and began to attack. He struck the weak point and broke through the stone body and saw a stone of mana inside. As soon as the guy got inside, the hole immediately healed. Ralph, who was outside, smiled broadly and asked the statue how his son tasted. Swinging his brass knuckles, he hit him directly in the chest, demanding that he spit out his child. The man made a significant dent in the stone body of the stout creature. Therefore, the next moment, Debo was able to get out of it with ease, holding a mana stone. After the statue was left without power, it collapsed and went underwater. Things did not immediately improve for the comrades, but the water started arriving much faster. Debo calmed everyone down because he believed in his boss, who was coming back soon. Elle dove underwater to set up the mechanism. He had less than 3 minutes and sincerely hoped he would make it. Thanks to Pier, the mechanism was already set up. All that was left was to open the mana flow. There was no time to think, and the young man looked through his monocle to find the shortest path. Meanwhile, his comrades were almost underwater, and the man ordered everyone to prepare to hold their breath. On the count of 3, Everyone took in a lungful of air and plunged into the water. Meanwhile, Palm realized that he would not be in time because the shortest route to the place would take him at least 5 minutes. So he had no choice but to take a shortcut to the straightaway. He held his breath and focused his telekinesis on his punch because he only had one chance. The boy managed to break through 3 layers of the brick wall with the fireball. El didn't even have time to swim to the well, so he just threw a mana stone into it. Mana instantly shed the extra shell and activated the entire mechanism of this dungeon. In front of El's friends, the ceiling slowly began to open, and light began to shine from it. Finally, everyone was able to breathe in the air and began to crawl out of the water and onto solid ground. Everyone got on land a little bit at a time, and Debo started complaining about how bored he was with this place. Minera noticed another statue similar to the one they had fought and asked if it too would come to life. Pierre, who had spent a lot of time here, said he had no idea about these things. Suddenly, Debo noticed that his boss was still gone and began to worry. Palm swam as fast as he could and managed to get out of the tunnel. He could already see the light beyond the ceiling opening, but he couldn't hold on to the last of the air. Being so close to victory, he began to lose consciousness. His eyes began to darken, and the young man went down. But his comrades did not abandon him, and Minera jumped into the water to save him. The girl swam over to Al and breathed a breath of fresh air into him. Suddenly, Palma heard a familiar voice, gently scolding him for taking everything on himself as usual. He opened his eyes and saw 4 people in front of him, and looking around, he realized that the place was familiar. He was sitting on the grass in the shade of the trees, and his friends from his past life were standing in front of him and offering him a rest. The ash-white girl smilingly advised him not to overexert himself because he had already done a good job. El realized that these were fond memories from the past and smiled. Then he told his friends that everything was fine and that he had just kept his promise. Suddenly, the young man woke up in the castle, spat out the water, and was the first to see the excited pirate. Coughing, he asked what had happened and whether his girlfriend had saved him. A happy Debo stood next to me and said that he was already worried about his boss because he hadn't come to for a long time. When Palm examined himself, he realized that his body was fine. Ralph could not miss the opportunity to brag that it was all thanks to his healing spell. El wanted to get to the point, but he noticed that Minera looked away strangely, and when asked if something was wrong, she blushed and said that everything was fine. Looking for a way out, the company had to listen to Debo's complaints when he found out that everything had been planned and he hadn't been warned. Although half of the events were improvised, the man still boasted of his skillful acting. El made him a little nervous by saying that the first attack was more like something personal. Ralph quickly changed the subject to the fact that they had to hurry. He carried Beiju's body on his shoulder and asked why Al needed it. The fact was that it was time to fulfill the promise he had made to Gaport. Suddenly, Pierre screamed and ran down the corridor. Debo only had time to ask him what happened. The young man finally found what he was looking for. One of the objects of the legendary heroes was standing in one of the rooms. The company surrounded the object and began to examine it in detail, marveling at its simplicity as a heroic weapon. Some even began to doubt whether it was an original artifact because it didn't look like one. But he was sure the object looked exactly as the legends described. It was the key to the Phantom's vault. The Phantom was the greatest thief of the Maple World. Before the regression, El had heard that there were many valuable items in his vault and that this necklace was the key to it. The young man carefully took the necklace and began to thank his comrades for coming to his aid. Suddenly, a pebble fell on his head, and then everything around him began to collapse. This development was quite predictable in this castle. That is why, during her escape, Kira was scolding Pyrrhus for grabbing an object without thinking. The young man pointed to the tower they needed to reach because there was an exit from the gate. But now, they were being troubled by skeletons that the company had already forgotten about while fighting with followers. Ralph decided to take over the work with the castle monsters, as he also wanted a little bit of battle glory. With his angelic source skill, he destroyed all the skeletons at once. They simply dissolved in the light of the machine. His comrades began to resent the fact that he had not used this technique before. Ralph, as usual, turned it into a money issue because he needed to spend too much mana. A knight on a skeleton horse with a huge sword in his hands appeared behind his undead soldiers. He mercilessly waved his weapon. Pierre panicked and asked the bishop to use the technique again, but the man could only do that once, so now he advised me to just run away. The Dark Knight continued his pursuit of the unfortunate adventurers. Everyone was so focused on running away from all sorts of creatures that they completely forgot that the castle was collapsing and didn't notice the chasm ahead. Ralph took them all in as his children, and Pierre used the last talisman to create a platform on which they could hold on because they were falling straight into the water. It didn't help much, because the creature could swim, so it didn't hesitate to dive to get to the company. Elle immediately shouted to Kira, but the girl knew exactly what to do. Using her new ability, she tried to freeze the knight. This would have delayed him for a while. He began to growl, and then Minera decided to strike the fatal blow for him. While everyone was trying to hold on to the back of the company, there was a huge explosion. They continued to move on Pierre's platform, but there was a wall ahead that they had no time to fly around, so Palm destroyed it. We had to be very careful, because if the tower collapsed, everything would be over. Finally, the group saw the portal. We couldn't stop, and everyone had to jump into the gate at the young man's command. As soon as he gave this command, everyone jumped into the portal with all their strength. Meanwhile, the spider told Iwoku that he could no longer sense Beiju's energy, so she must have failed. The man was on his knees and admitted that he had no excuses and was ready to answer for it with his own life. Of course, Will could have taken the man's life at any time, but first he wanted to show him something. His plan required as many spectators as possible. A young man emerged from the shadows, and it was time to replace the players. Meanwhile, in the room of one guild, a man with a mustache and Franco's monocle was speculating that Pierre was still alive because the gate was open. There was little hope that he was just sitting somewhere waiting for support. They didn't send the full team, so they could have gathered a couple more of the best. The man who stood looking out the window was either nervous or angry when he said the name Jack. In the Crusaders' hideout, Cheryl was discussing Jack Rich with an unknown man. He was the son of the richest man in the Maple world. His team was filled with all sorts of items and bodyguards, which was not a level that could be handled in an orange-class gate. The girl did not believe that it was the work of Kanya, because you have to be reckless to get involved in the affairs of a leading guild. The whole thing was very suspicious, so she suggested contacting Goldrich. Suddenly, Cheryl heard a familiar voice coming from the open door and grumbling. He told someone that they knew nothing, and he would not let it go. It was Pierre who asked Al why he refused to give him the ring. Palm explained that he wasn't doing it on a whim. He just couldn't do it. The girl was overjoyed to hear the young man's voice after a whole month had passed, and she had finally seen him. The young man kept shouting at Al, calling him a thief, and there was no trace of gratitude for the rescue. The guy calmly told the girl that he had brought their idiot. Cheryl started to run to him with a hug, but a second later she remembered that he was annoying. Newspapers were flying around the streets of Lys with news that Jack the Ripper was stuck in the gate. It was almost the best team in the third round, but people were more interested in the fact that Goldrich was sending a rescue team, and if successful, the reward would be 150 million mesos. There was a lot of talk on the streets about the raid, and many people were eager for the money, but only 7 places were left. Debo read the news and wondered, while Ralph cried and asked where Elle could be at such a time. With tears in his eyes, he said that he had a healer's instinct to save people, to which the guy replied that it was more likely a miser's instinct. The man and the boy were walking through the slums of the city, and the young man asked why they were here and recalled how he had once come here with his boss. They came to a door with a bell on it. Ralph had his own plans here. When he opened the door and entered, Debo covered his nose with his hand because the room was too dusty. The man greeted the stranger lounging in the chair. His name was Gary, and he was sleeping peacefully while waiting for customers, so Ralph had to wake him up in a friendly way. The bishop greeted his friend again when he finally stopped napping. Debo watched and hoped they would get a discount. They hadn't seen each other for so long that the man thought Ralph was dead. A second later, a knife was sticking out of the man's throat because he had robbed Gary the last time they met. While they were arguing, because the bishop began to pretend that it hadn't happened, the boy stood aside and tried to guess what Ralph had already done. The man said that he had his reasons in the past, but now he had come for another matter and had a lot of money. Debo immediately recognized the money as the boss's. Gary stared fiercely at Ralph, his eyes sparkling and his knife never lowered. But a second later, he was hugging the man and calling him a bro. After proving his financial solvency, the man asked the visitors what they were looking for, since he had everything except what he didn't. Ralph knew exactly what he was after, so he asked an old friend if he had a whistle amplifier. The man happily opened a box covered with a cloth and showed a bunch of whistles inside. The inexperienced Debo said they looked like ordinary whistles. Gary asked if he was blind, and the father could not help but tease his son. The boy started shouting that he had never seen anything like them. The seller began to explain in simple terms that these whistles amplify objects and are a good safety net for difficult gates. Then he took one of the whistles in his hands and said that they had a 100% success rate. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Ralph said with an evil smile that it was garbage, and he hadn't come here for that. Debo didn't understand why it was 100% bad. The lower the success rate of a whistle, the more power it gives. To avoid using them several times, you need to find the whistle with the lowest percentage. Now the boyfriend was also angry with Gary, but the man couldn't help them because he didn't have the goods. Everything changed, and now elite items belonged to the military and were subject to regulation. Ralph turned around and began to say how sorry he was that they had come so far and what they were going to do now. The man turned around a bit and said with a smile that if Gary had such whistles, he would buy about 50 of them, which would be about 100 million mesos. The ploy worked. Gary put his hand on Ralph's shoulder to stop him and said that before making a decision, you have to let people talk. They both smiled broadly. In the days of the Dark Wizard, there was one who had many names. Archmage Fried was a dragon lord or dragon sorcerer, and the most unusual was a master of time magic. His eyes reflected the clock, but he did not appear on the Day of Judgment. 800 years ago, before the Dark Wizard was sealed, he cursed 6 heroes, and their time stopped for that moment. Only Friedman was spared thanks to the sacrifice of the dragon Afrian, with whom he made a pact. The lone hero Fried wandered the world in search of ways to break the seals of his comrades. However, in the end, he failed to find a solution and disappeared without a trace. This was all the information that Peer had. He assumed that there was some kind of agreement. The ring on Palm's hand is the trace he left behind, the ring of the hero Fried. El could not believe it, because it partially answered the question of why he was reborn. If he possessed the magic of time, it was probably his doing. The boy began to have memories. He did not understand how a person who lived 800 years ago could do this, and if it was him, why he did not join them on that fateful day. Cheryl said she would stop doubting Palm if Fried chose him, but first she had to find out something. Crossing her arms, she asked the boy why he was opposing the followers. Clenching his fists, El said that he could not explain everything in detail, so he said briefly that he just wanted to save them. He talked about his friends, including Cheryl. In this time, they were alive. Meanwhile, Kira kept practicing in the forest, hacking away at all the trees around her with her sword. Suddenly, Debo came up to her and asked if she was tired of doing the same thing every day. He said he was tired of looking for a girl. She replied that she had just gone to her master to discuss something. Then she asked the young man what was wrong. Debo was a little nervous, but he said he had a proposal for the girl. She asked what kind of proposal. Then the guy looked away, scratched the back of his head, even blushed a little and asked if Kira wanted to go out with him. The next day, the young man was waiting for the girl on the pier. He looked at his watch and wondered if he was early or if the girl was late. Suddenly, he heard Kira's voice apologizing for being late and asking how long he had been waiting for her. The young man turned around and started to say that he had just arrived, but then he just froze and blushed. The girl explained that Manera did not want to let her go and forced her to change her clothes, even though this style was not for her. Kira was dressed in a dress and had her hair down, which made her a little nervous, and after Debo froze, she asked if she looked strange. The young man pulled himself together and said that everything was fine, so they decided to move on. But someone was watching the couple with the money, pulling off a whole operation to make their date a success. Manera L and even Ralph were watching their friends, grumbling because he thought that Debo's personal life was no concern of his. The girl growled at him and told him to keep quiet if he didn't understand, because she had to take care of the mental health of the team members. When Kira told the pirate that she had been invited by Debo to go out, she choked on her beer. She asked the girl once again if they were talking about a mutual acquaintance. This week is the young man's sister's birthday, so he asked her to help him find a gift. Manera, who was already very interested in the brewing romance, said that this was just an excuse. Then Kira said that she herself was not good at choosing gifts and asked her friend to go with them. The girl began to argue about why she should go with them, and the blonde woman repeated as if impenetrable that she did not know how to choose gifts. Even without expecting the girl to be able to successfully prepare for the date, Manera dragged her to get dressed up. The pair came to the weapons shop, and Debo picked up a knuckle that looked quite practical. He thought that Dinev would be able to defend himself with it. Kira pointed to the sword on the back of the head, which is perfect for beginners. They considered many offers and liked everything, and my brother even considered taking everything. After they bought something, the girl sighed with relief and said it was easier than she expected because she had never done anything like this before. The guy looked at her in surprise. Kira joined the knightly order at an early age, so she spent all her free time training and never walked around the city without a weapon. The couple noticed a counter with explosives and curiously decided to look in. The ambushed miner could no longer stand the stupidity of the two. This action was watched not only by friends, but also by security guards from Gapur, who could not wait until they finally realized that they were on a date. It was obvious to everyone that these two liked each other, but there was zero progress. The pirate sighed and said that one of them did not even realize his own feelings, so it would take forever. Suddenly, someone agreed with her words and said that this was why the boy was called a Dornick. It was Dinev, who appeared as if from nowhere because she was also watching her brother. Ralph nervously asked how the girl had found them. He didn't understand how it was that she was able to listen in without making any noise. Dinev said that she had asked for the gift and added that she hoped her brother would not return home today. Minera thought it was too much, but Debo and Kira really looked great together. Ralph sighed and remembered his youth and his beloved, with whom he was the same. The pirate did not even let him start his story and said that she was not interested in his past. Finally, Palm spoke up and said it was a waste of time. The girl was a little offended and wanted to say that he was never interested in such things. However, he interrupted her and said that it was just the way things were, but that he had experience. Minera asked him to tell her more, and Ralph was offended by this discrimination. Elle said it was in the past, especially since she was no longer alive, but on reflection, he suggested that she might be alive now. In general, he said it was not important, but the girl was still demanding to know how important it was. Meanwhile, Dinev saw that something was happening, and Ralph almost cried from the feeling of loneliness. When night fell, the boy and the girl were saying goodbye. Debo thanked Kira for her help. She smiled and was glad she could help. The girl turned around and said she was leaving. The guy didn't want her to go, but he didn't dare, so he just said that they would see each other tomorrow at practice. Satisfied with the time spent, Kira smiled and told the young man to let her know if he needed help with anything else. The boy returned home and was surprised to see his friends in the house, who seemed very gloomy. Everyone except Al was cold as usual. The castle where Fried kept his treasure was in real chaos. An unknown magician was making his way to the treasure by killing a bunch of people. He was a gray-haired man with a long beard and a mark on his forehead that all his followers wore. Having destroyed everyone on his way, he got to the stone of the hero Fried, which was endowed with the power of time. He wanted to fulfill his witchcraft plans with the power of time. However, when he touched the stones, he did not feel any power from them. He simply destroyed it with one hand, furious that someone had already turned back the clock. At the threshold of the Goldrich Trade Union building, all those wishing to apply for admission were told that the results would be ready in half an hour and asked to wait in their seats. An argument had already started among the applicants. A girl with red hair was telling the others to give up because the difference in skills was obvious. Of course, this was an insult to any adventurer, so they almost started a fight. Listening to all this, Franco twirled his mustache and analyzed the winners of the third round. The man had only one chance, so he had to choose wisely. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw a guy dragging something behind him. Coming a little closer, they recognized Palm. The owner of the Goldrich Trade Union, Mr. Goldrich, was the richest man in the Maple world. It was said that his wealth was equal to that of an entire country. In his building, there was a garden with a fountain in which a man was staying. Elle came to him. The rich man immediately looked at the young man sternly, for some reason thinking that the boy thought they were ridiculous. Elle bowed politely and introduced himself and wanted to tell the purpose of the visit, but Goldrich interrupted him. He believed he knew the purpose of the visit and assumed that the young man had come because he wanted to take part in a rescue mission. However, he advised the young man to leave while he still had the opportunity. Palm did not back down and said that he did not come as a representative of Gaport. Then he was interrupted again, saying that in this case they would not listen at all. Then the young man decided not to talk, but to show and threw a huge box he had brought with him to the floor. This angered the man even more, and he told me directly that he was not in the mood and ordered me to get out. The guy apologized for seeming rude, but first he asked for permission to show me something. Little by little, he began to open the coffin in which Beiju's body lay. Franco was scared and asked what the representative of Kanya was doing here and whether El even realized what he was doing. The man asked if Gaport was going to start a big battle. Palm confirmed his assumption and said that Goldrich was also involved. The man began to get nervous. Sweat poured down his face, and he did not understand what the young man was saying. But a voice came from behind the door, promising to explain everything, and saying that, after all, this also applies to the Goldrich Trade Union. Some time ago, Kira brought El to her leader and told her everything. The man asked his student if she was sure. She could not believe that the followers still existed. But they didn't just exist. They penetrated all corners of the Maple World, even to the Knights of Cygnus. Although the man did not really believe Al, now everything that had seemed strange before made sense. He spoke frankly about it. That is why Palm brought Kiri with him, because her judgment was trusted. When asked what he wanted, he said that in 3 days he would destroy Kanya. The captain of the knights, Miko, went with the young man to Golditch. He convinced him that this was no longer a usual conflict between unions, but a battle against followers. El Palm approached the girl's body, poured mana into it, and a tattoo appeared on her head. He explained that it is a mark of the followers with the sign of their leader on it. There was panic in Goldrich's eyes. He realized that the Kani were indeed followers of the Dark Magician. Palm had an offer for the man that he could not refuse. Al's entire team was out at a bar. Minera asked him if he was sure he should party like that before the battle. The young man believed that rest would not hurt anyone. They did their best. They improved their weapons and trained hard. So before the fight, it was best to rest. The guards also preferred to relax a bit. A drunken Ralph began to approach the boy and the girl, laughing and asking what they were whispering about. He threw his arm around Al's shoulder and started joking about him and Minera dating. The man had just called himself a relationship expert when Palm's fist flew into his face. The drunkard fell to the ground, and the boy still kept his fist clenched and warned the bishop not to come closer. Ralph was offended and said that he couldn't even make a joke anymore. He just wanted to defuse the situation. Holding his nose, the man said that he actually had a question about why they were joining the search for Jack Rich, if it was an obvious Kanya trap. Minera didn't really understand it either and thought it was better to join Kanya's raid. El wanted to look for something. A couple of days ago, he heard a rumor that Jack had a map leading to Freed's inheritance. Of course, these were just rumors, but the fact that the followers took action proves that they are true. Since it is believed that Fried left something important, it was impossible to let this card fall into the hands of a follower. Of course, they don't have it yet. The guy hoped that everything would go according to plan. In some rooms, a red skull burning in the fire was telling an unknown man in a robe about Palm. A guy in his 20s, who had been a slave for 3 years 2 months ago, suddenly awakened the circle in just 2 days, reached the second, and a few weeks later the third. Given his potential, there was a possibility of further development. The unknown man, listening to the skull's story, believed in Al and counted on him. A blond young man with a ponytail was not allowed to enter the portal. He confusedly asked Royce who had promised him protection. The man just scratched the back of his head, looking away guiltily because he could do nothing, because the management had abruptly decided to cancel the selection. He was complaining that he was tired and had to lead the group. When the guy asked about the money he had paid, and the man immediately shut him up because it was not very legal. Al's team was already hurrying to the portal. Franco walked in front of them and ordered everyone to stand back. The guards immediately obeyed the order, and Royce began to ask who the people were that Mr. had brought. The man briefly replied that it happened and asked others to treat the situation with understanding. But everyone else began to grumble because they hadn't even seen them at the selection and thought they were arrogant. To further irritate the outraged people, Minera stuck out her tongue at them. Entering the portal, Debo began to mutter that everything was a ball and that there were dungeons and old columns as usual. Looking around Minor, I realized that I was missing Ralph and Kira. The man tried to put his hand through the portal, but it didn't work. The gate was full. But they were promised that 6 more would be able to enter. Franco didn't understand either, because they had posted guards on purpose. It was obvious that it was a trap, and Al's team was trapped in the portal with an incomplete team. The first to enter the portal were a young man and an old woman who were shackled. The boy had white eyes and called the woman Mrs. Mudria and asked how they would find the others. The angry Mudria asked him not to call her by her first name, and the young man agreed, calling her by her first name. She assumed that the boy was bored if he was fooling around, and said that if everything went according to plan, they would see them at the secondary gate. In the meantime, he could warm up in a fight with a huge monster that looked like a minotaur in armor. The creature was drooling from its mouth, and its eyes were furious. But the woman thought it was not a strong enough opponent. She decided to deal with him herself. The guy only asked her not to overdo it. Wisdom was flattered that the young man was concerned about her, but it was unnecessary. The monster had already scattered to attack them. The woman decided to show the boy something interesting from her own skills. She swung the sphere to which she was handcuffed and destroyed the minotaur with one blow. Mudria thought she had impressed the young man. He replied that it was the first time he had ever seen her weapon in action. This was only a part of her skills, and she saved the rest for later to make it more interesting. Minera was a little nervous because she realized that the rats from Kanya had already gotten into the portal. Elle appreciated the plan. He hadn't expected it, but things were going to be interesting. Debo noticed that it was quiet, and their enemies were not going to attack. That was the problem. Palm scanned the first level, and there were no signs of life, neither followers nor monsters. He tried to understand what had happened here and what their enemies were up to. Meanwhile, the Knights of Cygnus, led by Qasim, were marching to the Canius Trade Union. The receptionist was surprised to see them and asked if they had an appointment. The guy smiled politely and then showed me a detached hand with a mark of followers on it. While the girl was standing and did not realize what was happening behind her back, 2 young men were killed. The knight put a sword to her throat and still smilingly said that if she interfered, she would be mistaken for a follower. The warriors moved on down the corridor, where a bunch of other followers rushed at them, shouting words about the magician. When he got to the main room, Qasim asked the knight who had already been there about the loss of the target. The young man apologized. He assumed that there was a leak because when they arrived, there was no one in the room. But there were only traces of a struggle with the beast, so the commander ordered the man to come forward because only by capturing the main one could they put an end to it. Meanwhile, the spider performed some rituals on Ivok and said that he had given him many chances and asked if he was offended. Although the man was suffering in hellish agony, he said that it was an honor to offer his worthless body to the dark magician. Meanwhile, the heads of the unions gathered at a table to discuss further actions. Abbas showed something on the map and said that there was no way to retreat now because they had surrounded the pier. The remaining troops were to provide additional support at the crossroads. Goldrich was very worried about his son, but he reassured himself that there was still a little time left. Meanwhile, Michael was dealing with a mysterious crocodile monster that existed right under the city of Fox. The girl who was with him couldn't believe that the freaks from Connie were growing something like this near the city. In addition to the crocodile, they met a bunch of other monsters with incredible strength. If the Godric Union had not conveyed this information, there would have been many more victims. The man did not express any vivid emotions about this, but he did think that the monsters were amazingly strong. Even though they defeated all the knights, the feeling of anxiety did not leave the knight. They were in such a large room and did not see a single guard. He was not given time to think because a new batch of strange creatures had already arrived. Meanwhile, Jack Rich was trembling behind a rock. He didn't understand where the monsters came from and would have died if the guard hadn't sacrificed himself. He was shaking and crying, saying that he was afraid and wanted to live. Suddenly, Elle came out from behind a rock and said that he had already informed the whole world about it by his whining because it could be heard from a kilometer away. When he saw the young man, he immediately grabbed for his sword, but Palm simply kicked him and he fell. Elle mocked him a bit, saying that Jack had plenty of energy, but then decided to calm him down and said that they had come to save him. As a confirmation, the young man threw a medallion with precious stones at Rich's feet. The guy recognized him and made sure that the company really came from his father. But he was confused that there were only 3 of them. Elle assured him that they were more than enough to save one person. Greedily grabbing his father's belongings, Jack cursed and said that 3 people could not handle it. Palm sensed that the young man was hiding something, but when he looked through the monocle, he saw nothing suspicious, so he assumed that he was just imagining things. The guy assessed their work as easy if they had already found the person they were looking for. But suddenly they were attacked by a bunch of masked followers. An unknown man with blue claws was running ahead. The company managed to react to the attack in time, but Debo began to scold the attackers for almost getting hurt because of them. The ashen-haired boy sitting on one of the columns, kicking his legs carefree, was interested in this remark. Elle looked at him through his monocle and saw an insane amount of mana flowing through him, even dispersing around him. He jumped to the ground and said that the company didn't look scared at all, so they were probably experienced. His face looked serious, and he said that he would see if Will's fears were justified. Meanwhile, the the spider began to transform into a magician, and explosions began to occur throughout the city. A red vortex formed around Michael, gaining momentum and creating a fierce wind. His men were worried about him, but he shouted at them to stay away because it was a trap, and a second later he disappeared into the red air. He teleported to an unknown place where an unknown person was hiding in the dark. He came out of there as a dark Michael, hinting that this look would be more familiar to him. Meanwhile, the heads of the unions were panicking as 3 teams were completely destroyed, and even the head of the Knights disappeared. They did not understand what was happening. They were in serious trouble because they received confirmation that supporters had joined the followers. Goldrich thought that they were still one step ahead, which could only mean that there was a rat among them. Abbas shouted on the radio to inform the 1st through 6th squads about the change of plans. In the courtyard, a young guard approached the tent with the heads of the unions, but he only managed to ask the unknown person who he was and was killed at the same moment. When asked what was going on there, Franco said that there were not many of them, but there was enough noise. When a masked follower entered the tent, the man said not to worry because it would soon be over. Rakan, Goldrich, and Abis instantly realized that they were facing a traitor, but it was too late. In the city itself, real hell was happening. Everyone was fighting against the followers. Kira, who could not get to the portal, helped civilians leave the battlefield with her team. They had to leave the city quickly, while everyone else was waiting for reinforcements from Gapur. While the girl was informing the unfortunate people in such trouble, the enemy was already flying towards her. Ralph successfully repelled him, not missing the opportunity to tease the girl and say that he thought she had improved her skills. But the knight did not listen to him because she was boiling with rage, because the poor child had been forced to attack her. The man dryly replied that this is what fanatics look like, consumed by blind faith. He said that when they tried to recruit him, they promised to do anything if he helped them break the seal of the Dark Wizard, even if it meant turning back time. Kira even started to think that turning back the clock sounded good, but Ralph called her a fool for believing in such nonsense. He was sure that there was no world in which everything would be so easy. If their mage was so great, how they could have sealed it at all was a complete joke. However, the followers were skillful at exploiting human weaknesses, because it's hard to find a person who doesn't want to go back in time and change everything for the better. In the tent, with the heads of the unions, Goldrich asked his worker Frank why he had done this. The man twirled his mustache, smiled nervously, and repeated the question he had just been asked. Franco had his own drama. He once had a daughter who died too young, and his followers promised to bring her back. He was ready to do anything for her. With his eyes closed, he pointed to Goldrich and said it was an honor to serve him. To protect him and Rokan, Ibis jumped forward with 2 brass knuckles. He ordered the men to run away. They obeyed him, and Rokan finally apologized to the man. Franco growled at his followers for doing nothing and ordered them to pursue the fugitives. But Ibis was not going to let them, and struck a powerful blow. In one attack, he put all the masked people down and said that they underestimated him, smoking a cigar. Meanwhile, in the portal, El ran into Will's subordinate, but immediately declared that he was not afraid of him. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the other side, apologizing for not being clear enough. When she emerged from the shadows, everyone in masks bowed before her, and she introduced herself as the martyr Mudria. This scared Al seriously. The martyrs are a secret group of 100 people whose identity is shrouded in secrecy. The young man did not understand why they were here, and lately he had made so much noise that he had attracted the attention of some very dangerous people. As always, Debo was eager to fight and did not like empty talk from his enemies. The woman noticed the young man's eagerness and asked him if he had noticed that there were no monsters on this level. She did not wait for an answer and decided to show her skills. Debo assumed that these were some kind of illusions around the Wise One. However, in a moment, the Tavramazis who had previously inhabited this level appeared. There were an incredible number of them. Minera could not understand why they obeyed a woman. It was obvious that they had been brainwashed, but the question of how remained open. El shouted to Debo not to face the weapons of these creatures, but it was too late. While he was being warned, he blocked the attack with his halberd, and at the same moment, he was electrocuted and thrown far into the wall, where a dent was left. The guy had a logical question about how to deal with this situation. El told everyone to stand back. He took out 4 amplifying phoenix feathers and said he would destroy them all at once. The young man twisted a fire arrow of incredible power and let it fly to destroy his enemies. The masked followers were shocked by this power and assumed that the guy was using telekinesis. Palm confirmed their guesses with a cold stare and destroyed them a second later. The fire from the arrows was so powerful that it even slightly hit Minera. But that was only the beginning. El began to create a fiery tornado using telekinesis. The Ashen Boy was amazed at Palm's skill. On his chest hung a ring that shone with purple light. The next moment, the whole fiery whirlwind simply disappeared, dissipating as if it were a gentle breeze. The girl and Debo couldn't believe their eyes because they had just dispelled the magic of their boss. The boy stood by the wise woman and asked a rhetorical question to his enemies, who naively assumed that he could die so easily. He wanted his enemies to suffer more. The young man shocked everyone when he also started using telekinesis. This marked the beginning of a real battle between the rebels and Al's team. Meanwhile, Rokan and Gordrich were fleeing. The head of the Union, Gaport, proposed to retreat because the front line was damaged, but the rich man was against it. In fact, they had a secret plan that even Franco did not know about. It was proposed by Palm, and the man even thought it was too much. Goldrich looked at his watch. They only had to hold out for an hour, or at least 30 minutes. But it was more difficult than we would have liked, because followers were already waiting in front of them, and enemies were also chasing them. Rakan hinted that it was time to start implementing the same plan, but the man insisted that it was too early. Trying to hide from the attacks, Gayport's head was indignant that there was no point in the plan if everyone was dead by then. Suddenly, the followers were struck by icicles, and those who remained unharmed turned back in fear. It was Ralph and Kira. As always, thinking about money, the man informed the newly rescued that there was a campaign for their services as rescuers. The naive masked followers thought that if there were only 2 of them, they could easily deal with them. They could not understand how this was possible. Only in the last moments of his life, one of the attackers looked into the girl's icy eyes and remembered that they were from the El Palma team. Entering her sun and moon oneness mode, Kira quickly finished everyone off. After finishing the case, the girl said that they came to the rescue when they saw a flock of followers gathering. Ralph emphasized that the situation was extraordinary, so he would take the money for the work later, and now he would tell us about his rates. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted by an explosion behind him that nearly knocked them off their feet. Someone was looking at the company through a hole in the destroyed building, and sadly noticed that there was someone else left. But when he got a better look, he said that they were just henchmen. Kira immediately became more serious, but Ralph began to joke that it was not every day that you see 3 heads of unions in one place, saying that it must be a holiday. An angry Ivok came out to them and said he was sorry because he wanted to tear Al to pieces personally. Meanwhile, incredible things were happening in the portal. Palm began to get nervous because he had never seen or heard of anyone so skilled at telekinesis that he could stop its technique. The unknown young man was a little disappointed because he had heard rumors that the ale was strong, but here it seemed rather weak. So he assumed that El wanted to trap him because he did not believe that he was that weak. Through the dust that the young man was creating by throwing stones at the company, Palm looked through his monocular and struck a fiery blow. The best option in this situation was to run away, so Manera picked up Jack, and they made a narrow escape. Wisdom ordered everyone to immediately run after the company and not let them escape. Debo laughed as they skillfully ran away, but El did not share his enthusiasm and thought it best to get out of here because they had already reached their goal. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of them and grabbed Debo and squeezed him tightly in his fist. He interfered with the platform on which they were moving quickly, and Manera flew down. The irritated Ale had to save his friends and prepared 3 arrows at the same time, but they were easily broken by a single telekinesis blow. The blond young man found himself near Palm. He said he had found the answer and asked the boy if he was afraid of him. As soon as she landed and looked around, the next moment she was attacked and pinned to the column. Mudria shouted to her subordinates to keep moving and deal with everyone quickly. The pirate had already been bothered by these followers, but she had to fight them off because 3 of them were flying at her. Debo was attacked by a creature that looked like a minotaur and tried to beat the life out of him. Meanwhile, in Lys, Evok was destroying all the buildings around him with a long whip. Ralph didn't know what to do and just ran away from the weapon, but the man easily caught him by the arm and sent an electric pulse. He looked at his victim with frantic eyes and asked him to hold on a little longer, for soon he would let him rest in the afterlife. He began to pull the bishop to him, while the latter cursed him with all possible words. Kira stood up for him, ordering him to leave Ralph alone because he was a healer. The girl cut the whip and freed the poor man from the agony of pain. Evok was furious and began to surround the girl with various stones with strange symbols on them. But the knight gathered all her strength, shone with a blue star, and destroyed the boulders that surrounded her. Suddenly, her buff, which symbolized her power of the sun and moon, shattered like glass. While Kira was trying to figure out what had happened to her buff, Evok flew toward her, aiming for her sword. Meanwhile, Rakan once again yelled at Gold for refusing to launch another plan, even though the situation was already more than critical. The man panicked but kept his confident line that it was too early, but they would get to him soon. Someone approached them after hearing about their plan and asked to share it with them. When Evok attacked the girl, Ralph managed to defend her but was injured himself. While she was thanking the man, he asked her if Kira could move. Evok didn't give them time to rest and stood with his sword saying that the healer was not a good man if he was not able to help and said that they were finished. The man gathered a purple sphere that was steadily approaching the knight and the bishop, but when she had no hope, at the last moment, she was interrupted by the blue power of the unknown. He appeared behind Evok and smilingly said goodbye to him. He managed to joke that they don't talk like that at the first meeting and struck the man with a fatal blow. Chairman Kania had half of his body destroyed, and the unknown person apologized because he wanted to end his life without pain. The last words Ivok threw at the unknown person before he stopped breathing were insults that he was an imperial puppy. The unidentified man began to ask the girl and the man who they were, but in a moment he recognized them, and Kira also recognized her friend, Kazim. He was the eldest of the Cygnus Knights. Rakan was incredibly happy to see him. The young man promised to protect all those who belonged to trade unions and did not want to miss a moment to mock Kira and say that she could no longer fight. However, the girl interrupted him and said she would fight too. The master ordered her to join Kayam if something happened. She straightened up, looked him in the eye, and said she was going with him. The young man looked at Kira with anger and wanted to say that he did not need someone like her. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Evok's voice, who said that now was not the time to worry about her insignificance because he would destroy them all. Everyone immediately turned around because they could not understand how the man could survive such an injury, and he just laughed and said that he would send everyone to hell. Qasim rushed to the follower to finish him off, but he said it was too late. Ewok gave his body to the Dark Wizard and asked Will for permission to do certain things. The young man's punch did not help. Everything around him suddenly exploded into red. When the dust settled, Ralph could not believe his eyes. There was a huge, scary spider monster standing in front of them. Meanwhile, a fierce fight was going on in the portal, and El did not even have time to catch his breath. Masked followers attacked him one after another without rest. The blonde boy did not give Palm's arrows a chance to hit the target. Eventually, he got tired of chasing the young man, who was always running away, and simply began to wall him up with telekinesis. He asked him not to move for a second, and suddenly said that he was not going to take his life, but only wanted to talk. He always had a ring around his neck, and he began to calmly approach the young man and offer to talk like gentlemen. The fact that El could not cope with the unknown hurt him, because he was known as the strongest master of telekinesis. He wasn't going to just lose, and before agreeing to talk, he managed to free himself from the stones. It flew in different directions, and the blond man deflected it effortlessly, sighing heavily and asking if Palm was tired of trying in vain. The young man was not going to give up and tried to attack him with fire again. The follower got tired of enduring this and simply destroyed the attack without much effort. His telekinesis power came from a ring on a rope. He again reminded Al that his attempts were futile. A blond young man came over and put his hand on Palm's shoulder, saying that he hadn't thought he would be so surprised. And then he suggested that it might be because he did not exist in the future he knew. He then turned to the masked followers and asked them to leave because he had a private conversation with the adventurer. They just stood there staring at him and did not understand why they had received such an instruction. The young man did not repeat himself twice and simply created a poisonous zone around him. It scared Al even more. He had never seen such a force and did not understand what was happening. His followers were drowning in acid poison. Someone asked the master why he did this to them, and someone called him a traitor. The blond man returned to talking to the guy and was suddenly grabbed by his own hand. A spider addressed him through a tattoo on his arm. He watched everything that happened, and the young man began to explain his actions, saying that it was for the best, even though he understood Will's anger. At that moment, Palm realized why he had the tattoo. It allowed him to control his followers so they could not betray the master. The blond man suffered a little more from the impact of the tattoo and said that in this case the spider would understand everything. He said he was leaving, and the stigma of being a follower disappeared from his hand. Purple smoke began to come out of his eye, and a mark appeared on it as well. Will was furious at the boy's actions and called him a miserable pawn. In the last seconds of the call, he shouted at the young man, demanding an explanation because it could mean the beginning of a battle. The tattoo on his eye connected him to Commander Akiram. All this time, El was shocked because he had never heard of a double tattoo, even in his past life. The blond man began to explain a little that he was also a follower of the Dark Wizard, but from a different faction. Although they had a common goal of resurrecting the magician, they had slightly different views on how to achieve this. So they were both allies and enemies to each other. For Palm, the internal conflict explained a bit of why his followers showed up on the last day. His assumption was that this was due to the lack of unity in their organization. Having gotten rid of unnecessary eyes and gained a new experience, El asked the young man what he wanted to know from him. Actually, he was looking for something, and it was a Frida fireplace that could seal. In ancient times, the hero Fried created stones to stop a dark wizard. Akiram said that the mighty power of eternity rests in these stones. Although it was created to imprison a dark wizard, it can be used in other ways. It can turn back the clock and resurrect the dead. So ironically, it is the best way to bring a magician back to life. The man spent years searching for these stones and finally found them, but only a shell remained of the stones that could seal, which meant that someone had already used them. The first task was to find this person. In theory, it shouldn't have been difficult, because she had to stand out. The gate for 100 people is a multi-level gate, the tomb of the Eagle's Eye, and in addition, the gate that hid the treasures of heroes. The young man couldn't understand whether El was stupid or greedy, and it was almost impossible not to notice him. Palm was undoubtedly the one who was resurrected with the help of those stones. Standing under the protective dome, Palm thought that he had never heard of this guy in his past life. Thinking about his attack, he realized that he lacked strength, but the skill was definitely better than it was before the revival. But the unknown young man did not care. Even if this was not all he could do, he was still the strongest telekineticist. Giving up trying to figure out who he was, the guy asked him directly. Bilyak was expecting this question. He was sorry that El did not know him even from his past life, so he assumed that this meant his imminent death. He laughed a little and said that he was not expecting any consolation. He was just terminally ill. The guy was leaning on a cane, which is usually used by the elderly. He decided to end the conversation about himself and get down to business. The blond man puzzled Palm by saying that he was alive only because of him. The fact was that Mr. Akiram ordered the guy to recruit Al. However, because of all the trouble the young man had caused them, Lord Will decided to simply destroy him. The two commanders were not on the best terms with each other, so the patient had to mediate between them. By that time, his body was already rapidly deteriorating, and if you look closely, his eyes were white because he was already blind. Then Lord Akiram approached him with an attractive offer and gave him a chance. Il asked in surprise whether he had been cured of his illness. Unfortunately, no. It was more of a temporary measure. The progression of his disease was stopped by the magic of time. With every second of their dialogue, Palm's panic grew more and more intense. Akiram promised the young man that he would stop the chronometer of his life if he followed him, and when the Dark Wizard was resurrected, he would give him a new body. Now El understood why the boy had betrayed Will. He saw him as a great danger. After all, the guy used the resurrection of the Dark Wizard as an excuse, but he would not hesitate to betray everyone for his own benefit. The terminally ill man noticed that Palm was thinking hard about something and told him that he shouldn't do it. His goal was to protect the boy from Will and convey a message inviting him to join the followers. He asked Al a rather provocative question about what he was fighting for and whether it was justice, since he often killed many people at the gate and turned a blind eye to numerous victims. On the one hand, it was logical, because if they were destroyed in the future, there was no need to worry, but it was more like selective justice. If this was not what Palm wanted, the white man advised him to think carefully, for the Dark Wizard was far more powerful than the boy had ever imagined. He was like a god. By joining him, you can get anything you want, including the power of eternal life, even the ability to bring someone back to life. The commanders who had lived 800 years ago were still with them, because the magician had given them timeless bodies for their unconditional loyalty. It was proof of his power. However, there was a condition for Palm. He had to kill everyone who knew about him and help the boy with his plans. With a trembling voice, El asked the blond young man once again if he wanted him to kill all the members of his team. The patient called it a kind of initiation. He knew that Palm could be cold and self-serving in order to achieve his goal, and the fewer people who knew about his existence, the better. El believed that he was not really needed by the followers and asked what they were up to, but the guy who came for him did not know. He was only following Akairam's orders. The only thing that was certain was that if Palm helped them, the Dark Wizard would be resurrected. The boy kept up and asked what the young man had decided. El just swallowed his saliva nervously. The patient held out his hand, looked into the void, and offered him a choice. Palma's memories began to surface before his eyes. How the guy started his journey. He thought about justice and revenge. There were people who shone even in a fallen world. They spoke of hope while carrying the weight of reality on their shoulders. These people were so valuable to him that they were even more valuable than life itself. But he saw them die with his own eyes. He held their hands in the last moments of their lives. Philip Jaden and the blonde lover who gave her life for him to save him from a monster. Al met a terrible end. He was left alone, having lost everything. But this time it was different. He assembled a new and strong team. They were skilled but not particularly attached, and could be replaced at any time. Those who will be sacrificed in the future instead of Palm's friends. Al was frightened by such thoughts and comparisons, and for the first time he wondered why he was doing all this. Feeling all the fluctuations of the young man's soul, the blonde man asked him what he was up to. Palm prepared dozens of fiery words at once and decided to speak again for greater clarity. He didn't care about justice or revenge. He just wanted to protect the people he cared about. The sick young man sighed heavily and said that in this case he could do nothing. That was the end of their conversation, and they rushed at each other, weapons drawn.